welcome to Wimbledon. Thank you for joining us on the Wimbledon Channel on the middle Saturday of the fortnight. There's always something of a festival feeling to this middle weekend, and the weather might help that a bit. We have had a little bit of rain. There might be a bit more, but we've just had a ripple of applause that's gone all around the grounds because the covers are coming off the courts again, and we are expecting to have play in the next few minutes. Adam Hunt alongside me. It is always a lovely day. We saw lots of shots there of drinks. I think that's the feeling for today, isn't it? A little bit of rain, a few drinks and plenty of tennis.
Yeah, it's good to be here on the weekend. I'm wearing short sleeves, perhaps hope anything more than anything else. But yeah, some great matches on the order of play. We can have a look at what we're going to see on centre and court one. We'll start with centre. Now, because of the impending rain, they've spread the matches out across quite a few courts, which is slightly unusual. But we'll start on centre. Kaya Yuvan first up against Coco Gauff. Remember, they start at 1:30 on centre, 1 o'clock on court one, so slightly earlier there. And then after that, Roger Federer against the home hope, Cameron Norrie, hoping to have a slightly better time of it on centre court than Dan Evans and Andy Murray did yesterday. And then another ladies singles match, third round. Third up on that court, Ashley Barty against Katerina Siniakova.
Fantastic matches on centre court and also on court number one, where we'll be starting with Sorana Cirstea, who knocked Victoria Azarenka out of Wimbledon, and she will be facing the young British player Emma Raducanu. We'll be talking about her in the next few moments, definitely. And then an intriguing match between Felix Auger-Aliassime and Nick Kyrgios. That will be a flashy match of tennis, won't it? The final match on court number one is Daniil Medvedev, the second seed, playing a former finalist, Marin Cilic. So there's plenty of good tennis everywhere around the grounds. As Adam mentioned, there are matches starting on many of the outside courts, including the third round singles matches out there. But we're going to concentrate on court number one because that is where the 18-year-old Emma Raducanu will be playing her match against Sorana Cirstea, a wildcard entry into this tournament, and she has been on amazing form and just not looking at all like an 18-year-old, Adam, is she?
Yeah, what a day and what an opportunity for her. A penny for the thoughts of Emma Raducanu and her family right now, who will be watching on there on court one. Definitely the biggest day of her career so far. She's had such an opportunity at Wimbledon, and she's, as Anne been saying, you know, the first few days of the championship, she's taken that opportunity with both hands, produced some brilliant tennis. You know, tennis further than her years, really, is the best way to describe it. In her matches so far, she's been mature, not just mentally, the way she's played. She's stepped up to this level, and that's always the question mark, isn't it? When British players or any player playing at their home slam for the first time, when they get that opportunity on the big stage, previously they've been playing in front of perhaps one man and his dog at a futures tournament, you know, not in front of the big crowds. How are they going to deal with the big occasion? And Emma Raducanu has ticked all of those boxes. Yeah,
she was given that wild card into the tournament, and 2 rounds of matches, and she hasn't dropped a set yet, which I think also shows the maturity level of her, because she has gone behind in both of those matches, but she has come through them and made sure that she has a very sensible and level head. We were discussing that with Anne Ketherfong, who's the Billie Jean King Cup captain for the British team, so she knows Emma Raducanu very well. And I think those within tennis will have known her name for a while. People have been watching her come through the juniors, but now exploding really onto the seniors scene in this, her first Wimbledon. And to make your debut and to be over on court number one as well is going to be something that she'll have to deal with. And I guess, like Jack Draper when he came out on the opening Monday against Novak Djokovic, hopefully she will have just come out onto court number one, had a look around, maybe done the walk down from the locker rooms, from the dressing rooms, because everything's a bit separated this year, onto that court, maybe sat down and had a quick look at the court and the arena around her, because it's quite overwhelming sometimes. But she doesn't strike me as the kind of person that will be overwhelmed by this match.
No, she is very level-headed, and also, as we see her coaching team there, Nigel Sears, vastly experienced, one of the top coaches, you know, in the ladies' game. He's worked with Anna Ivanovic, so many great champions. Matt James as well,
3 minutes.
Her hitting partner from the LTA. So she's got a great backroom team. And as you were saying, the court makes a difference, doesn't it? Because the show courts here, particularly centre and one, they feel so so very different. It's not just because they're the biggest, but also the area around the court. We've often spoken to players and they say it took a few games for them to get used to having all that space behind them, because there is a lot, much more space behind the players on centre and court number 1 compared to perhaps an outside court. They might be playing on court 5, where, you know, someone like Emma Raducanu has played before when she's played in the juniors and practiced here at Wimbledon. So that takes some getting used to. And she's got an opportunity here. We're seeing Sorana Cîrstea, you know, a vastly experienced player, but there are tougher draws out there. You know, I think if you'd have offered Raducanu a place in the third round, she would have taken it straight away. But then a chance to play someone like Sorana Cîrstea, you know, who's dropped a set already in that second round match against Victoria Azarenka, she would have taken that too.
2 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah, I would think so. And beating Victoria Azarenka was a big deal for Cîrstea, who is the 45th ranked player in the world, somebody who has played at Wimbledon before, knows what it's all about, has played at the other Grand Slams, so knows how all of this works, which I think makes a bit of a difference. There could be a delayed start potentially for Raducanu, just getting used to the experience of being out here on court number 1, and also, as you mentioned, having a big crowd. She played on the UK Pro League series. She won one of those over the last year with the tournaments within the UK that we've been having here during the various pandemic situations. When we come out of lockdowns, they've been putting some tennis on, so that various companies have really helped out the youngsters so they can get some competitive tennis and also get some money as well, some prize money, which is essential for them in order to be able to get back out onto the tour when you weren't able to travel around the world in the same way. And I think for somebody like Raducanu now, this is a whole new experience of being in front of such a big Court 1 crowd. It isn't full, obviously. The tennis has returned, Wimbledon has returned, but it all has to be kept very safe and secure, and it's part of the government's testing programme, which means that a 50% capacity has been allowed. So this will be around 6,000 people inside court number 1, and it's pretty full already, isn't it, by the looks of that. I think most people have turned up and they've come straight out in order to watch the tennis because they know that Emma Raducanu is there.
Yeah, you're absolutely
30
right, Carl.
seconds.
It's going to be a brilliant atmosphere inside court 1.
Ladies and
Vastly
gentlemen, if you leave your seat,
experienced
please make sure you
umpire, the
take all the
Portuguese
belongings with
Carlos
you.
Ramos, who's umpired
have a mobile phone
many a
with you,
Grand
please
Slam
make sure
final.
it is
And I think
switched on.
also interesting something Anne was saying the other day about the fact that, you know, Jo Konta experiencing success at the Grand Slam level over the last few years has put the buzz back in British women's tennis. There was a difficult period, shall we say, before that, where they hadn't enjoyed too much success. And I think players like Emma Raducanu have fed off that, because when you see someone that you've trained with, someone that you know, someone that's, you know, within the wider team, doing well at this stage, it can be inspirational, can't it?
Yeah, and we've been discussing how that's helped with the men as well. All of them are together, particularly with Battle of the Brits in the UK Pro League that's been happening over the last year. That means that they can have conversations with the others and learn from the others, get some advice, get some experience from the others. So I would imagine that Raducanu has spoken to some of the other players, male and female. And Andy Murray, we know, often gives his advice to the younger players. And I imagine Jo Konta does the same thing. So they will probably have spoken to them in order to find out. And also, Jo Konta will have played against her opponents. So she may well have just given her a couple of tips as well on that front.
So, ready to go on court 1. How will Emma Raducanu deal with the big stage? We can join the commentators for the first game with Cîrstea to serve.
$15
31-year-old Romanian at the other end of the experience scale to Raducanu, 13 years the senior. At her 12th Wimbledon, she's been coming here since her debut back in 2007.
Cîrstea, she's pretty much a straightforward linear ball striker. It's flat, hard off both wings.
$30-15.
She's big goal of her own over the next couple of hours. Kerber, for all that she has been here a dozen times now, she's never actually got beyond this stage, the third round. Opportunity knocking here, pitching for a place in the last 16, the second week for the first time.
Backhand of Radhikane is already extremely elite. Very good technique, leans into it beautifully. Terrific technique actually everywhere in Radhikane's game. But the backhand is the bigger weapon. My goodness, she is raring to go. No nerves apparent from Radhikane. Taking these second serves. She is very athletic. She's hungry. She seems to have a tremendous internal belief.
She has a break point.
Light for service. Use.
She wandered out on court 10 minutes ago with the broadest of smiles on her face as she was looking at her phone, looking for messages down in the players' tunnel, enjoying that moment with her coaches, just relishing what she's going through right now.
Nicely struck. Kerber, a very good ball striker, and when she gets in the groove,
Advantage, Kerber.
she really can find the corners. She has some ebbs and flows throughout a season, but this spring she's been pretty consistent.
Miss Radhikane is challenging the call.
So a very close first game there. Emma Radhikane not showing too many signs of nerves against Sorana Castella. The Romanian taking the opening game though, keeping it on serve 1-love, and you can continue watching that match on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. And the sun is actually peeking out from behind the clouds, and the crowds are certainly building on those outside courts for play. That is going to continue. And that is the scene on the side of centre court, which last night played host to Andy Murray against Denis Shapovalov. We were wondering how this match was going to go, because Andy had clearly showed some fighting spirit, shall we say, in the round before that against Oscar Otte, winning in 5 sets. But how was he going to be physically? And in the end, the Canadian played a good match performance-wise, and also I think Murray was away from his best, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think it was just one match too far, particularly after a 5-setter against Oscar Otte. Part of the problem for Andy Murray at the moment is that he just hasn't had that much match practice, and a 5-set match followed by the epic on Monday as well. I think his body was not going to be able to match up to the 22-year-old body of Denis Shapovalov, who can run and keep going and is a very, very good tennis player, the 10th seed here, who also found it, I think, a little bit difficult. He had to get himself pumped up and and make sure he could play the match. But playing against your hero, and a lot of players have had to do that recently with Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal and Novak Djokovic and Andy Murray still on the circuit, it is quite difficult to play someone. So at this point, when they're talking at the net, that is Shapovalov telling Andy Murray that he is his hero and that he inspired him. And that must be quite a strange moment for him, for Shapovalov, the young Canadian.
Yeah, because they hadn't played before on tour. You know, much of Shapovalov's success had come when Andy Murray was struggling with his injury, so perhaps explaining that. But we were saying before the match that Shapovalov occasionally struggles with the occasion. You know, the pressure gets to him. But this was a match where he showed brilliant maturity and may really spur him on, because he played on centre court against a player that pretty much the whole crowd was supporting. He knew that, you know, even though Murray has had his injury issues and wasn't the Andy Murray of perhaps 5 or 6 years ago, that he was going to have to be at his best to win it, and also he was going to have to deal with that pressure, and he really did that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and I thought it was really touching that at the end there was a lovely, really extended applause for Denis Shapovalov after Andy Murray had walked off the court. The crowd acknowledging that that Shapovalov had played a great match of tennis. Yes, he has put out his idol. Yes, he has put out somebody that British tennis fans really wanted to see go through to the second week of Wimbledon. But the extended applause, and he was touching his heart, and I think he was quite taken aback, actually, by the reaction of the crowd there, because it is a British crowd, just because of the international travel situation at the moment. So I think Shapovalov was quite surprised by the way that the crowd reacted to him at the end of the match. And that, I think, as you say, will help him in the next round, because suddenly he has a bit more confidence. He's played on centre court for the first time. He knows what it's like, and he's had this fantastic experience out there. So I think it will make a big difference to him. And he is, as we discussed before the match, one of the players who psychologically needs some of that benefit. But he's a really happy-go-lucky chap. He's a really charming and likeable character. And he's very relaxed. He's very relaxed talking to the media, and his interview afterwards, I thought, was really lovely.
Now, we saw that wave there from Andy Murray, and I think a lot of people on centre court and those people watching as well were wondering whether that was perhaps the final goodbye. Would that be the last time we see him here at Wimbledon? Of course, he was asked about that in the press conference and many other things as well. Let's hear what he had to say.
Yeah, I feel like I've been trying a lot the last couple of years. Obviously, since I had the operation, never really been able to get that much momentum going. And for me to be able to compete with guys of his level, my game needs to be spot on, really. It would have been difficult for me, even when I was playing, at my best, to compete with someone as good as him. Or any of the top players, really. And yeah, if my game is not quite there, this week has been really good in some ways, but it's been frustrating too. And I've played two long matches, and it's, really is significantly more than anything I've done in the last 6 months, really. So if my game is not quite spot on physically, I'm not perfect, or physically really fresh, it's going to be hard for me. The positive part is getting through the matches and feeling okay physically and not sort of getting injured, and that's that's good. But then there's a part of me that feels a bit like I've put in so much work the last 3 months, and ultimately didn't play how I would want and expect. And it's like, is it worth it? Is it, is all of that training and everything that you're doing in the gym, unless you're able to practice and be, improve your game and get matches and continue, get, a run of tournaments, is it worth all of the work that you're doing? And there's part of me that feels like yes, it is, because I had great memories and stuff from this event, and played in some brilliant atmosphere. But then also I finished the match tonight, and I'm saying to my team, I'm like, that's just, yeah, I'm just not happy with how I played. So unless me and my team can find a way of keeping me on the court for a consistent period of time and allow me to practice the way that I need to compete with these guys, then that's when, the discussions about what I do next will come in, because I've genuinely put a lot into this to get to this point, but I'm not being able to practice and prepare how I need to perform how I would like at these events, which, like I said, I'm not expecting and saying like I would beat Denis Shapovalov. Like, he's a brilliant player, but I feel like I can do a lot better than what I did this evening.
Well, I was rather surprised and disappointed by what Andy Murray was saying there. He was a little bit downbeat, but realistic in what he was saying after his defeat yesterday against Denis Shapovalov. Now, this is court number 2. Play is happening around the grounds at Wimbledon, and this is Alexander Sastovic, who was the player who benefited from Serena Williams falling and going out in the first round without finishing her match. She retired. Sastovic went through that first round. She's now in the third round against Angelique Kerber, another champion here from 2018, and Sastovic is serving to take the first set at 5-2.
Net for service.
What a rally. Kerber's fighting back. Well, that's exactly what I expected to see from the beginning from Kerber. Dragging her opponent out wide, getting the space.
Thirty. 40-30.
Puff of white paint as Sastovic hits that line.
Game and percent. Sastovic by 6 games to 2.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 5 of the 2021 championships here at Wimbledon. Crowd soaking up the sunshine on day 5.
And we have a royal presence today, Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Cambridge.
Pliskova is into the last 16 of the Wimbledon Championships.
6-3, 6-3.
Oh, a thoroughly entertaining point. Marina Sabalenka through to the last 16 at Wimbledon for the first time in her career. Is this going to be her year? Djokovic's reaction. Unbelievable defence again from Djokovic. Kudla just threw everything at the world #1. That's a lovely moment.
My upbringing in the mountains, I spent a lot of time in the mountains with wolves, so this is a wolf energy right here.
And there's a wild card into the last 16, the biggest win of Samsonova's career.
No woman has ever won Wimbledon as a wild card.
Ooh, but now it's pressure now for me.
Dan Evans goes no further. Peter Korda applauds his son. A past great in tennis, and this man may be the future.
My dad won a Grand Slam. My sister just won her first major and is world #1 golfer in the world. So it's super inspiring, and yeah, it's crazy.
It's Jabeur's finest hour.
You've done some amazing things in your career already. You're a role model for Arab women. Is this the best day of your tennis career?
It is. I'm very happy, and honestly, this is the first time I play on center, and it's amazing energy. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And that is the end of that. It's Shapovalov in straight sets.
The first set we played today was super intense, and I thought, you know, I had to give it really my all, and then after that, you know, I was able to kind of maintain the level. I thought he dropped a little bit, but it's incredible to, you know, what he's done to make it to a third round like this.
Take care, everybody, wherever you are in the world, and from centre court at Wimbledon, a very good evening.
What's your Wimbledon thing?
One thing.
Oof, that's a really difficult question.
Tradition.
I think I like the tradition. I like everything white.
Heritage.
Purple and green.
I see green, of course, and white.
Green.
Purple is my favorite color and green is the second one, so...
Strawberries and cream.
Strawberries and cream.
Strawberries.
Any time of day, breakfast, lunch, dinner, I feel like you can have it any time.
For me, the thing that screams Wimbledon is the grass.
I'm a weird one because actually when I look at the stadiums, I like the green walls, like all in plants and all that. No other stadium in the world has that.
Rain.
As Australians, we think of late nights.
Roof. Great.
What's that hawk that like inspects the courts?
Rufus.
Rufus.
Rufus the hawk.
Yeah, I would love to meet Rufus.
It's very peaceful, you know, and then what you will hear is his little cheers, you know, from the different courts.
And I think of Wimbledon as a really special, sort of fancy day out.
Everyone's dressing out, drinking some perms.
The women wear nice summer dresses, the guys wear suits.
I think once you come here and you experience it, you fall in love with the place.
Courage, I'd like to say.
I've had you know, the biggest moments of my career, most important moments of my career that I've worked towards have taken place here.
The best players, the players that I've won, are the ones that have been the most courageous on the big points and in the big matches.
Champion.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that, but thank you.
Well, I'm delighted to say Mark Woodford has joined us here once again on the Wimbledon Channel. Just to give you a little bit more on what you just saw there, we're talking about the IBM Power Rankings with Watson. Now, what are they? Well, they're an AI-powered analysis of player performance Now, the normal tennis rankings, obviously a 52-week rolling ranking system, and they use that historical data to quantify a player's performance. And to add to those, we take, they focus on the player's most recent history, so how they're playing at the moment, how they're playing on the grass. So we saw there Cameron Norrie at Queen's, for example, the tournaments leading up to Wimbledon. They combine advanced statistical analysis, the natural language processing power of IBM Watson, which is the supercomputer that knows a lot more than we do, and the power of the IBM cloud to analyse daily performance data, mine media commentary, so it's what people are saying on social media, what the journalists are writing in their articles as well about the players. They measure the players' momentum and direct the attention to fans to the most compelling matchups. That's a lot of words.
There's a lot that goes into this.
That's a lot of words, but it's a complicated calculation, but it gives us a visual representation of who might be the favourite going into a particular match.
Yeah, which I think is quite interesting to see. And let's have a look at this in action now. If we have a look at the match that's coming up on centre court between Coco Gauff and Kaya Juvan, and this is what the prediction, the pre-match insights, has come up with the IBM Power Ranking. So their story for this match is a 67% potential for Coco Gauff to win this match. And if you look at where their rankings are on the Power Rankings, Juvan is at 38 and Coco Gauff is at 9. And I think that also takes into, obviously, the consideration of how much the media and social media is talking about these players. And we know that Coco Gauff will have an awful lot of positive reaction from social media, and that will have all added into her ranking there. So it's got underneath that the singles ranking as well. So you can see how the IBM ranking compares to the singles ranking that they would have on the normal WTA tour. So it's really interesting to get those kind of insights before a match. I'm quite interested in how many of them work out when it comes to the end, but 67% it's saying Coco Gauff as the likelihood to win. Do you agree with that, Mark, in this match?
I do, and I'm like you. I would actually like to see the percentages of how spot on they are with those predictions as well. But I think
want to mark the markers.
It's a value for us, I think, as commentators, and if you're a little unsure of a player's form, perhaps heading into a particular match, it's a wonderful asset to have as a commentator. I'm not sure that the players really are devouring quite those statistics, but data analysis is certainly something new and extremely valuable to a lot of players.
Yeah, sport is inherently unpredictable. That's why we love it, particularly tennis. But when you were playing, and since you've stopped playing, obviously, as you said there, the statistical analysis has become more and more and more. I mean, you've got players who've got full-time analysts, as we see that, the two players we were just talking about there, who are just focusing on that money. It's the money ball effect, isn't it? How to get that tiny little advantage over your opponent. And it's become a big part of all sports, really, but particularly in tennis as well.
It has, and I think it is something that I wish I might have had use of. I was kind of that analytical player myself, strengths and weaknesses, and but today I would say out of the top 10, every one of them are using data analytics to help further their game.
I think it's really interesting when you hear them in press conferences being asked a general question, and you hear how much they know about other players' statistics. Rafael Nadal will rattle off the scores that other players have had in the tournament before the one that they're playing in. Andy Murray, when he did a bit of commentary when he was recovering from injury, knew the percentage serve returns of Rafael Nadal in the French Open and at Wimbledon. They know specific details, don't they? That shows just how much they're going into the detail of everything on their opponents to learn about them.
Kathy, I love the fact that Rafa is taking ownership of that particular area. There are a lot of players out there that I think rely upon their coach to actually do a lot of that homework as if that's part of their job description, which I don't believe it is. I was only having this conversation with an Australian coach working with a player who competed here and had suggested that they maybe look at the video or further matches of the player that defeated them so that they could learn why they've been performing well. And his response is, oh, no, he's already on the beach and I've got to do all of that. I was like, hey, you kidding me? I mean, that's really part of the journey, is to take ownership of you're the one that's out there, so you really should have an understanding. But again, the analytical side, all of this data is of great value to players not only in the top but in the lower rankings as well.
Because that's the other thing as well, is it helps them on the court, but it also helps them direct their coaching program to the things they need to work on. Because before, I suppose, before all this, the statistical analysis, it was more a feeling between you and your coach, right? Okay, the backhand wasn't so good in that match, or the return wasn't good enough, and then you might go down that road. But I'm sure there's players and coaches who've chased the wrong thing in the past, whereas now you can literally say, right, your percentage was down in terms of first serve returns or whatever it may be, and then for the next week, if you've got an off week to practice, you could just focus on those weaknesses.
Yeah, it's spot on, exactly right. And it's not a cheap exercise using all of these companies that do provide data analytics, but that's where the tour, on the men's side specifically, they actually provide a platform on their website for the general players who perhaps can't afford to actually employ some of these companies to look after their specific matches and build a history. That the ATP, I think you can go onto the website, and for the players at least, and coaches as well, they can access some of the historical information that they've stored.
Yeah, it's something that I find really interesting with a sort of maths background, but I think players obviously do as well. As much as they are creative and have their flair with tennis, I think a lot of them are looking at those mathematical figures, aren't they? And somebody like who's very young, somebody who's like Coco Gauff at just 17 years old, you imagine that probably comes in a lot into their understanding of the tennis game now. How do you see this one going? Because we were saying that the percentage that came up was 67% for Gauff and 33% for Juvan on those pre-match insights. How do you see this match turning out on centre court?
Well, this is a huge moment, not just for Coco Gauff, because her journey is just underway. But you have to spare a moment for Juvan walking onto centre court. This is for the Slovenian to enter this arena, first time ever. I mean, not only does she have to battle against a young prodigy, she's also got to battle against walking out onto this grand stage. And it might take her a few games, could take the first set, but that's, I think, what perhaps she has to contend with today. Is adjusting to being out on centre court at Wimbledon.
We were talking about Emma Radhikane, who's on court one at the moment. She's never been on this kind of arena before. A similar story for Juvan. She's not got the chance to play on these big courts because she is, fairly young and fairly inexperienced at this level. When you're working with a player or looking back to your young self when you were first getting a chance to play on the big arenas, what would you say to someone to prepare themselves the best for taking that opportunity?
I think if you're a tennis professional and you're aspiring to actually win these majors, these are moments that you relish and that you are coveting. So whilst the first couple of times it might be a little, it's something that you should be embracing fully. And I think with Coco Gauff, from the moment that she arrived a couple of years ago here at Wimbledon, as well as the other majors, she believes that she should be playing on these grand stages. So I don't think it's as daunting for her. For her opponent, hopefully she might have had that chance to actually sneak out onto centre court, whether it was yesterday or when she heard that she was scheduled to play out on centre court. It's just to go out there, maybe sit in the stands or just stand on the side of the court, because I know that they're very sensitive about stepping onto the court. But take those deep breaths from really down low and just start to vision yourself, not just playing out there, but striking winners. And hopefully that's a process that she's gone through. I feel that is a process that has certainly helped me and helped a number of players.
And for someone like Coco Gauff, who has played on this court before, just 15 years of age the first time.
How old?
15, isn't it crazy?
What were you doing when you were 15?
15, certainly had no idea that I'd be travelling.
But she still potentially could feel quite nervous. She is still walking out onto the screen. It's not like she's played there 20 times. It is still one of her newer experiences. And she will have the confidence, though, of having done it before. How much could that help her, knowing her personality a little bit as well?
I think there's just this inner belief with Coco that this is where she's going to be playing in years to come. Yes, there probably is a moment that, the crowd, I've already noticed you know, in the last couple of days with particular marquee players, the crowd has actually supported the underdog and, you know, tried to help them so that it becomes, whether they've spared some empathy for the lower ranked or lesser known opponent, just to try and make it a bit of a battle. And I always feel like the crowd here are quite educated. And so, you know, rather than seeing a one-sided match, they like to see a bit of a battle. But if I was Coco Gauff, I'd be like, shh, silent, I need to do my business. I've got to get this over and done with so that I can live to fight another day and store a lot of that energy that she's going to need if she's going to go deeper into the tournament.
She's got a great team behind her. Patrick Muratoglu, of course, coach of Serena Williams as well, helping Coco Gauff just make that transition from child prodigy, you know, to a big-time star that's on the tour and competing at this very, very top level all the time and potentially winning Grand Slams. And that's the thing for fans, Mark, that might have not watched too much tennis. They've seen Coco Gauff a couple of years ago announcing herself on the world stage, but since then, you know, if we ignore the pandemic, in the tournaments she's played since then and when she's played Grand Slams and big events, she's elevated her level, hasn't she? She's worked on her game. She's, you know, 20 in the world now. She's a seeded player at these tournaments. It wasn't just a flash in the pan. She's made herself into a really, really strong player.
And it hasn't happened overnight, in my opinion. It's been a process. There hasn't been so much of a rush. I know that there was this age eligibility rule that was on the WTA tour that she couldn't play excessive amount of tournaments, but I think she's been prepared to take those losses on board and learn from it. It's all about experiences. And Kathy, as you said, she's still a youngster, and you know, there's a long journey ahead of her, a bright career.
One thing that has been a bit of an issue over the restart and coming back into tennis has been her serve. When you have something that just goes a little bit awry, she does serve quite a lot of double faults and she gets quite frustrated when that happens. How do you sort that out on court during a match? Because you just have to work through it, don't you?
You do, and I believe that that's more of a big picture as far as Coco's concerned. You have to have multiple weapons. We've said this in men's tennis for years and years. It applies to women's tennis as well. That's certainly one of her strengths, but it can be her Achilles heel. And I believe that her team are prepared for big picture. You know, if it's happening, go through it. It's not like she pulls back and starts to just throw that serve in. Maybe that will come in time, but because she has youth on her side, I think that the messaging is about still go for it. Rather see you play to win than try and protect your lead.
Youth on her side, but players like Coco Gauff, Aryna Sabalenka's another great example. Given how open the ladies' singles draw is, with so many of the seeds dropping out already, and the women's game in general, she's going to see this as an opportunity to potentially, you know, we're getting perhaps a little bit ahead of ourselves, but you know, every chance is a chance to win a Grand Slam, isn't it?
Exactly, and that's what could haunt players like Sabalenka and Coco Gauff. I think we've seen Sabalenka through her match against the young British girl a couple of days ago on centre court. She struggled with those emotions, heavy expectations that she places upon herself, being the number 2 seed. And I think there is that element with Coco, that now that the draw has maybe opened up, that this is a fantastic opportunity for a number of them.
Behind the scenes, she has both her mother and her father there. She's talked about the fact that her mother doesn't always travel with her because she has siblings, so she's at home. Obviously, things are different at the moment. But how much does having that stable, grounded relationship make a difference when you're in this such public arena? Because, you know, I can't imagine being that age, or as we discussed, 15, and trying to do this. But she talks so eloquently and she seems so level-headed, doesn't she?
She does. I think the WTA should be acknowledged and you know, congratulated on the way that they've perhaps helped her along. And obviously there are a number of media opportunities that she can engage in. So, you know, they've done an amazing job. I also believe that she's travelling, or she's playing doubles with Katie McNally, who is maybe a year or two older, has come through juniors with her. They've had that level of success. So being with someone around her age is, I think, a plus. You know, this is quite a mature experience and journey that she's on, and to be able to rub shoulders or at least hang out with and socialise with someone her own age, I think has an element of placing her feet on the ground still, and she can be herself.
Yeah, so often those young players are just as strong as the team that they've got behind them. Should be an interesting encounter, this one. Coco Gauff, as we saw from those IBM Insights, the favourite for it. Will it turn out that way? We can settle in for the first game on centre court. Coco Gauff serving against Kaja Juvan.
Play. Love.
The serve is a big weapon for Coco Gauff, and even though, as we've mentioned, there's been a few little glitches in it, she's definitely overcome it. And also, it's just the direction, and it's a big serve, very precise, and gets a lot of free points off it.
40 love. Big question mark how Kaja Juvan is going to handle this situation as well. Game, Gauff.
That was a very quick game from Coco Gauff, holding 2-love in the opening game of the first set of that third-round match against Kaja Juvan. You can keep watching that match on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. We are going to head over to court number 2 now and see what's happening with the 2018 Wimbledon champion, Angelique Kerber, who is the 25th seed. Her opponent, Alexander Sastovic, took the first set 6-2, and Kerber is 5-love up in the second set, and Sastovic is serving. Let's see what happens here.
Love 15. What's up? Fifteen. 13-15. All. Juice. Advantage Sastovic. Juice. Advantage Sastovic. Juice. Advantage Kerber. Game and second set Kerber. By 6 games to love. 1 set up.
What a brutal comeback from Kerber. She's just crushed Sastovic.
Wonderful variation and a sumptuous drop shot to finish.
The advantage you have if you hit a slice backhand is that you can disguise the fact that you're going to hit a drop shot. Perfectly disguised there. Goodness me.
An incredible return.
There's some quality on display on court one.
This was not a bad second serve from Stevens, but Samsonova just handles it above the shoulders.
Oh no, that is ridiculous. One of the shots of the tournament. And Fabio will just have loved it.
Unbelievable in just the second game. You're already getting great shot making.
You are allowed to go around the net post. There wasn't anywhere else she could go.
too good. Touche, right back at you. I thought Muguruza's reply was excellent. Or with terrific anticipation and feel.
That's fantastic. And he got the luck on the complete miss-hit return. Could chase this for a week and not get there.
Well, it had a little bit of everything, that rally. The ball hitting the line, hitting the net cord, having a miss hit, but at the end of it all...
Very entertaining for the crowd. Had a little bit of everything, didn't it?
Oh, wonderful stuff from Dan Evans. Pegged back, but never giving up and finding the winner.
Absolutely tremendous shot from this position to get enough on it, having to slice it.
Yeah, plenty of great shots throughout the day yesterday, and some big hitting so far on court 12 between Hubert Hurkacz, the number 14 seed from Poland, big serving player, and Alexander Bublik, who's got plenty of power on both sides as well. Hurkacz took the first set 6-3, and here he is serving for the second at 5-4.
Let's go. So some positivity from Bublik. Who's in the R's from this court 12 crowd, enjoying this encounter now. He did well there, Hurkacz, because the return hit the service line, and that happens. It just grips the titanium pigmentation and that delays the bounce of the ball, so he had to adjust there, the pole. He was alert to do so.
(40-15).
2 set points. That will do nicely.
And second set, Hurkacz.
Similar to the first set, just the one breaker serve needed. And it is a 2 sets to love lead for the 14th seed. Hurkacz taking the second set, 6-4.
Hubert Hurkacz taking the second set there against Alexander Bublik on court 12, 6-3, 6-4, and you can continue watching that match on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. Our cameras are over on Orangi Park, where the players are practicing, whether they're playing today, whether they're playing tomorrow, just having a quick hit. The world #1, Ash Barty, is there ahead of her match against Katerina Siniakova. We have Mark Woodford alongside us. She always looks very relaxed, so you can't tell a huge amount from that, can you? But how do you think she'll be feeling as we head into the third round here at Wimbledon?
As my fists were pumping,
yeah.
pictures of
Aussie,
Ash Barty,
Aussie.
yeah, getting out onto the grass there. You know, I've said this to you guys before. I think that one of the more underrated shots in tennis, and the reason why Ash Barty has done exceptionally well, is that secretive. Sometimes it's nasty. If you're up the other end, it is certainly a nasty shot to have to play against, is the backhand slice. It's certainly not a winning, you don't hit winners from it, but it sets up the point, and she's able to adapt her game with the forehand, and she has the ability to move forward. She's a very fine volleyer, very comfortable transitioning from the baseline to the net, and I just hope that physically everything is going okay with Ash Barty.
And those different spins in the women's game particularly can be very, very important, because there are so many players that play quite a flat style from the baseline. They don't mix it up too much, and that's, I think, key to Ash's success, using, as you said, that slice backhand. We see it there on that point. She gives players something slightly different to look at.
Well, it's a decision the opposition have to make. Do I go to the forehand, and that's quite an offensive response from Barty, or do I go to the backhand and I have to contend with maybe a two-hander that she can come over the top of, or on this surface in particular, she's using that backhand slice? Or do I try and, you know, move her? I mean, it is a very difficult choice for the girls up the other end to know what to do against Ash. And you can see in some of these highlights, she's just willing to stay on the baseline, wait for her opportunity.
And that variety as well has come from playing doubles. She had, you know, so much success in doubles prior to enjoying, I suppose, success in a Grand Slam level in singles, and that means that she's had to play some of these different shots. She's comfortable coming to the net, and that's helped her.
And that's why I really like you, Adam, to hear that you're advocating
doubles play.
Love the doubles.
To be a player at these majors, play singles and doubles.
Well, it's worked for Ash, though, hasn't it? I mean, she is a case in point of someone who, you know, enjoyed success in doubles, and then that translated into success in singles, and you know, it's becoming a little bit more popular now. But for so long, the top singles players, they would never go anywhere near a doubles court.
Maybe taking a leaf out of Sam Stosur's book. Sam Stosur had a success early on in her career, certainly at Grand Slam level, by competing in doubles, formed a great relationship, partnership with Lisa Raymond, and that translated onto the singles court. You build up that belief, and it's certainly working well for the Australian.
I bet you'll be pleased with the likes of Barbora Krejcikova, who came from a doubles background, who's won the French Open, and in fact Ash Barty is playing her doubles opponent, doubles partner, isn't she, Katerina Siniakova, who's had a lot of doubles success. She will be playing Ash Barty later on centre court. This is the scene on court number 3 at the moment. Matteo Berrettini, the 7th seed. We know what he can do on grass after Queens this year. He is serving against Alias Benene, 6-4, and it is 5-4 in the second set. We'll join the commentary.
No chance. Not much he could do about that. Benene hit some good depth on these ground strokes. There really wasn't much he could do about that. He hit a good forehand there. That's just too good.
Bludgeoning down, serve after serve after serve. Ace number 13 brings up 3 set points.
Game and second set to Berrettini.
Another big serve from the Italian to take that second set 6-4 to add to the first set that he won 6-4 as well. Court 3, we're going to jump over to court 2 now, where Angelique Kerber has completely turned this match around. We saw how she lost the first set against Sastovic 6-2. Then she steadied herself, won the second 6-love, and she's 5-1 up and serving for the match. And we can join the commentators there on 2.
I think Kerber also was probably lying in wait for a drop shot back off that one. She knew it was coming so quickly up to it.
The wheels have come off for Sastovic. Dominant in the first set, but Kerber has just worked her out.
Game, set, match. Kerber. 2 sets to 1, 2-6.
Angelique Kerber, the 2018 champion. Slightly strange scoreline there in that match. She dropped the first set 6-2 against Alexander Sastovic, but she has come back to take the next 2 sets 6-love, 6-1 on court number 2, and Kerber is through to the 4th round. A bit of a sigh of relief by the looks of things there.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest time recently, has it, for Angelique Kerber, since, as you said, winning Wimbledon in 2018. She hasn't always been able to back that up. I think so many people, Mark, expected a bit more of Angelique Kerber, given what she, you know, the gifts that she's got, the power she can generate from the baseline. She's a lefty as well, so slightly different perspective for other players. But I think it's some of the stuff perhaps off the court, or her confidence hasn't always been at the same level as her tennis, and that means that she wasn't really able to build too much from that.
Yeah, she's won 3 of the 4 slams, so perhaps that she's in an effort to try and secure that 4th, because that would be something. I mean, historical fact, asset of winning the 4 slams. You know, you wonder whether she would have imagined that early on in her career. So, you know, you don't know whether she's tried to change her game in an effort to win that elusive Roland Garros title. A surface, you would think, on clay that, you know, she's adjusted to, brought up on the clay, that maybe she'd be able to pick that one up. But, yeah, she just hasn't been able to find form of late, but it's a welcome return to form and confidence by winning matches here.
She did talk about how difficult she found it being the world's #1 and having everybody after her. I know Serena Williams talks about the fact that everybody brings their A game. They have the best match of their life when they're playing against Serena Williams. And I think Kerber actually found that quite difficult, and she had that to perform after being world #1 because she couldn't really cope with that mentally and had to sort of go away and prepare herself to come back and do that, didn't she?
It's not an easy feat to actually reach that pinnacle of our sport, whether it's on the men's side or the women's side. Sometimes it's the journey that's the exciting part. It takes you a long time to actually reach that #1 spot. But a lot of players, I think, have suffered. Arantxa Sanchez Vicario, I think, is one that springs to my mind. When she reached #1, if you think for years and years she was chasing Steffi Graf, she had Sabatini in front of her, she had to deal with Navratilova still. But once she reached that #1 ranking in the sport, she struggled with it, and down went her form, confidence. I think you rest on your laurels. For Todd and I know that when we reached #1, we had our coach pull us aside and say, look, this is a fantastic result, but you want to be able to keep year after year trying to improve your game. You're not there to maintain that level. the goal is to try and lift that standard even more. And that's certainly for us. We never just stayed that fact that we'd reached number one. We kept trying to build upon that. And perhaps Angie Kerber can maybe get to some of that form of maybe working with some of her old team again and see if she can win another Wimbledon title.
Yeah, great to see Angelique Kerber playing some of her better tennis and into the fourth round here. Now, when you look through the order of play, there's one match that really jumps out in the men's singles today on court number one. This man, Felix Auger-Aliassime of Canada, such an exciting young player, against Nick Kyrgios, your countryman, Mark. We'll talk about Felix Auger-Aliassime first before we get on to Kyrgios, because the expectation on Felix Auger-Aliassime is great. You know, he's almost, if you were to create a tennis player in a lab, you'd come up something similar to him. Physically great, he speaks well, he's you know, a worldly character off the court. He's got a great forehand, great backhand, good serve as well. But there's a distance, I think, perhaps his level at the moment and winning a Grand Slam, that people thought he would close that gap slightly quicker.
Well, I'm glad that he hasn't just yet. I'm more of a person who thinks big picture, longevity. There's going to be, the journey is still in the early stages for Felix, and without a doubt, he has a lethal game. There's nothing that stands out significantly. It's a really strong serve. He hits the ball extraordinarily well off forehand and backhand. He's a great athlete. I'm not sure how he is up at net yet. I think I still have my reservations about him transitioning forward, but these are all still brand new experiences, and this is what it is today against Nick Kyrgios. There's going to be a bit of a sideshow, and I'll be actually commentating that match a little later as well, so I'm eager to see, not just for the Australian sakes, for Kyrgios and how he bounces back from the mixed doubles yesterday, but to see how Felix, how he handles the spotlight walking onto court one, because he does start the favourite in this match.
Kyrgios mentioned that his body was really hurting. He has not played much tennis at all over the last 15 months or so, and he had played a couple of days, 3 days in a row because of the rain. So how do you think he will come to this match physically? Because it's a big strain on your body to do what he's been doing over the last few days, isn't it?
It's a big question, Kathy. I mean, have a look at this. He's out here practicing. This is at Arangi Park, not too far away from our position, but wearing a mask while he's practicing.
There's a lot of COVID guidelines that surround Wimbledon this year, but I'm not sure wearing a mask on court is one of them.
And this is the practice. This is you know, how laid back Nick's approach is. It reminds me of kind of Federer and Nadal. If you go by Nadal's practice court, maybe 30 minutes that he has on the practice, 29 minutes he is giving 100%. You go by Roger Federer's court, and, you know, he's flopping shots all over the place. It's kind of like Nick Kyrgios. I think he might be channeling Roger Federer's approach.
And this was him in his singles match. You mentioned the sideshow there, and I think that's quite a good way to describe it. He was chatting away to the crowd. Sometimes he's happy, sometimes he's angry, sometimes he's asking them, where should I serve? That can be difficult for opponents, and it's going to be difficult for Felix Auger-Aliassime today, because he almost lulls you into a false sense of security. That I mean, this is a great point. He just chose a lady in the crowd to ask her where he should serve, but it can be distracting, and other players have to focus that actually this is just part of him, and he's still trying. He's just going to do this on the side as well, and they have to try to look inwardly and focus on their game, which can be very difficult to do when he's doing these kind of things.
At match point as well. How difficult is that for the opponent to deal with?
And I think she gave him some sound advice.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? To go down the tee?
Yep.
She got the coaching job.
I think she got the tennis ball at the end of the match, because he thanked her that way. But it is interesting that he can do that on court, and he can concentrate. But it will, depending on your opponent, potentially have some negative impact on the opponent. And, you know, it's great. It's great for the game. It's great. Bringing young people into the game, it's fantastic fun. And that's why we watch sport. It's entertainment. But it is interesting in terms of the mental aspect for the opponent. As Adam was saying, they really have to concentrate, don't they?
I think Felix is a bit more straightforward type of a guy. That, you know, his goal will be to look down at his shoelaces, just let Nick, do his thing. And I think there is an element for me is the energy level of Kyrgios in this particular match that he's about to play against the Canadian. How is he feeling? It is so unusual. I've been so surprised with the level that Nick has come out and played so far. Yes, he's relaxed. Yes, he's excited to be here. He loves the fact that there are crowds.
Yep.
But how is he physically going to turn up, having played the 3 matches or 2 matches so far, plus the mixed doubles yesterday, which did take a bit out of him. He had to give quite a bit of attention to that mixed double.
Yeah, here's some highlights of that match against Venus Williams. I think the crowd are absolutely loving this one as well.
So was Venus.
Yes, an interesting dynamic again. I mean, Venus is old enough to be his mum, probably, with a difference in age. But they were really both getting it. I mean, there was a lovely shot there. Venus was clearly enjoying playing with Nick Kyrgios. And I think that beneath the exterior, deep down within Nick, is a competitor. He wouldn't have got to this level if that wasn't in there. It's easy to just look at him playing the fool and laughing and joking around, but beneath that is someone who desires to win these matches and I'm sure wants to potentially win a Grand Slam one day. And that is...
Did he do the pirouette?
He does the pirouette.
He
does the Venus twirl.
And that's the thing, I suppose, for him is to get himself into the right mindset to be able to bring his best tennis out. And so far, being relaxed and doing all of this stuff seems to be helping.
It certainly has. And what is going to happen, unfortunately, that's just the part of our sport, is the deeper you go into these grand tournaments, the spotlight and the pressure does build up, and he's got to be able to handle that at some stage, and certainly hope that he can. Australia has had such a strong pedigree with champions that have won here and understand that whole process. And if there's probably one aspect that I hope that Nick, even though he is coachless at the moment, that perhaps he can call upon some of our past champions that have won here to help him. It's not necessarily take them and have them sitting in the box, but maybe just have that conversation. And we know that he is very honest and open type of fella, and it's okay to if he is having a little quiet talk, whether it is to someone like Pat Cash, maybe a Pat Rafter, be it a John Newcomb. Not sure whether he'd maybe call upon Rod Laver, because Rod Laver has that X factor to it. But just to help him traverse the 14-day tournament, 7 matches, best of 5 sets.
Yeah, we'll come back to the conversation in a moment, Mark. Just stay there while we go across to court number 12. Herbert Hurkacz, the 14th seed at this tournament, playing Alexander Bublik. And as we saw a little earlier, Hurkacz took the first 2 sets, 6-3, 6-4. We are now in the 3rd set, and it is Hurkacz serving for the match at 5-2.
He's feeling good right now, Hurkacz, and why not?
15 love.
Yeah, he's strong off of both wings, isn't he, really?
30 love.
Serves well,
yeah.
Serves well, moves well. He's a good player.
From a temperament point of view, there's very little fuss with regards to Hurkacz. I always hear that he's an incredibly hard worker off the court too. And he is reaping the rewards. 3 match points. For the first time in his career, Hubert Hurkacz is through to the 2nd week of a Grand Slam.
3 sets to love.
Against the always entertaining Sasha Bublik.
6-2.
Doesn't give opponents a lot of rhythm. But you have to say Hubert Hurkacz dealt with his opponent superbly well. kept his composure throughout. And the form that he is showing here, he is a danger. As I say, won 2 titles this year. When he's generally gone on a run, he hasn't been stopped. And will that be the case here at Wimbledon in 2021? Bublik, he is a fan favourite, but didn't really find his A game today, in truth. It is Hurkacz who wins through in straight sets. 6-3, 6-4, 6-2 in an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the
minutes.
interest of security, if you leave your seat, please make sure you take all your belongings with you. Please do not leave property.
Essential day for the sun cream today.
Left-footed.
Advantage.
That sounded awfully like a champagne bottle popping.
Breakfast of champions.
Can you turn on your phone?
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please switch off your mobile phones? Thank you.
A slightly more polite interpretation of what Rublev was saying.
Well, some of those occasionally make the highlights reel. That one won't.
Is there a lowlights reel?
Any ketchup? Any mustard? What do you, Colin? What are your preferences when it comes to hot doggery?
Definitely with you. There's onions in there. Just ketchup for me. Never understood that combo, mustard and ketchup.
Well, a great entertainer. Oh, the point of the match by far.
Well, we've heard loads of cheers and applause from that court there. Inside court one, it's been a brilliant match so far. We thought it would be. Emma Raducanu, the young British player, giving a great account of herself. She took the first set 6-3, and we can join it with Kirstea serving down 4-3 in the second set. Very, very close.
Love 15.
Kirstea barely time to finish her service motion. The ball's on her.
13.
Such disciplined tennis. Raducanu.
Caught the line.
15-13.
Good body serve, got jammed.
Break point and a second serve. Is there for the taking. She's going to go back to her towel, reset. Tricky. He had a lot of backspin, and Kristeva has to put the brakes on so she doesn't touch the net.
Advantage, Radhikane.
A third go, a third break point.
Yes.
Serving more frequently to the forehand. Backhand of Radhikane more sturdy.
Excellent serving, excellent point management.
Advantage, Kristeva. Miss Kristeva is challenging the goal. Left service line, the ball's called out.
There's 3 challenges left this set. How about that forehand? Sharp angle cross and then gets down so low to fill a gap up the line.
Miss Kristeva has 2 challenges remaining. Advantage, Kristeva.
Kristeva's raised her level. Her back was against the wall. Second serve to the backhand at your peril.
Yes.
Tremendous authority on that backhand. Used that play a number of times on the deuce. Serve out wide and go behind Radhikane.
Radhikane did what she could to hold her ground, suspecting that that might be the next play, and it was, but still not quite there. Well played.
Well read from Radhikane. The racket went up from Kirstea. Immediately started moving forward.
And we're learning as much about Emma Radhikane in this game as much as we were in those games that she was rattling through.
Let for service.
Movement and better winner. That takes a special athlete.
Advantage, Radhikane.
Another break point.
Yes.
This game is the battle inside the battle. What do you say? 4 break points this game. It's down 15-40 to start. It's about 8 minutes ago.
Advantage, Kirstea.
Full time of asking coach Adrian Krusiak, wondering if this is the point that Kirstea sees it out.
Past the 10-minute mark now.
Yes.
Radhikane can break here. She serves for the match.
Advantage, Radhikane.
.111 miles an hour. She went for it.
Yes.
It's her fastest serve of the day for Kirstea to fend off her 5th break point this game.
She has been brilliant. When the chips have been down, she has been brilliant, Sorana Kirstea. Oh no! It was
Advantage, Kirstea.
Kirstea didn't go for the big pass. She hit it right to her. Feet got tangled up.
fair. Challenging the call. Left baseline, the ball's called out.
She has 2 left. This looked long to me. Shaking her head because she feels like she would have been in
Replay the point.
Great position to win the point. Instead, she has to replay it.
What an extraordinary game.
Let the service. Fault.
Her passing shots have been extremely precise.
Yes.
Better come in with a pretty big approach shot. Raducanu likes a target.
Advantage, Costea.
Well, this game has been a box set in its own right.
Game, Costea. Four games all, second set.
Well, that matchup is an absolute thriller, and you can continue to watch that on all major Wimbledon broadcast partners as well. I'm sure you'll want to do that and see how that one plays out. I'd love to, but I'm right here joining you guys now for the next hour with Danny Jameson. Danny, what a day we've had so far from a British perspective. And for anyone who wants to see a youngster do well on their debut at Wimbledon, because that's exactly what Emma Radhikane is doing right there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I wish you could see our reaction. Our entire crew's been absolutely glued to that game. It lasted just over 15 minutes, back and forth, some extraordinary points and some incredible poise as well from 2 players who aren't used to a stage this big.
Yeah, I know. We were speaking to Laura Robson, weren't we, yesterday, saying we really hope she's not on centre court. She wanted us to be on, I think it was court number 2. In the end, she's on court number 1 just behind us, and we're actually reliving, or living, I'm going to say, every point with her at the moment. And I think everyone around the ground as well, because most of the fans here this time out are British, so you can really feel the energy and excitement, because I think it was back in '84 when Annabel Croft, on her debut, in obviously the seniors, got to the 3rd round. No British female has got that far on their debut in the seniors, so it'd be a bit of history in the making if Emma was to do that as well, Danny, and that would be something.
Yeah, if she wins today, do we have to start thinking about what we call the hill? We've gone Henman Hill, we've gone Murray Mount, Radhikane Ridge.
Has it ever been called after a female British tennis player?
I feel like we might
Did
have to
Annabel
make
ever
it
get
first.
a name after her?
I'm not sure she did.
I'm not sure if she did. Or Laura Robson, for that matter.
There you go.
When
Let's
she
start
was
thinking, shall
the
we?
girls' Wimbledon champion. I have no idea, but we'll get that as a conversation starter when we go and speak to the fans a bit later on.
Yep, let's head out to court. Number 3 court here, Matteo Berrettini, the 7th seed against Aljaz Bedene of Slovenia. Berrettini, the Queen's champion earlier this summer, he beat Cameron Norrie in the final. He's aiming for his 100th tour win here. He won in 4 sets against Bedene 2 years ago here at Wimbledon in the first round. And we'll join him here serving for the match.
He might not win this tournament, but no one's going to give him a lesson anymore. Well,
30-15.
we haven't seen one of those wild forehands for a while. I think that was just too much adrenaline flowing there at 30 love. He's just calming himself down a bit, taking a bit longer, visualizing the target.
Oh, now he's coming in on the party.
What a volley that was too. Thought that was behind him.
That was sent back with huge pace. But Berrettini now has 2 chances to seal the deal.
This man means business. Matteo Berrettini of Italy, champion of Queens. Could he be the champion of Wimbledon in 2021? He is in ominous form. One hour, 42 minutes. He has dispatched Aljaz Bedene. A routine victory, but with flashes of brilliance.
Yep. Really a good hand there. But he was just outclassed today. At the end of the match there, Berrettini hit his ball out. I think he thought he was on the centre court and didn't realise there was only 10 rows. It went flying over the fence, so he hit the ball out and poor old the fans couldn't get anywhere near it. Didn't realise his own strength. But what a solid performance. I mean, he didn't have to play great, but his serve was magnificent.
Well, this year at Wimbledon marks the 75th anniversary of service stewards here at Wimbledon, and to honour that, some of them have been able to go into the royal box and enjoy Wimbledon here from such a wonderful position. Now joining me, John Zanku. John, can you talk to me about the day?
So today has been one of those emotional days in the good sense that the club has recognised the contribution of armed forces helping out over the years, 75 years today. Having the opportunity to sit in the royal box, services through the pandemic and also to the championship, it's an honour to be here today.
And how long have you been a service steward for?
So my very first one was around 2009. I haven't been every year since, but I've always tried to get time off if I can to be here to help out through the championship.
What have some of your duties been?
So duties for myself, so this year I'm doing court intrusion, so we protect the players and we also interact with the public. So when the players sit down, we stand on the court and make sure the public is happy, the players feel reassured, and it gives it that prestigiousness of the championship. So yeah.
What does it mean to you to be able to come to the championships and also now sit in the royal box?
It means everything, especially being a tennis fan myself. It's a privilege to be at Wimbledon and also to have the chance to be on centre court, working for the championships and also enjoying good tennis as well. So it's an honour to be here.
You mentioned you're a tennis fan. Have you got any fond memories in particular that stand out for you in your time here at the championships?
Yes, that will be way back 2013 when Andy Murray won his first Wimbledon. It was an emotional moment, and it was proud to be British then on the day, and being here as forces myself to witness that.
Absolutely. I think that was definitely a highlight for many of us throughout that year.
Yeah.
Well, John, thank you so much for joining us, and I really hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for all your contributions as well.
Thank you very much. Privilege to be here. Thank you.
It's great to hear everyone's stories, of course, but let's catch up on some more action now over on court 15. This is the third rounds of the ladies' singles. Ostapenko and Tomljanovic, and Ostapenko is serving to stay in the match.
challenge here from Ostapenko.
Ostapenko had a good view. Thinks it might have been wide. Hawkeye will give us the definitive decision. Just enough. Crowd enjoyed that decision from Hawkeye. Oh, great return. 2 points from the round of 16. Isla Tomljanovic.
For the first time.
Yeah. Ostapenko looking a little deflated. Stroked away for a winner.
15-13.
Forward and able to finish the point with a sharp volley. Pressure on this second serve for the Latvian. She's put it wide, and Isla Tomljanovic has a match point after 1 hour and 54 minutes of play.
14.
And if she does win it here, I wonder how tricky the handshake will be at the net if Ostapenko loses this one. She's found an unreturned serve. 1 match point. Passes Tomljanovic by. It's out.
Ostapenko is challenging the call on the right side line.
Called out.
Yeah, I think Isla is pretty sure that this ball is out.
Let's have a look. Here we go. Here's the final decision. It was comfortably out. Match point number 2. It's over. Tomljanovic gets the win, and you have to say, richly deserved. No love lost between these two. Ostapenko is there waiting to shake hands, but Tomljanovic I don't think is interested.
Your behavior is terrible, terrible. You're the one. You have zero respect, yes? Honestly, you're the one to talk. What?
Oh, goodness me, your behavior is terrible, said Ostapenko. You have zero respect. And Tomljanovic made it clear that she was happy to talk to Ostapenko about what went on later.
So Isla Tomljanovic through in 3 sets. She will play in round 4, the winner of this match that's taking place right now on court number 1.
British tennis has a new start. Wimbledon has a new start. And we have just heard one of the sporting roars of the year. 18-year-old Emma Radhikane into the 4th round at Wimbledon. Drink it in, drink it in. What have we just seen?
That is a well-deserved victory. She played her heart out, played the match of her life, and a win over a player who has been in form. Recently got to the 4th round in Paris. There were some bobbles along the way, but she was so mature in rebounding. What a star.
Oh, what a difficult hour and 40 minutes for Sorana Castella as well. Such a popular player on tour. Off the back of one of the moments of her career, beating Victoria Azarenka, but that is tough to take for her.
Very classy crowd giving Castella a hand. She gave her all today. Her hopes dashed for a second week. Disappointment, but for this young lady, a wild card here. Never won a WTA match at this level until this year's Wimbledon.
And she's going to play in the 4th round the Australian Ilia Tomljanovic, who has just beaten Yelena Ostapenko, former Roland Garros champion, the winner at Eastbourne along the way here. And to think that once all this is done, she's still got the drama of her A-level results to open. Just to put it into perspective, but my goodness, Nigel Sears, he's got some tennis stories to tell. And she's just loved it. She's smiled from start to finish. And what a treat that was. How much we're going to enjoy watching her young career develop over the next few years. And she is through in an hour and 40, 6-3-7-5, and her next job to have a chat with Rishi.
Emma, how was that?
Honestly, I'm so speechless right now. At the end, I didn't know what my reaction would be if I would won, and then that just happened. So, I mean, I'm just so grateful for all the support that I had today. Like, I really appreciate it.
There's the romantic side about the fact that you're 18 years old, doing so well at Wimbledon. There's also the serious side that you are now clearly one of the top players. What do you get most out of this success today?
Just to stay here another day, really, and play in front of you. So.
How were those nerves from start to finish?
Yeah, at the beginning, definitely. This is by far the biggest court I've played on. So I think that I coped quite well in the beginning. And, you know, it was a tight match. Like, I was 3-1 down as well in the first set. But I just tried to hold my nerve. I mean, you really got me through in the second set, you know, and the first set, the whole match, really.
And what about being involved in a second week at Wimbledon? How exciting does that sound?
Who'd have thought? I mean, it's funny because at the beginning, when I was packing to come into the bubble, my parents were like, aren't you packing too many sets of match kit? So, I think I'm going to have to do some laundry tonight, but I think they have a laundry service at the hotel, so I'm all good, guys.
I think I'll just say it one more time just to make sure that we all believe it. Emma Radhikane, you're into the second week at Wimbledon. Congratulations.
Danny, I think we now have a new darling of British tennis. Everybody is going to be talking about that girl. I mean, I'll still say she's a girl, even though she's playing in the women's draw at Wimbledon at 18 years of age. And actually, we were having a little look earlier. Her social media, which is very important to 18-year-olds, has already increased from 9,000 to 36,000. That was about an hour ago. So in the middle of that match,
even bigger now.
I'm not going to check why I'm on screen because that's slightly unprofessional, but I'm sure it's kind of reaching the 50k mark, which, when Emma goes and looks at that, will probably be quite chuffed because, you know, youngsters do like to count their social media following, don't they?
53,000 now.
53,000. And let's talk about stats.
Yeah.
She ranks very high now, top 200.
Yeah.
And she jumps from
She was the British number 10 up to the British number 4. She was the lowest ranked player left in the women's draw. She's world number 338 coming into this tournament. She's not going to be come the end of next week when the world rankings get updated. As you say, into the world top 200, British number 4. And that's only the beginning.
It is only the beginning. I can't wait to see how she gets on. Like she was just told, rightly so, during that interview, she is through for the second week at Wimbledon. Look at that reaction. Can't quite believe it, especially after that 15-minute game. I think it was the 7th game in the second set. It took a while, and it obviously ended up going pretty well for her, didn't it?
Even the match point was an absolute epic, wasn't it? Back and forth, back and forth. I think there were 3 or 4 times where the crowd, we could hear them behind us on our position here, thought the match was over, shrieking and all sorts. I really enjoyed how much she managed to get into the crowd as well. It wasn't like stage fright on a big court for the first time. She really looked like she enjoyed herself out there, which was absolutely superb.
Yeah, she did as well. I was reading a couple of facts as well. She can speak conversational Mandarin. Of course she can.
As you do.
What else can she do? Maths and economics. If she wasn't a tennis player, she said she'd be a lawyer. I think at the moment, stick to what you're winning at, and that, of course, is playing tennis.
Yeah, and we talked about her being 18. The 2 other of the 3 youngest players left in the draw are in action on centre court. Coco Gauff and Kaya Juvan. These are the 2 of the 3 youngest players left. Juvan here, a set down and serving now to stay in the match at 5-3.
Above 15.
Just never lets up, does she, Coco Gauff? Keeps on coming, asking questions. And it's Juvan who's desperate to hold here and ask Gauff a couple of her own.
Well, she'd be so disappointed with that last shot, going backwards when she hit it. 3 match points.
Shot really quickly, Yuvan.
15-14.
Again, great anticipation.
Suddenly the wind whipping up, taking that ball off course. Still match point for Goff.
Game, 7 match.
And the third one is the one that does it for her.
2 sets to 1, 6-3, 6-3.
And Coco Goff, age 17, is into the second week of Wimbledon once again. They love her here. And they're going to be seeing an awful lot more of young Coco Goff, who's going to face Angelique Kerber in the 4th round. That was impressive, Annabelle.
Oh, it was so impressive, David. And, you know, just out of the blocks quickly, very efficient. And you have to admire what Kaya Yuvan threw at her, because she was a little bit nervous and tense to start with. And then as she started to flourish herself, we saw what she was capable of. But I think she threw an awful lot at Coco Goff, and she navigated, as I said, her way around it and coped with it all. But the serving was good, the aggressive game style. We saw those little introductions of drop shots and slices. We saw a little bit of everything from her, and really impressive performance.
And isn't that nice? Philip de Hayes, the coach of Kaya Yuvan, just congratulating the parents of Coco Goff, who moves into the last 16 of Wimbledon with that fantastic 6-3, 6-3 win. And we now get a chance to hear from Coco Goff talking to John Inverdale.
Coco, many congratulations. 2 years ago, you know, this is one of the most famous sporting arenas in the whole world, and perhaps you seemed a bit in awe of it. But now you seem totally at home. Is that how you feel inside as well?
Yeah, I think definitely coming in today, I wasn't as nervous as I was in my 2nd round. But you guys always bring the energy on the court. No matter if you're rooting for me or not, it's a good feeling to be on this court, and I'm super honored that the tournament allows me to play on this court. It's not often that a 17-year-old gets to play here, so thank you.
I think you could be here quite a few more times in the future. Our commentary team throughout the match kept using the word relentless to describe your style. You never let up. How hard is it to keep that amount of intensity going the whole time?
Honestly, it's really not that hard. It's just because I want to win so bad. So I try my best every point. So yeah, to me, I mean, I want to win so bad that I'm going to give it my all every time I step on the court.
Well, you're through to the second week again, and you've got Angie Kerber on Monday, who obviously has won here in the past. So that's that's a big match. I think you might be back in here on Monday. This time next week, it will be the final. Dare you dream about that now?
Yeah, I dream of I mean, I dream about it, but I mean, I like to take it one match at a time and focus on the match in front of me. And obviously the goal is to be in front of you guys next week, but I think it's important that I just focus on the match in front of me and enjoy the moment as it goes.
Well, enjoy today. The winner again, Coco Goff.
Thank you guys.
Well, there we go, Coco Goff there. easing her way through to the second week, and it doesn't look like the nerves have got to her too much, because she spoke about that a couple of days ago, saying that she actually gets really nervous on centre court. Didn't really look like it. It looked like a pretty convincing victory there, didn't it, Danny?
I mean, she said she doesn't remember much about her centre court experience 2 years ago. I think she'll remember this one. It's remarkably professional. Good day for the teenagers.
Absolutely was. Good day for all the fans as well, watching from Wimbledon today. They've been really lucky, actually. We thought we were going to get an awful day in terms of weather, and it hasn't been like that just yet. It's been pretty nice for fans who have only got ground passes and are sitting on the hill, soaking up all the atmosphere with the pins there.
It's worked out quite well for them. A couple of hours we lost this morning has pushed everything back. There's just so much top-class tennis going on all around us, pretty much.
Yep, absolutely. Let's join all the action now on court number 2. Taylor Fritz, who we got to speak to yesterday from the hotel room bubble, is in a tie-break with Zverev. Right now we can join the commentary.
1-0 Fritz.
Tie-break record for Zverev this year, 11 wins, 6 losses. So well in the positives. And equally impressive for Fritz. 10 wins, 5 losses. Both playing the big moments well.
Two, 1, Zverev.
That is fantastic from Fritz.
Oh, what brilliant movement to his backhand there. That was a good forehand up the line from Zverev. Struck it well, but beautiful bit of skill to flick that one cross court as well as he did. And back behind, and Zverev was covering the open court, so didn't have to go too close to the line with that finishing shot.
Three, 2 Fritz.
So Taylor Fritz just securing the mini break to go 4-2 up in his tie break. Tie break that he's played impeccably so far. And that's quite a response from Zverev. His sixth ace of the match.
An angle that he can find at his height and hit it that hard as well. Almost impossible to get a racket on, even if you guess the right way.
Terrific placement from Fritz once again. Finding the corner with that forehand.
Yeah, this has been a high quality tiebreak from Fritz, has not put a foot wrong.
6-3.
So
Fritz.
set points now for Taylor Fritz. That is a brilliant tiebreak that is just being played by Taylor Fritz. Securing a double mini break to take the first set on the tiebreak. 7-3 in the tiebreak to take it 7-6 after 40 minutes of play here on court number 2.
Never mind. Service stewards here at Wimbledon are integral to the running of the championships, and as it is the 75th anniversary of it, Anne Miller-McCaffrey is joining me, Royal Naval Reservist. Now, you have been a service steward here since 1991, is that correct?
Absolutely, yes, I have. I've not had the opportunity to do every year, but I have done quite a majority of that time.
And what's it been like? Can you tell me a little bit about what you've done here?
It's been amazing. I've seen the site grow in size massively, but I've also had opportunity to work on the old number 1 court, the new number 1 court when that was built, a couple of different spaces on centre court, but also I'm now a team leader, so I look after one of the areas that looks after the players' families and guests as well. So I've seen it from lots and lots of different angles, and just love coming back every year.
Well, that's very... I mean, you must have seen so much around the players and the guests.
Yeah, it's really nice to... I've just recently adopted a little girl, and it's really nice to see the players' families growing up. That's kind of what that's really resonated with me over the last few years. So when the youngsters come along and then they get the opportunity to sit on court a little bit later. So I've just loved seeing the families grow as well.
And now you've been recognised for all your hard work over these years. You're getting to sit in the walk me through what an incredible experience that's been.
I personally have not sat in the Royal Box today. However, I know some people that are in there.
Are you going to get in?
I'll hopefully one day, yes. But I know that the people that are in there, one of my friends is in there, and because of the work they've done with the pandemic over the last 18 months or so, and they're having a great time. It's just really nice to be recognised by such a brilliant institution like Wimbledon for their hard work.
And what would you say has been your fondest memory here at Wimbledon?
Oh wow, there's so many, to be honest. I am thinking about writing a book at some point.
Are you really?
But I think in the meantime, watching Steffi Graf win has always been a highlight for me. So I really enjoyed the days back when she was playing.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to chat to you, and thank you so much for everything that you've done over the years, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day here at Wimbledon.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Jenny there. We've seen quite the early afternoon of tennis, haven't we? Particularly on number 1, where Emma Radhikane, the world number 338, through to the second week of Wimbledon, and hot from the commentary booth, Laura Robson. How was that for you?
Very stressful, very exciting, and so impressive. What a performance from the 18-year-old. I can't believe how impressive it was, because she's just not played this many matches at this level and came out there with nothing to lose. And yeah, we all said that would be her plan, but it's so much easier said than done. And to actually deliver a performance like that and to get the crowd involved like she did and compete, you know, even that last match point, she really stayed in the rally and committed to fighting for every single point, but just looked like she loved every single moment. It was a pleasure to commentate on, because she enjoyed herself, we enjoyed ourselves, and yeah, I'm so pleased for her that she's in the second week, because she's not played pretty much anything over the last 18 months and almost was in qualifying of this tournament and got her wildcard upgraded to main draw just a couple of weeks ago when she made the quarterfinal of an ITF, so not even a WTA, an ITF. And look at what she's done with it. It's just been a roller coaster, but one that so many of us who've known her for a couple of years and have always seen the level and the game that she has, it's just been it's so impressive to see her perform like this when she's never done it. This is her Grand Slam debut, and it's ridiculous because you would think with the way that she behaved today, and she looked like the more experienced player out there, to be honest, in terms of the tight moments where it felt like, oh, the 31-year-old Castella is going to get ahead here because she's been in this position before. But that's when Emma really lifted her level and just competed so well. I can't say enough good things about her because she's worked so hard to get to this point, has had a tough year really, where I think in a way it's tough to see your contemporaries playing abroad when her family made the decision to not have her travel during the pandemic, and just hadn't had the chance to show what she could do until this week, and look what she's done with it.
Right, you said it was tight. We want to know about that 7th game in that second set. 15 minutes there. How do you, I guess, deal with that physically, mentally? How much does that take out of you?
I think for Emma, because she was the returner, it was an easier position to be in because Castella just had so many break points against her and had to keep delivering, and her first serve percentage wasn't high enough to really get herself in the point for quite a few of those rallies, because Emma's returning was bang on the baseline. Her positioning was in front of the line. She went for every single shot that she got a chance at, and really won the match in a way. I know a lot of unforced errors off Castella's racket helped her, but she really went for it and added pace when she needed to. But yeah, that was an extremely stressful game, to be honest, and we were grateful when it was over because I couldn't have handled a whole match like that.
What was the atmosphere like? She seemed like she was enjoying it. She was giving the fist pumps to the crowd as well.
Yeah, she really got them engaged. And from 3-1 in the first set, when she was down, it was like her mentality shifted and she made a decision to enjoy the experience. And you could see that from 3-1. She just looked like a different person. She was engaging with the crowd a lot more. She was engaging with her player box a lot more as well. And they had given her a lot of information, I think, to take on, and it's one thing to give a player all these tactics, but you know, to come out and actually do them is another story. And she was almost like Andy Murray the other night, where she was picking people out of the crowd, giving them an extra fist pump, and there was an initial fist pump when she would win the point, and then another one a couple of seconds later, because she wanted them to keep cheering her on, wanted them to keep pushing her opponent out of the match, and that's what it felt like, where Castella didn't really have anything left because she wasn't getting any energy from anyone in the stadium.
Laura, I think I asked you when she got to round 3, how does she deal with the pressure? I'm now going to go, she's into the second week at Wimbledon. We just spoke, actually, before you sat down, about how social media growth, I think it's gone from 9,000 to possibly now 60,000. It's basically growing 1,000 a minute. It's exploding. She's exploding. Everyone in the UK, especially in the tennis world, will now know this 18-year-old. What does she do this weekend just to kind of stay grounded? Obviously, she's got a great team around her. We can see how composed she is on the court. So I'm guessing she's quite a composed person off it as well. But what would you do?
Look, we said after the last match, in a way, this is a really good time for her because she is in the bubble and she can't get overwhelmed because it's just not possible with all the COVID protocols, and she can't come into contact with as many people. Obviously, she needs to be careful on social media, I think, because there's going to be a lot happening this weekend and a lot of requests coming in, but she's got an experienced team, and I think her family have done an incredible job already just keeping her under the radar. And in a way, this is our last year with Middle Sunday, which I think all the players enjoy anyway, but for someone like Emma, it's a bit of a come down, and she can relax tomorrow. There's no one on site. She can have a hit with her coach and her hitting partners in here as well in the bubble, and just have a fun day, basically, get to walk around Wimbledon with no one here and then come back on Monday with absolutely nothing to lose, which I think is a very winnable matchup against Yanovich in round 4, and play exactly like she did today.
We're going to go on to that. Yanovich beat Yelena Ostapenko, got a bit tasty towards the end. Is that?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did. We're going to see it at the end of this is match point from earlier on.
I actually haven't seen this yet, but we heard it on the radio.
It was a really, really good match point, to be fair, and you'll see the interesting scenes right at the very end. But that's a good draw, would you say, for Emma?
Yeah, 100%. And you know, Yanovich will have all the pressure on her because she's, again, like today, the older player, the more experienced player. And so Emma can just go out there and play her game, which is aggressive tennis. I think it helps her that Tomljanovic hits a pretty similar big ball from the back of the court and can feed off that pace as well, where they both have really fast backhands. I sort of want to tune in for this.
Laura's pausing to try and listen.
No, I can't really hear it, but and I heard what was said. I think the whole tournament's heard what was said by now, but that's a bit tasty.
But before they play, we were talking about this before when we came on, right? So obviously Andy Murray's out, so we need maybe another name for the hill. We were thinking maybe Radha's Ridge. What do you think? We need to workshop this before they play on Monday.
Can I, before Laura starts, you can't see her reaction now. She looks totally confused at Danny's question. She's just looking at it and going, have you gone there?
We've got Henman Hill,
yes,
we've had Murray Mound. We kind of need one for...
I mean, we're saying don't put too much pressure on her. You can't go naming the hill. Yeah. It's too early. Leave her be. I feel quite protective over him in a way because I do know what it's like to go through that, where you just have so much coming at you, with requests, with media, with expectations all of a sudden. And I think when that match started today, most of the stadium did not know who she was, and they've come out there. Emma Radhikane, #1 fans. There's going to be a fan club by Monday, and we're saying I should have printed a shirt that just said Radhas, but you know, just give her time, and after this tournament, regardless of how well she does, whether she pushes on and wins a couple more rounds, which would just be amazing. But she needs time to grow, to go back to the Challenger Tour. I think with this win, she'll just be inside the top 200. And so we'll be playing US Open qualies, which is going to feel like a step down. And it can take a while for people to adjust to that. And it's like the massive highs of playing in a week like this. And then you've got to drop down again and play Challenger Tour. So it can take people a while to figure it out. I think she's done an amazing job already so far. And I think she would be ranked a lot higher already had she not stayed at home for the last 18 months, basically. So, yeah, let's give her a bit of space.
We're just all getting excited.
Give her a bit of breathing room, basically, is what Laura is saying.
I'll try my best. No promises, though.
Court #1, though, is an absolute cracker today.
Oh, my goodness.
The fans are absolutely treated to what's happening next. But Felix Auger-Aliassime taking on Nick Kyrgios, who actually is now tying up his shoelaces because we saw earlier he'd forgotten his shoes. Classic Nick Kyrgios there. Laura said it's happened before and it's clearly happened again here, but we're going to join this match as it begins as well. So guys, this is going to be an interesting one. I hope you enjoy the first game of this match.
First set, Felix Auger-Aliassime to serve. Play. Love 15. Love 30.
Stretching his right shoulder. Did play mixed yesterday with Venus Williams, another 3 sets. And he's not the biggest fan of training and working out.
$15-30.
No such thing as a bad picture of this young man. very athletic.
Let for service.
You're also very powerful on his ground strokes. Got a nice technique all around.
Let for service.
Whoops. Second time that the Canadian player has hit his forehand down the line, and Kyrgios has anticipated it. He reads the game exceptionally well.
Let second service.
Roger Taylor with wife Ali on the left. She's a coach at Westside. Really knows the game. Roger, a three-time semi-finalist at Wimbledon. He was watching Shapovalov against Murray from the Royal Box yesterday. You see that anticipation on the return from Kyrgios.
First game.
Well, Felix Auger-Aliassime taking that first game, and you can continue watching that match on all the Wimbledon major broadcast partners. That will be a super entertaining one, so I would say stay with that one. But we're going to head over to see Jenny right now, because she actually, Danny, used to work in the Wimbledon Shop 11 years ago.
Yeah.
She's giving us a little tour of it right now.
Well, here we are at the Court 1 Wimbledon Shop, and a fun fact about me is I actually started my Wimbledon journey here 11 years ago. Yes, I worked in this very shop myself for 2 summers, and it's absolutely wonderful to be back and take a little trip down memory lane. Joining me here is Dan Ashmore, Operations Manager of all the shops around the grounds. Dan, great to see you. We actually worked together here 11 years ago, a long time ago.
We did. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Now, you're going to tell me a little bit about what products we have here in the shop, because a lot has changed in that time. So first of all, what are some of the best-selling products here in the shop?
Best-selling products? Well, we're having a great year, so that's the first thing to mention. We are really fortunate to have fans back in the grounds here at Wimbledon. We're delighted to welcome customers back in store. It's been 100 weeks of the making, so for us and all of the team here, we've been working through the winter to make sure that the shops are ready for today, to make sure that we're ready for you to come and talk to you about bestsellers. So, I mean, the towel for us is phenomenal. We are so fortunate to have the players using the towels on court. 2021 is the first year that the men's and ladies on court are receiving the same towel. So this is a big break with tradition for us. So historically, the men on court have received the green and purple towel in our classic colourways. That's been our best seller for as long as I can remember, and I've been here a long time. So Christie have been making the towel for us for more than 30 years. They're our official partner here at Wimbledon, producing the towels. This is the towel that's gone on court in all of their years for the men's draws. And for the first time this year, we're shaking things up a bit.
Let's see. How are you shaking it up?
We are shaking it up with a seasonal colourway as well. So the men and women in all of the draws are receiving one of each of these towels on court, the classic colourway in the green and purple, the club's historic colours, and the seasonal colour as well in the turquoise and ochre. And we in retail made a bit of a faux pas through the winter, so hate to use that dirty word pandemic, but it did mean that we weren't really sure how we should be buying for our crowds this summer, whether Wimbledon would go ahead, how many people we'd be able to welcome into our stores. So we bought fairly cautiously. We were expecting a smaller crowd. We're delighted to have the numbers that we're bringing through the gates this week, but it has meant that we are at risk for the first time in my memory of running out of towels. So we've sold about 10,000 units so far across these 2 towels. We have got stocks going into the second week, but we'll see how long they last.
So you're working frantically behind the scenes.
We are working frantically behind the scenes. If I could produce sewing machines in our back office and our stock rooms to knock these out of the park, I would, but it's just too late for that kind of effort. So what we have. But we are fortunate enough to have an online store. They do have deeper stocks there, so we'll see how stocks last here at the Wimbledon shop.
Absolutely. Well, that's the towels. Let's see what else there is. Do you want to take me on a bit of a tour?
I'd love to. Let's head into the shop. So this is the number 1 court shop. This is our biggest store here on site at Wimbledon. We do have another store at the museum shop. That's our year-round business. There's of course a museum and tour business here as well. We're just moving past our menswear collection here behind us. So we have a range of lifestyle clothing and a range of performance wear. We're really proud of the effort that's gone into this. So we source all of the product ourselves. We design here at Southwest 19. We've got a team of people that work with us in the back office through the winter, that dark winter, and they are focused on delivering exceptional collections year after year. We visit the factories, we focus on sustainable materials, and we'll talk about that in a minute as we move through the store. But we are really dedicated to delivering something new each year. So we've got the product behind us here.
Tell me what is new.
Well, I can pick out something like this as part of our classic collection. So we sell this polo shirt year in, year out. It conforms to the club's standards for on-court clothing. So we've got very small green and purple trims, no more than a flash of colour. That's really important. We enforce that for our players on court and for our members during the year as well. But that's complemented by our seasonal colours as well. So we've got a mile here. This is an Amazon green. Amazon is what we call our championships green in retail. This Amazon green is a wicking fabrication. It's a lightweight poly, perfect for training, perfect for hitting, perfect for the gym or your weekend run. So that's our performance collection. That is doing really well. We've also got a lifestyle collection as well. And in our lifestyle collection, we have everything from your kind of classic house colour golf shirts through to your winter sweatshirts. Everything is performing well this week, but the winter sweats particularly so. I'm sure you guys have all been watching the weather.
The weather is terrible.
The weather has been terrible. It's good for retail.
But don't you want a mix of the weather, because then it means you get the sunshine and you
remember what it's like to work
I
at the
learned some
Wimbledon
things
shop.
here at the Wimbledon shop.
There we go. So unforecast rain is fantastic for us here at the Wimbledon shop. If the rain has been on the weather forecast in the morning, people come prepared. They're ready with their umbrellas. They're ready with their sweatshirts. If they come through the gates, and some people have a long journey to get to us, they can be caught off guard. And at that point, the shops do get mobbed. So we've been doing, I hope, a good job of making sure that we maintain a level of comfort in store this year. Because of our distancing, we've got that at the forefront of our mind. But people are coming into store and we are delighted to welcome them back. We've been really fortunate with the weather in retail. I'm sorry, tennis fans, I know it's been a bit wet out there.
Absolutely. Well, let's go on a little bit further, because I can see the big Ralph Lauren sign staring me in the face.
Absolutely.
What is over there?
Let's head on through. So Ralph Lauren have been an official partner here at Wimbledon since 2006, I believe I'm right in saying. They are our official outfitter for the men and women on court. That's the line judges, the chair umpires, and the ball boys and girls as well. Within the Wimbledon shop, they produce replica kit for the umpires and the line officials and the BBGs. That's what we call our ball boys and girls.
BBGs.
BBGs. And those items sell really well. People are so keen to kind of dress themselves up like the umpire, you know, like the BBGs. You'd be surprised, you really would. But Ralph Lauren also put a lot of work into producing a bespoke collection for Wimbledon. We retail that here on site, we retail that online, and of course Ralph Lauren put it into their wholesale. So that collection is available throughout the world. Ralph Lauren have actually dressed their Bond Street store in London for the championships. Huge Wimbledon cross racket logos on their doors. And they've got a kind of replica line umpire chair at the doors where you'd be greeted with two fully kitted BBGs, straight backs, arms behind their chest, just like you would see at Wimbledon in their replica kit. So they're able to offer that service here in London at Bond Street and on Madison Avenue as well. You'll find our Ralph Lauren collection around the world.
What a push from Ralph Lauren for Wimbledon
There you go.
2021. Absolutely love it. Let's take a little walk over. We've got some kids stuff as well as these Ralph Lauren polos. They're very bright. They're catching my eye beautifully.
They are.
They
We were
are.
expecting a brighter summer, I think, than we are being delivered, but Ralph Lauren are all about that pop of colour.
And over here, some of the kids stuff, it's just absolutely gorgeous. It's so cute.
So we take ourselves a little bit less seriously when it comes to children wear. We still stay fairly close to core. We like our greens, we like our purples, but we like our fun prints as well. I'll just call out one of my favourite items in the collection for you, Jenny, if I can.
Okay.
That is great fun. You can just see that whoever is going to pick that up for niece, nephew, granddaughter, you know, that is going to be a future Wimbledon champion right there. That one starts at a size 2 to 3 and goes all the way up to the early teens. We love that item.
There you go. He's a good salesman, isn't he? It's not too bad.
I am a good salesman. Are you going to stay behind for some shopping after this?
Absolutely.
And to all the team as well?
Love a bit of shopping. Well, finally, something that is quite new for 2021, Dan, is
Yes.
the performance collection, and it's all about the material. Talk me through that.
That's right. So I mentioned that we'd come back to this. This is a sustainable fabric that we're using for the first time here at the Championships. We have a real drive here at Wimbledon to move towards the future of sustainability, and importantly within retail, you know, we don't want to get left behind, but it's a lot of work and we have a small team. So for the 2021 Championships, we've produced one outfit for men, one outfit for women, using for the first time a polyester that is made from recycled plastic bottles. So the way that that works is the plastic bottles are taken in by our factories, they break those down into small pellets. Those pellets are crushed into tiny, small kind of micros, and they are woven into a fabric that can then be spun into a garment just like a normal polyester weave. So I'll just show you one of the items here. We have a ladies, oh, there we go, that's caught on. That'll be sold in no time, don't worry. But that is a lovely women's training top with a racer back there, nice design, and of course an ocean blue as well. And that comes with the matching skirts. So we are delighted first and foremost with how these are selling, but also with what the response has been from our customers when we tell this story about these sustainable fabrics. This is a bit of a toe in the water for us here at Wimbledon, at the Wimbledon Shop. Our intention, all being well after this Championships, is to update our full fabric base in our performance collection onto a recycled fabric for 2022. So that's something that we have to look forward to over the winter. We're going to continue developing for next year and hopefully present all of our guests, our fuller crowds next year, with a brand new collection.
Absolutely. Well, Dan, thank you so much for taking me around the shop. So much knowledge coming from you all about the items here. It's now time for me, I think, to go and do a little shopping. Thanks very much, Dan.
Thank you.
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
Tell the stories around the world. We need to make it feel as special as it is in the UK, in the rest of the world. It was all about the storytelling. Having travelled around the world and seeing some of the output for Wimbledon not being as special as it was here in the UK, we needed to take control of the host broadcasting. We created a fantastic host broadcast facility. We started to put a lot more beauty cameras around the site and also make sure that we had all the courts available, not just 3 or 4 courts. Just trying to pick up as many images as we can That investment enabled a lot of our viewers to see things around the site and around the grounds that they'd never seen before. That first morning, on that first Monday, I did have the goosebumps. The world's media were here. We were now giving the stories to the world. So it was a special sort of line in the sand moment for the club in their history, and the stories just get stronger.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
We are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age, her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where are the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
With championship points.
You are watching the Wimbledon Channel on the middle Saturday here at the Championships. Adam and Carthy back with you, and delighted to say we can bring in Steph Brantz for a little bit of an Australian opinion on things. Steph, hello there. Hope you've enjoyed the tennis so far today. We've seen some stats there from IBM in terms of Nick Kyrgios's chances here. We've been saying all along this is going to be an intriguing encounter between him and Felix Auger-Aliassime on court one. Two quite different characters. One's the straight guy, one's the comedian. How do you know, in terms of what we've seen so far and what you were looking forward to seeing in this match, how do you think it's going to go? Because it's tough to call.
Oh, it certainly is. And one thing we do expect is that it might be quite fast. And we can already say that there's been 6 games played in this first set in about 25 minutes. So we can see that they're both big hitters and probably a lot of single strike tennis here. What I do want to question, though, is that Nick Kyrgios said that he's starting to feel it. And you can imagine, I mean, this is his first tournament since he played the Australian Open in February. And he's had a pretty gruelling schedule so far here. Of course, his first match against Ugo Humbert played over 2 days due to the 11 p.m. curfew. And then he returned the next day for his second round match. And then, of course, he's backed up for the doubles. And now he's taking on one of the most exciting players on the tour in Felix Auger-Aliassime, who I think plays quite a similar match. So I thought this one would be quite tight. I feel like Nick might be in a hurry, though, and just want to get off court and have a rest because he's already, of course, 4-2 up in the first set. But I think he's been playing some really great tennis. He seems to be a lot more settled. And we spoke earlier about him sounding more mature, which is not a word we usually associate with Nick Kyrgios.
No, it's not. But you've also mentioned there how he's feeling because he probably is a little tired. You've mentioned how many matches he's played also in the mixed doubles alongside Venus Williams. And if we have a look at the IBM power rankings of what it looks like at the moment for the likelihood to win, this one says that Felix Auger-Aliassime is 58% likely to win and Kyrgios 42% likely. This is the ranking that looks at how they've played over the last 30 days or so over the last year, and also what the press, the media, social media is saying about them to get an idea of what their form is at the moment. So do you agree with that? 58% potentially for Auger-Aliassime to win this one against Kyrgios?
I think if he can push Kyrgios the distance, then, yeah, I would be thinking that FAA would be the fresher player. I love that they take what people are saying on social media as some kind of indication. I've read some really interesting things about Nick Kyrgios on social media, so I wonder how much that plays into it. But if they look at their last meeting, then I think 84% of the points played were between 1 and 3 shots. And Auger Aliassime ended up winning that one in 3 sets. It went really tight. There's 6-7, 7-6, 7-5, and there was only one breaker serve, and that was in the final set. So I actually feel like it's too tight to call, but if we can go the distance, I think that Nick probably is starting to feel it just a little bit.
Now, nothing is quite too bizarre when Nick Kyrgios is playing, but something slightly strange happened earlier on. I think Nick Kyrgios realised just about here that he didn't actually have any tennis shoes, and so he had to send someone back to the locker room to get them for him.
It's definitely not the first time this has happened. I've seen this before, and I think, Steph, isn't this mostly... I love the person that's come to save the day. Isn't this mostly that he walks on court in baseball shoes and then has to change into his tennis shoes, and he often just forgets to bring the tennis shoes with him, which is what happened today?
Basketball shoes, yes. He's a mad king.
Basketball,
king
sorry,
basketball.
not baseball. Basketball, yes.
Big Celtics fan, and I think he prefers to wear them everywhere. I think he'd actually prefer to be an NBA player, but he does rock up to the court in those, and that's actually just quite hilarious. Maybe it shows what the schedule's doing to his mind. I don't think I've seen Nick Kyrgios have to work this hard at a tournament in a long time.
I remember watching Pat Rafter once here at Wimbledon. He had a bag full of shoes. He was trying different ones. He had some with pimples, some with different. You know, it was like a lucky dip what was in his bag. So I suppose.
And who can do that? Because we know how comfortable your shoes have to be. I've had the same shoes for about 3 years, and I know you're not meant to do that, but I would have a favourite, and there would be something superstitious about that, wouldn't there?
Yeah, I think so. And I've actually watched Nick just practice at the US Open, where he's come on in the basketball shoes and then forgotten them and had to go off court. So the time on the practice court was being eaten away by the fact that he had to go back and get his proper trainers. And when he came back on again, he was just sort of dancing around trying to put them on one shoe, you know, standing on one leg. So it's quite a character just to watch when he's in training, let alone when he's in a match. But he does seem to be, as we've mentioned before, calming down a little bit. He's just enjoying, I think, really playing in front of a crowd. He's mentioned that quite a lot, and his on-court interviews have really been based around the fact that there's a crowd here at Wimbledon, and we can just tell that he feeds off that, doesn't he, Steph?
He certainly does. He loves a crowd, and I've seen him many times talk to the people in the crowd. We've seen it here at Wimbledon this year already, how he loves to have a bit of banter with the crowd. He even takes insults. I remember one of them said that to his opponent, "Oh, mate, you've got this," and Kyrgios actually turned around in his seat and said, "Yeah, actually, I think you're right, he does." And it was actually really, really humorous, but he does seem more relaxed, and I just wonder, after watching him play with Venus Williams, whether he's going to learn a little bit more class on the court as well, because she really held him in check, and after he just left her hanging for the high five, I was just like, yeah. Oh, Nick, not to Venus.
Yeah, he's always good value, isn't he? Steph, stay there. We'll be back with you in just a second. Let's head over to court 2, check in on some action. Another men's singles match. Alexander Zverev, the number 4 seed, against Taylor Fritz. Great story, the young American. He took the first set 7-6 on a tie break, but Zverev, so much expected of him. He's fought back in the second, and here he is, a game away from that second set.
Number 4 for Fritz. Excuse me, 3 for Fritz. Wow. Skidded through. Nice to swing and a miss. Soft hand from Zverev. approached the net effectively and then just killed that volley dead on the acute angle.
It was a classy move forward. Thought he did well there. Fritz on the passing shot. It was so low, difficult to deal with, but good movement across the net from Zverev. Exactly what he was doing there. That's where the space was.
Oh! 30-40.
Two double faults coming in quick succession. It brings up a set point opportunity for Zverev. Pressure here on the Fritz serve. Well, he was living dangerously during the course of that point, Taylor Fritz. On the first one, which found the line, I suppose being an optimist, you could say it was courageous, but then when he went for the line again, he spilled it into doubles alley. And having secured the second service break of this second set, it's Zverev who has sneaked the second. 6-4 after 37 minutes of play. We're all square at 1-all.
Good effort from Zverev. Frustrated at the beginning of the second set, but that was just a little tight there from Fritz. Being a set point, didn't really commit to that shot as he has been doing. And that is what pressure.
Wimbledon is back.
And to help you make the most of it, IBM is introducing Power Rankings with Watson, a new way to assess who's hot and who's not throughout the tournament.
IBM Power Rankings with Watson uses advanced AI capabilities to analyse the most recent information about every player in the tournament, taking into account everything from the latest statistics to what the media is saying.
It's like an index of player momentum, updating every day to help fans focus on the most interesting matchups or potential upsets.
It's all part of the Wimbledon digital experience, powered by the AI of Watson, built on the hybrid cloud with IBM.
So check out the new IBM Power Rankings with Watson, either at the Wimbledon app or at wimbledon.com. Enjoy the championships.
McCarthy, IBM, of course, have been long associated with Wimbledon, but it's really interesting what they're doing this year, these IBM Power Rankings alongside Watson. They're an AI-powered analysis of player performance. Now, what they're doing, they're starting off with the usual tour rankings, the ATP or WTA tour rankings, which are a 52-week rolling, I suppose you could say, based on their performance, an analysis of how they're doing. But it's a bit more crude because they might have had a great tournament 6 months ago, but that doesn't necessarily tell you how well they're playing at the moment. To complement all of that, these power rankings focus on a player's most recent history, combine some really advanced statistical analysis because there's statisticians on every single court here at Wimbledon. On the show courts, there's 3 of them on each court, inputting all of the data from every serve, every forehand, every backhand. And they combine that with the processing power of IBM's Watson, which is, I suppose you could say, the supercomputer, the IBM cloud as well. And then they add in, as we were saying, media commentary, so social media, what's being written in the newspapers. I don't know whether it's what's being said on the Wimbledon Channel or not. I don't know if we can affect it.
I think it's to do with the journalists that have the most insight. So yeah, definitely what we're saying.
Absolutely. And that then gives generates these numbers that will tell a fan perhaps which way a match potentially might go. Now, there's always the potential for an upset. But let's have a look at how it's affected one of the matches that's taking place right now. Roger Federer against Cameron Norrie. The second match on centre court. So according to this, Roger Federer most likely to win this one, 56% against 44% for the British player. And you would say that's the kind of, that's probably where you would have put if you'd looked at this one before.
Yes, I think on that one in particular, their power ranking isn't that much of a difference between the two players as it is in their singles ranking, whereas some of the other matches we've seen, clearly there's a lot more going on recently in their matches and in what journalists are saying about them, and the idea behind it is that journalists have a lot of insight of what's going on in the tour and whether there's potentially any injuries or something going on behind the scenes. So that's how it all fits together. So it has been very interesting to have a look at those power rankings and see how they might affect a match. So let's have a look at that match that we were just talking about. Roger Federer against Cameron Norrie, which is on centre court. And we are in the first set of that match. The 8-time champion Roger Federer, who is the 6th seed here, playing the British #2 Cam Norrie. And Roger Federer is 5-4 up and serving for the set. Will join the commentary team on centre court.
Love. At 30 love.
Still hasn't lost a point behind his first serve and only 2 behind the second.
.30, 15. .40, 15.
2 set points.
So Roger Federer, good serving performance to take that opening set 6-4. Steph Brantz is still with us, and Steph, I think it's fair to say Roger Federer's, easing into Wimbledon this year. There were big question marks over, his form, his fitness, where he was mentally really with his tennis coming into Wimbledon this year. Keen to get back to some kind of, his best level. And he was a bit shaky in the first round match, wasn't he? Fairly lucky in the end to get through against Adrian Manarino thanks to that injury when he slipped. But every set that he plays out here, he seems to be improving, doesn't he? Warming back into the tournament.
Well, the time you want to meet Roger Federer is when he's coming off a long stint off the court, coming back from knee surgeries, and that's the time to strike. Adrian Manarino, as you said, wasn't able to do that. And Federer did struggle initially against him, and you wonder how much trouble Cameron Norrie can create, because he's got another tricky lefty on his hands here Federer, and he's no way playing at his peak. But if he can unleash the sort of ground strokes that he was playing against Richard Gasquet, you'd think it should be enough. And I'd love to say that Cameron Norrie has the crowd behind him, and you two can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like all around the world there's always a healthy portion of Roger Federer fans in the stands. And these days we watch him always wondering, just with that hint of, will this be the last time we see him on this particular court? So while he's playing Britain absolutely fine form, I mean, Norrie's having his best ever season, 3rd most wins in a year, and he's been a nuisance for anyone that he meets pretty much on any surface. But I think the Federer level is another step up.
Yeah, and I think with Cameron Norrie, what's interesting is that there's a certain level of confidence which comes from the number of wins, as you mentioned there, and the fact that he's having the season of his life. But it's confidence without arrogance, I think, when it's somebody like Cam Norrie. And against Roger Federer, that can be an inner calm that could help him out there, because for all of these players, somebody like Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal, they're their icons, they're their heroes, and they're playing against them. We saw that with the match last night with Denis Shapovalov playing against Andy Murray and saying that. So I think with Cam Norrie, particularly as he's come through the system in America with the collegiate system, he's quite a sensible young chap, without sounding too old or motherly. And I think this sort of match could suit him, as long as he lets it get a bit longer, the longer it goes, I think the more Norrie could get into this, and the crowd as well, as you were mentioning there.
You've made us all sound very grown up and very mature by saying he's a lovely young chap, yes. But you're absolutely right. He comports himself really beautifully. And again, with Shapo yesterday, I just love that these players feel like they can tell their heroes that's exactly what they are. And I don't think that takes anything away from their game. And this occasion on centre court for Cameron Norrie, he's just got to grasp it with both hands. You don't get to play Roger Federer on centre court every day of your life. So just enjoy the moment. And hey, if you could beat him, good luck to you, but you'll know that you've beaten one of the best.
Yeah, and I do think that, and I'm interested in whether you agree, the longer this match goes, the more there is a chance that Norrie could cause the upset here, just because, as you've mentioned, Federer hasn't played that much. He's had the operations and he's coming back. He didn't play at the French Open. So if it goes to 5 sets, if Norrie can get him to that point, then it's much more in favour of Norrie, do you think?
Well, it becomes very interesting then. And yes, I would think that you would favour Norrie. I don't think Federer would welcome a 5-setter by any means, particularly if he wants to go even deeper into the tournament. And if he could push in that far, then he's really going to test the fitness levels of Roger Federer. And you could say that about a number of players on court, even this evening. And we mentioned Nick Kyrgios feeling a little bit tired, but also Taylor Fritz, who we saw just a few minutes ago on our screens. He's, 3 weeks back from surgery, and he's managed to rehabilitate 2 epic marathon wins already. And you think if that match goes too long, then he's going to really start to struggle as well. So maybe that's a ploy that Cam Norrie can use. He can try and push Federer as far as possible, but as tricky as he can be, there's no better trickster or someone better than unpicking a trickster than Roger Federer. So woe betide anyone that tries anything a little bit too tricky on him.
Yeah, hopefully Cameron Norrie can find a bit of resurgence in that second set. Steph, thanks very much for now. It's time for us to head out around the grounds and catch up with Jenny.
So into the round of 16 of a Grand Slam for the very first time is Hubert Hurkacz, and I'm sure you're absolutely delighted to be in the 4th round of Wimbledon.
Yeah, I'm super happy to be in the 4th round of Wimbledon for my first time. I love the grass course, love the atmosphere here, and obviously when the crowd is back, it's so nice for us players, and we enjoy it a lot more than without the fans here.
Well, you've been playing some wonderful tennis. You haven't yet dropped a set. What is going so well for you?
I think I just kind of got confidence from my first victory here, and just from match to match, I think I'm playing really well, and I'm focusing on the game plan and the things that I should do to play good.
You've actually won 7 matches on grass in your career. 3 of them have been here. What is working so well this week? Because you don't have that much experience on grass.
Yeah, we had a couple of practice weeks before Wimbledon this year, so I think the work we've done with my coach CB has paid off, and it's showing now.
And how about playing doubles as well? You've enjoyed some recent success. Has that helped you maybe relax a little bit off the court?
Yeah, I think playing doubles with Felix, we had great fun in Halle. We managed to get to the finals, and that also gives us some confidence, because it's really important as well for a singles player to practice volleys, a lot of returns, and I think it helps me a lot as well.
Well, Hubert, well done today. We're delighted for you to be in your first round of 16 in a slam. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Well, I'm here on the broadcast, Ruth, with one of my favourite employees here at the Championship, Hamish the Hawk, and Donna, who looks after Hamish as well. The first difference this time, it's not Rufus the Hawk, who I've met plenty of times. Yeah. What's the story there, Donna?
Well, Rufus, I have to say, he's in his love shack with Pamela at the moment. They're breeding, so we may have some little roos next year. But here we have Hamish, so he's a 2-year-old male Harris Hawk, and yeah, he's here to, well, really as an apprentice.
So obviously I know the story of why Hamish and Rufus come down here to the Championships. For people who don't know and are a little bit taken aback why there's a hawk on the broadcast roof, tell us the story.
So the story is, I'm 99, I was watching the Sampras match at home, and pigeons were interrupting play. They just kept coming down to eat on the wonderful grass seed. And I just thought, you know, I'm going to give them a call. I'll channel both of my loves with the bird, hopefully, and tennis, and see what they think. And yeah, the rest is history.
So tell us a little bit about Hamish's day here at the Championships. What time does he start, and what is his job?
Yeah, so we start here at 5 a.m. in the morning, so very early when, you know, the sun is rising. It's really beautiful and quiet, and it's just a great day. So we fly our birds when they're, you know, once they've been weighed, and then they go and they do their little gadabouts and make sure nothing's coming underneath the roof overnight. And really it's so that pigeons don't roost and then breed, which then that population can get out of control very, very quickly. So that's the main premise, and it's a non-lethal control.
And is it just centre court, or does he kind of fly around the entire area here and patrol all the courts?
Yeah, so really we're here for centre court and court number 1. But of course, depending on which bird that you've got flying, you know, they take, you know, they're the boss really. So they just go and fly around. If I've got Pollux with me, he really does do all of the courts. And yeah, you've got to be kind of following him. He keeps us on the hoof, really.
You've got 3 birds you just mentioned in rotation, but how do you keep them under control? You'd think if you let him off your hand, which he seems to be attached to you right now, he wouldn't come back.
Yeah, so it's all about food motivation. So at 16 weeks old is when we first start training our birds, and they're quite wild then, and you know, it all begins with the manning process. We use a hood at first to cover their heads because, you know, they're quite scared of us, and gradually every time we move that hood, you know, they become less and less kind of frightened by the human that's holding them. And once that happens and then they begin to trust us, then we introduce the food, and then the food we increase the distance for them to jump to us, and then it comes to that kind of big day where he's going for the first time free. And yeah, I can say, whoops,
Hamish is wanting to go fly if you can't now because we have play in progress. Actually, Donna, I want to ask you as well, I think the Hawks here are iconic.
Yeah.
Do any of the players really kind of get excited about them and want to come and have their pictures taken?
Oh, they do, and we're very, very fortunate that way. I mean, it works both ways because, you know, you have those that are just totally awestruck and are not expecting it either, you know, because their main kind of emphasis is on their game, and they're not really thinking about, oh, a hawk's going to be around the corner or what, you know. You've got some hawks and falcons here, so they really love to have their pictures taken. But then equally, I think it's Serena that we met, and we actually bumped into her, and she was totally like, what? I hate birds.
Oh, I love that story. I'm not sure many of the players will be getting up at 5 a.m. though to see Hamish flying around.
True.
He looks like he wants to go, Donna, so I'm going to let you both go and continue with your job here, but you're doing fabulous work.
Oh,
so
thank you so much. So wonderful to see you again.
And
thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
And off they go.
Rachel with Hamish the Hawk looking much more comfortable than I was when I met Rufus the Hawk. It was not an enjoyable experience.
You could see it in Hamish's eyes there. He was like, let me have him. Go on, let me have him.
That's Hamish the Hawk. I think the explanation there. There's lots of tennis going on around the grounds at Wimbledon today, and plenty on centre court and court number 1. Later on centre court, we do have Ash Barty, the world number 1, and she is up against Katerina Siniakova. So let's talk again to Steph Brantz in Australia. Ash Barty, when we spoke to you on day 1, we thought she wasn't looking particularly comfortable, but as we've been saying, you don't need to be comfortable on day 1, you just need to get through that first match. How do you think she's looking now that we're into the 3rd round, Steph?
Oh, Kathy, I would have liked her to look comfortable on day 2, and I feel like every time I speak to you and Adam about Ash Barty and preview her match, I say she's going to come good this match, and then she gets the wobbles again. Even her coach, Craig Tyser, last time was shaking his head. However, what she does have is the ability to play her way out of trouble. She's got that deadly slice, but it's the fact she's an absolute battler. These two both like to come forward. In fact, they've met 9 times on the doubles tour. Barty does hold the head-to-head in the doubles as well, and I think she's just going to have too many weapons for this one.
Yeah, we were talking to Mark Woodford earlier, and he was talking about that slice you mentioned there, that one of Barty's real positive points is that she's able to vary the match up. She's able to use the slice. She moves well. She's not quite. So you get a lot of players on the ladies' side who perhaps stand on the baseline. They like to hit it as hard as they can. They keep the ball quite flat and low through the grass. But Barty, there's a lot more to her game than that, and the slice and the movement really helps her.
It certainly does, but Adam, I fervently hope that we're going to see less unforced errors and certainly fewer first service go awry, because she really didn't have her radar on for the last 2 matches. And fingers crossed she's settled now. She speaks a lot about her team, and it's always about the work that we are going to do. So I hope she's sat down with her team and she's ready to go for this one, because I still believe she's the favourite for this tournament.
Thanks, Steph. I'll let you go as well so you can get prepared for that match on centre court. It's going to be a late night stroke early morning for you. Steph Brantz in Australia. Thank you very much. We will head over to court number 2 now. We've been watching this one between Alexander Zverev, the 4th seed, and Taylor Fritz, coming back from that knee surgery, the 31st seed here. Well, it was Fritz, the American, who took the first set on a tie-break. Zverev came back and took the second set 6-4. And we're now going to join this in the 3rd set. Zverev is 5-3 up and serving. We'll join the commentary team.
Continues serving brilliantly in this set, Zverev. So deep in the box there. Just an easy put away.
Very effective net approach once again.
Very nicely done. Love the way he just closed the net down there, just kept driving forward with the legs. You don't want to start letting that volley drop.
Love.
So 3 set points now for Zverev.
Game and 3rd set.
So a single service break, proving decisive in set number 3. Alexander Zverev taking it 6-3.
OK, so the 3rd set there goes to Alexander Zverev, the number 4 seed from Germany. So much expected of him here at Wimbledon. Can he win his first Grand Slam title? That is the scene out around the grounds here at Wimbledon. It's pretty packed on the hill, and it was absolutely packed earlier when Emma Radhikane was playing her match. It was a brilliant encounter, and I'm sure you were watching very, very closely. Give us a sense of what she achieved here at Wimbledon today.
Oh, I mean, honestly, I don't think anyone could have predicted the success she's had here this week. The performances she's put in have been outstanding, and you know, she absolutely deserves this. Again, she's 18 years old. Here she is on her debut through to the 2nd week, and she plays, I think, Ayla Tomljanovic in the next round, and she's got a real shot at that one as well. Given the fact that she's also reached the 2nd week without dropping a set, which is remarkable.
She just seems very composed. Her interview on court was lovely afterwards as well. But she's in the bubble at the moment. How much of a difference do you think this is making? Going through the first week without having the usual number of interviews that you would have to do, particularly being a British teenager, where there would be so much pressure and so much of your time wanted, and sponsors and advertisers are obviously going to be calling very quickly. But she's a little bit away from that because she's in the hotel, isn't she?
Yeah, she's having a holiday right now. I mean, 2 months ago, she was sat doing her A-level exams. And I think, you know, for her to be in a 5-star hotel, having someone drive her here, you know, loving life here at Wimbledon, it's her first experience of being, you know, over in the players' area and being around and amongst all these players that she's looked up to and watched on TV, she's living the dream. I do not feel sorry for her at all. But no, I, on a serious note, I think in terms of the interest, obviously there's a huge amount of interest in her, particularly now. In some ways, having to do your press conferences virtually, may not seem as intimidating because you're looking at those journalists on a screen. But even if it was in person, I do. Knowing Emma and having seen the way she's handled this week, I think she would have been absolutely fine, actually. She's a very self-assured 18-year-old. She's not your average teenager. Very bright, and this is all new. It's fresh. It's a bit of a novelty for her. So she's just taking it all in, lapping it up. You see the way she reacts and uses the energy from the crowd on the court, playing out there on court one. She looked absolutely at home.
Yeah, she's taking it in her stride, isn't she, as we can see from these shots here. Now, although she hasn't dropped a set, there were many moments in this match where she had to show a steel and a determination, difficult moments where Kerber was testing her break points, where she had to come back from being slightly down, particularly in that second set. So she showed a big amount of fighting spirit, didn't she? And that's going to be important in the next few matches.
Yeah, I mean, she showed it today. She showed it yesterday, coming from behind in a second set against Vondrousova. She just kept competing. She was hanging in. She chased down a lot of balls, and managed to hit some winners from way outside the court. And I think she was just running on adrenaline as well. She's a smart tennis player, but this is, again, all very much a new experience for her. And to see the way she's just kind of gone out and just grabbed the opportunities has really been remarkable.
Presumably her temperament helps because, as Adam said, there were points in this match particularly, and in previous ones, as you've said, where she's been behind. There was a 15-minute game where she was desperately trying to break in that second set. And then she just held on to her serve perfectly calmly after that 15-minute game. Now, that's the sort of that's what we're looking at, to know what somebody's temperament is like, isn't it? Because you could easily lose your balance a little bit after that 15-minute game and not breaking when you had so many opportunities.
No, I mean, she stayed cool and calm under pressure. She wasn't able to cross the line on that long game, but in that next service game, she recognises the fact, okay, I need to put in some more first serves, and she delivered, which is something she's been working on, recognising different kind of momentum shifts during the course of a match and making sure you're on it when you need to be. Well, all the time, quite frankly.
Are her parents here with her?
Yeah. Her dad was actually sat behind me, so I was chatting to him during the match. And Mum and Dad don't actually sit...
How do they cope with watching that?
Well, they don't sit next to each other. They never sit next to each other during her matches. So they were kind of either side. Probably about 10 people between them. But he's really supportive, and Ian, he's always been involved in her tennis, as has Mum Renee. She's an only child. She's had lots of support. Dad has always been very involved in his tennis. I said to him, after the match, you must be bursting with pride. And he was. And it was hard not to feel emotional because he was beaming. And, he's just loving it. And as is Emma's mum, it's great for them to see what their daughter's able to do.
And for the viewers that didn't see this yesterday, we went back in time a little bit, that photo that you had of when you first set eyes on Emma Radhikane. What did you say? She was 11 or 12?
She's 11.
11 in this picture. You were at a coaching course. Yeah. And as you said, from that day, it was pretty clear that she was going to go on and have a career in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, she stayed at school. She's done it differently. It's not like she's been one of these kids who's been kind of picked out, okay, you're going to be the next best thing here. Let's put you in an academy and have you training 5 hours a day. They didn't succumb to the pressure to do that for their daughter, Ian and Renee. And, I think that's kept her grounded. She's had a pretty normal childhood compared to most, but she's driven. She knows what she wants. She's very academic, and she's got everything really.
Yeah, it was fascinating having an 18-year-old on court number one and a 17-year-old on centre court, both winning around the same time with Coco Gauff and Emma Radhikane. Well, let's head back to court number one now, because we saw Nick Kyrgios, the Australian, taking the first set 6-2 against Felix Auger-Aliassime, the 16th seed here. Auger-Aliassime has come right back into this one, though, and it is 5-1 in the second set with Auger-Aliassime serving.
15 love. Love.
Well, he'll be as disappointed as anybody in the crowd not to be able to do his best here.
Led for service.
He was having a lovely time up until now. Mixed doubles with Venus. Into the third round, despite not playing since the Australian Open. Chatting with the crowd. And for all the antics we've seen over the years from Kyrgios,
40 love.
other players, I think, still like him, generally speaking. He's very respectful of other players. Doesn't always show it on a court, but he's very quick to applaud good play. And that forehand winner brings up 3 set points. Frederic Fontaine, French player, coaching Roger Aliassime, and Nick Kyrgios trudges past him and doesn't extend the hand and say thank you very much. Train is coming out once again.
Listen into what they're discussing.
Yeah, and
it's just getting worse and worse. Like I can't do it. And I know I'm gonna just, like, I literally can't even roll my arm over anymore. Yeah. So,
I understand.
Like I'm trying, but I can't even, like, I can't serve anymore. So I can't do it. So.
And that's it. I'm very sure that's
Sorry,
it.
brother.
It's too bad. Well, it wasn't a long contribution to the championships this year, but it was so appreciated. He's been brilliant fun. He really has.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Mr. Kyrgios has to retire. Wins, 1-0 retirement.
Oh, that's too bad. I don't know what that means for the mixed doubles. Presumably, he's not going to be able to play with Venus in the second round of that. Roger Aliassime advances and joins Denis Shapovalov in the round of 16 here. The Canadians are doing great.
And I thought it was a nice moment of appreciation.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Nick coming to the middle of the court,
if you leave your seat,
thanking the crowd. He's a big fan favorite. This is not an easy moment for him.
Yeah, that's too bad. Looking ahead, Roger Aliassime now has matched his best Grand Slam performance in the past. He was in the 4th round of the US Open last year, lost to Dominic Thiem, and he was at the same position at the Australian Open this year and lost a match to Aslan Karatsev, who was the surprise of the tournament. And at some point, and having lost 8 finals, his 8 first tour finals, Boris, as you were pointing out earlier, Roger Aliassime is going to have a run in one of these things. Perhaps this is it.
He's too good not to. He does all the right things. He's a true professional. He works his
socks off.
Exactly. So sooner or later you're gonna break through. But and I wish you would have seen a fit Nick Kyrgios here, somebody that has played a couple of warm-up tournaments before in Queens or in Germany, because grass is his favorite surface.
Winner of this match plays the winner of the one taking place now, Taylor Fritz and Sasha Zverev. Felix is staying on court. It's goodbye, Kyrgios. When he won his first round match, he said, hey, not too bad for a part-timer. He said he was just here for a change of scenery. Great contribution.
Comes back on the court now.
It's Felix Auger-Aliassime who has won it in straight sets. Are we going to have a word with both players? I think we probably are. Just 2 sets played here, just under an hour. Shame it had to end this way.
Well, we don't normally talk to both the winner and the loser on court, but the man who's had to retire is such a huge crowd favourite. I'm sure you wouldn't want Nick to leave without saying a few words to you. And so... So, Nick, you better just first of all give us a medical diagnosis.
Yeah, I just felt, you know, I haven't played this level of tennis in a long time, and obviously playing someone as good as Felix, you know, I needed my main weapon, my serve, to be firing on all cylinders, and I just felt my ab definitely did something to it towards the end of the first set. You know, that's just the way it goes. You know, he's a hell of a player, he's going to do some special things in this sport, and, you know, this is kind of playing out here and having this support has kind of made me have maybe a second wind. I reckon I'm going to come back and play for a bit longer, I reckon. But yeah, I can't, you know, I did all I could to prepare to get here. You know, I beat a heck of a player first round and I played a great second round, and just to get out here again and play 2 sets, I tried to play as long as I could, and I'm sorry that I couldn't give you more today, but you'll see a lot of him in the future. So and he's better looking too, so it's all good.
Well, listen, thank you to you for entertaining us this year at Wimbledon. We'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Felix, this is your moment, so congratulations, through to the last 16. Did you sense in the second set that he was under real pressure, so that was the moment to kick on?
Yeah, well, you know, first of all, I'm sorry for Nick. You know, he was playing so good in the first set. It's really unfortunate in front of a packed crowd. You know, we both love playing here, so I think there was big expectations for this match. We were hoping to put on a good show, entertain the crowd. So, you know, it's unfortunate he had to retire, and I hope it's nothing too serious and that he's back on the US swing.
You're in a rich vein of form at the moment. Do you feel you're playing better on grass now than you ever have done before?
Well, it's my second time, you know, playing on grass. Second time playing Wimbledon, so now I'm one step better than the last time. So, you know, it's moving in the right direction. But I'm enjoying myself. You know, this is my favorite tournament since I came here as a junior in 2016. I've only had good memories. You know, I love the prestige of it. I love the crowd. You know, I just feel like you guys love to be here, enjoying yourselves, and that's the best for us players. So we really thank you for that.
The women's draw is obviously wide open, and a lot of women's Grand Slams recently have been that way. But there's been a monopoly, obviously, in the men's game, and everybody's saying that this is Novak's to lose. Do you look at this half of the draw and think, this is my moment, perhaps?
No, I'm going to try my best, of course. You know, you got to start believing in your chances first. And, you know, I've got a tough match probably next round, either Zverev or Fritz. So I'm going to try to get through that one and, you know, make my best result in a slam, and then we'll see where I go from there. But for sure, you got to believe in yourself and keep pushing. So that's what I'll do, and I'll see you next time. See you next round.
You certainly will. We'll see you on Monday. Felix Auger-Aliassime.
Zverev does get through his match that's going on right now, and it certainly looks like he's going to. That will be an absolutely brilliant match. Next up, Felix Auger-Aliassime against Alexander Zverev here at Wimbledon. Let's head over to centre court now. Roger Federer hoping to join Felix Auger-Aliassime in the next round. It was a good performance in the first set from Federer against the British lefty Cameron Norrie. Slowly warming back into the tournament here at Wimbledon, producing some of his better tennis over the first few days of the championships. And here he is serving at 5-4 for the second set.
Well, he managed to get to the Federer back there. But then this.
Yeah, there are different barometers for Federer's game. I think you start with the serve, then the forehand. If this starts finding its mark, you know, he's going through the gears.
Love. Love.
After 69 minutes, 3 set points for the 2 sets lead.
And second set, Federer. Six game to 4. Federer leads 2 sets to love.
It's a very different Wimbledon this year, isn't it? And if you haven't been able to get a ticket to come down yourself to SW19, there's probably one thing that you miss more than any other, and that's the experience of being on the hill. But luckily this year for Wimbledon 2021, we have a brand new experience to take the hill to you at home. We're going to take a look at it right now. All you got to do, head to hill.wimbledon.com, put in your email address, and then you get to this screen here. We have a little play around. You'll notice you get to grab your spot on the virtual hill. You know it's exactly the same as the actual hill next to the #1 court here at Wimbledon, even down to, look, the little water feature at the back of the terrace as well. So let's grab this nice central blanket right here. And then look at this, now we get to make an avatar. This one maybe doesn't look exactly like me. Let's have a play around. You can change the hair colour, dark brown. Wonder which one looks a bit like me. What about that? Big not sure about the cheers there, not sure about the cornrows. Headband, I like the headband. Let's have the headband. You can change your t-shirt as well. All sorts of different customization. Oh, I like the hat. I like the strawberries and cream. That's very me. How about that? So once you're happy, there we go. Some tennis whites as well with a headband and some lovely strawberries and cream. Click finished, and then look at this. Lovely round of applause, of course, from the other people on the hill. And you can literally take your seat as if you were here at SW19. It's brilliant, right? So let's take a little quick video tour then, shall we, of exactly what's on the hill. You can drag yourself around, you can see on the screen here. You can tilt your device as well. If you're on your phone maybe, you can go landscape or portrait. You can swivel around, look at the lovely sky and the trees, and really get a feel of exactly what it is like, even if you've never been down here. It is fantastic. You can even, look at this, tap on your avatar, you can send emojis, messages, and also, look at that one, see on the big screen right in front of you. Usually when you're down here, you can watch whatever matches on centre or #1 or around the grounds, but here you can have a few games on there as well. Look at that. Already, you can unlock things. I've got a lovely 80s style outfit. I think I'll strap that on right away. If you click on the trophy room, look at this, you can win things just for logging in, really. I've already got that nice retro outfit. I might put that on a little bit later on. But look at this, everybody else around the world that's gone onto the virtual hill is here. You can throw out your little messages to the rest of the people. Let's give Matteo Berrettini a bit of a shout out from me here, and as well, you look on the screen who you're supporting in this match. You can tap your avatar, you can select which ones you fancy is going to win today. Even send out some lovely emojis. Look at this, nice strawberry, goes over the strawberries and cream that we've got on the right hand side there. You can join in wherever you are in the world and be with lots of tennis fans from all corners of the continent, as if you were right here with us at SW19.
That's Danny explaining the virtual hill. You can have your own avatar, go and join them there, even if you can't get a ticket to Wimbledon. But the lucky people that have are there on the actual hill, Henman Hill, Murray Mound, whatever you want to call it.
Radhikane Ridge.
I know, we've got to find a new name for it today, I would imagine. Yeah, it'd be good to have it named after a female, wouldn't it, Anne?
Yeah.
There are lots of things you can do from home as well. You can book an afternoon tea, a Wimbledon-style afternoon tea, and the picnic basket will come to your house. So there are lots of different things that you can do. If you can't get to Wimbledon, have a look at wimbledon.com, and Virtual Hill is one of those. I think you can play a rally and compete against Andy Murray as well if you go to the website. So there's plenty you can do even if you can't make it to Wimbledon. But we've seen some fantastic tennis today, haven't we? We've just seen that issue there with Nick Kyrgios and his back, Felix Auger-Aliassime going through to the next round. Are you probably not that surprised considering how much tennis Nick Kyrgios has played in the last week after not playing that much in the last year?
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame to see him retire and go out like that because I think a lot of people were looking forward to that matchup. But it probably comes as no surprise, given how little tennis he's played. I mean, he joked about it himself, being a part-time tennis player. If you're not training and in that mode, if you're not fully prepared, you may be able to get away with it for a couple of matches. But then when the level gets higher, the challenge becomes higher, it becomes very difficult. And you can't just switch those things on and off. You have to work for it. And in the end, his body gave way.
Yeah, it's not a sport physically where you could just dip in and out, isn't it?
No.
I mean, we've seen Andy Murray spoke quite candidly, didn't he, yesterday after his defeat about how much time he'd spent preparing for Wimbledon. I think he said 3 months it's taken for him to get his body and his mind ready for a tournament like this. So whilst Nick might describe himself as a part-time player, if you want to compete in the second week of a Grand Slam and win the titles, that's just not sustainable, is it?
It's not. You need to be in tip-top shape. Playing a match over 5 sets will take a lot out of you. Playing on grass, a surface that most people don't train on year-round, and also a surface no one's played on for 2 years, it takes it out of you. It really does. The ball comes through low. You're getting into awkward positions. You have to deal with lots of different bounces, and you have to deal with what the other person down the other side of the net is throwing at you. So, yeah, look, it's a real shame he's pulled out, but somewhat no surprise that his body's fallen apart.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned there, all the attributes you need for a good tennis player, and that was what the British teenager Emma Radhikane, who we were talking about a moment ago, does seem to have. And physically, she is obviously very strong and very powerful. That was something that surprised me a little bit, considering she is still only 18 years old. She has the physicality and the aggression in her game, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's got the physique where she can, if she really works at it, she can be even stronger than what she is now. She already has good timing from the back of the court, which helps with what she can deliver. She's got, nice rhythm on her serve as well. So technically, she's pretty sound. You can tweak a few things here and there, but overall, she's got a good base. For her, there are areas of her game that she needs to develop, of course, but that will come in time. Now that the exams are out of the way, now that she can play a full-time schedule, who knows the sky's the limit for her. It really is.
Emma's about to walk into a press conference, so we'll listen to her in just a few seconds' time. But the interesting thing for her as well is, given that she's achieved this success, I don't think anyone really expected her to come in and look quite so at home here at Wimbledon. And I suppose the trick now is not to get too far ahead of herself, because she's been given a great draw. I'm sure she would have taken winning one match, but now she's got an opportunity, to play Tom Yanovich in the next round, who you say she's got an opportunity to beat. She's got to try to stay grounded as much, enjoy the moment, but try to stay grounded and say, okay, this is it might be my first Wimbledon main draw, but I've got a great opportunity to go even further here.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, but it's hard. I mean, I'd be the first to say, just make sure you keep your feet on the ground, stay level-headed, keep doing what you're doing. But I find myself getting really excited. I mean, she's playing...
Especially given the way the women's draw is opening up now. So many seeds have gone.
Anything is possible, really. And having seen her perform the way she has this week, seen the difference in just the space of 2 weeks and how much she's improved and how high her level is, it really has been outstanding. And, I think that obviously there will be a lot of hype, there will be a lot of talk, but tomorrow is a rest day. That will give us some time just to kind of feel, vaguely normal again. Tomorrow, you'll have no fans around the grounds. She can have a quiet practice session. And on Monday, I'm sure she'll be on big court again. And the way she lapped up the support, the way she embraced the crowd, she'll do it again come Monday.
Yeah, the crowd absolutely loved it, didn't they? Well, as Adam mentioned, Emma Radhikane just coming into her press conference here at Wimbledon. It's all a bit different this year. Most of the, well, I think all of the journalists actually are virtual. But let's join the press conference. Emma Radhikane into the 4th round of Wimbledon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the press conference for Emma Radhikane. Please, as always, raise your hand using the Zoom function if you would like to ask a question, and state your name and organisation when asking a question. Please raise your hand if you would like to ask the first question. Go ahead, Martin.
Yes, hello, Martin Lipson from The Sun. Congratulations, Emma. What a fantastic day for you. Can you just tell me tell us how it feels, what your emotions are after that sort of experience?
Thank you very much. My emotions were, I just couldn't put them into words, really. I was so overwhelmed, and the last point, I kind of just dropped my racket and fell to the floor, but it was just also instinctive, and in the moment, I had no idea what just happened. So, I mean, right now, I'm just on such a buzz and such a high, and I have my team who are with me in the bubble, and we're all just having a great time, really. We're sticking to the same routines, and having a really good time here.
Go ahead, Howard.
Hi, Howard Fendrich with the AP. I wanted to ask you to describe sort of what the feelings and sensations were just first stepping out into that court with that crowd for that match today.
Yeah, I knew Serrano was a very tough opponent, and the crowd, I just thought that I mean, playing on court 1 at Wimbledon, it's what you dream of. Not many people get the opportunity to. So I was like, wow, I mean, this is such an experience and such an opportunity. So I just thought, you know what, I'm just going to go out there and have fun. And I really think I did. Like, some of the points, I'd never played such good tennis in some of the points. So I was just having so much fun. And I also wanted to say that Serrano is an incredible opponent. Like, I respect her so much, and all that she's done in her career. I mean, she's had a really long career, and I remember watching her when I was growing up and I was younger, and I think she put up an incredible fight as well. And I mean, we had some great battle, like in terms of some of the points, and I just want to congratulate her on playing like the level, but I definitely, she would have wanted to win. So I mean, one of us had to do it, but I'm sure we'll play again in the future.
Go ahead, Emily. Emily Kent-Smith.
Hi, Emma. Well done today. I just wanted to ask, obviously your parents were there watching you today. Have you heard from them since you won? And have you heard from any of your school friends? What do they make of the fact that at 18 you've just gone and done that at Wimbledon?
Yeah, it's so crazy. Well, my parents were here, so I spotted them pretty early on, actually. And I've turned all my notifications off on my phone, so I just know that whenever my phone buzzes, it's like the Apple News just telling me like what's going on. So I have actually received a few emails from my school teachers, and my math teacher emailed me today as well, congratulating me. So it's just been great to receive messages from my schoolmates as well. Like they have been texting me. So I mean, I can't wait to see them once I'm done here, really.
What have your parents said about how well you played today?
Well, I called my dad off my osteo's phone after the match, and he didn't reply. Like, he didn't answer. So I was like, okay. I mean, I'm sure I'll speak to them later tonight.
Tom Hopkinson.
Hello, Emma. It's Tom from the Sunday Mirror and Sunday People here. You mentioned on court that your parents had said to you about packing too much kit. I wondered if you'd managed to speak to them about that and have a little jibe back at them yet.
I'm sure I'll get them on that later when I call. But it was nice. Like, I went into the changing rooms and they were happy to help me out with some laundry, and I'll get that sorted today, and Monday I'll have a fresh kit ready to go.
Ben Rothenberg.
Hi, Emma. Ben Rothberg, New York Times. I read that two of your idols in tennis are Lina and Simona Halep, I guess, who both are from the sort of countries of your ancestry in Romania and China. And I'm curious, I guess, like how much you trace to those tennis traditions, and also, I guess, sort of having, being multicultural, and I guess having your family having an immigrant mentality, maybe it's all helped you in terms of finding your career or finding your drive or purpose, whatever it may be, in the sport.
Yeah, I think that it's really such a coincidence that those are two of my favorite players that I try model my game after, and I happen to have a connection to both those countries, and I think that it's definitely helped me, the mentality that both of them bring. I mean, they both come from very hard-working countries. My mum, she's always instilled a lot of like discipline and respect for other people into me. So I think that having parents like I do, they always push me. They have high expectations. So I've always tried to live up to that. And I hope I did them proud this week, and I'm going to keep trying to keep going.
You see that work ethic in your parents as well. I'm curious what they do for a living also.
Yeah, Emma Radhikane there. She speaks so well, doesn't she? And Kjothavong's still with us. And I thought a telling point she made in the press conference there was to talk about her opponent, Sorana Cirstea, to say how much she enjoyed the match, that it was a really close match, that Cirstea obviously wanted to win and that, someone had to lose. For a player so young to be able to be circumspect enough to recognise the opponent's contribution to the match and talk like that, you don't see that too often.
No, but she's got a lot of respect for Sorana. Emma's dad is actually Romanian, so Emma has followed all the Romanian players, and let's face it, they've had more success on the women's side than British women have. So, she's kept a close eye on the Romanian players, and so she would have grown up watching Sorana, Monica Niculescu, Simona Halep. So, it's a real privilege. It's a real privilege for her to be out there on court against someone she's looked up to, and to compete the way she did, to perform the way she did, knowing. Having that respect for her opponent is really refreshing to hear.
There was also a very sensible answer in there about turning her notifications off when she's in a big tournament. A few other players don't look at their phones at all in this kind of Grand Slam environment, but she talks about her friends messaging her maybe by email because they can't get through any other way. But how much will she have contact with the likes of Joanna Konta and Heather Watson and the top British players? Do they have a similar camaraderie that we've seen happening on the men's side because of Battle of the Brits, or across? I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be the women that talk to her.
Yeah, I'm sure all the other British women, she's someone who they're still trying to get to know because she's so much younger than everyone else. But there's been a lot of support for her from the other British players, whether it's via social media. I'm sure they'll be WhatsApping her. I've managed to have some WhatsApp exchanges with her. But again, it's important. She's going to be bombarded with messages. And again, I don't think anyone will take it too personally if she doesn't respond to everyone. But she's just got to keep herself in the zone, though. That's the most important thing right now.
What do you think tomorrow's going to look like for Emma Raducanu? Just to come back down to earth and relax, enjoy the middle Sunday at Wimbledon. I'm sure if you asked her before the tournament to still be in it on middle Sunday would have been brilliant. If you were advising her, what would you be saying for her to do tomorrow just to try and bring it back down to earth?
She's got her physio, Tom, with her, as well as her coach, Nigel Sears, who are in the bubble with her. So for her, it's all about recovery, a light practice session, no more than an hour and a half tops. And I think it'll be quite nice, the fact that it'll be quiet. I don't think she'll even have to practice on the Orangi court. She can practice on one of the main courts tomorrow, given that she'll be competing on Monday. And it'll just be a low-key affair, and I'm sure there'll be some video analysis involved. She'll be doing her research on Yanovich, again, reflecting on what went well today, what didn't go as well, or what could be better, and what improvements they can make in that practice session tomorrow, or what they can work on tomorrow that will help her for Monday.
It's also interesting the fact that they are in the bubble, and you said for her, having just come out of doing her A-levels and being in a 5-star hotel is completely different as opposed to the other players who obviously have been in the hotels for many years when they're travelling. So that's a big difference. So we've spoken to a couple of the players who've always mentioned there's a candy store there and there's a ice cream stand. And that also just gives her something different, a good distraction, doesn't it? Because she hasn't done those things before. See, I mean, obviously she's had those items before, but just being in a hotel environment for those.
Exactly. I mean, it is like an all-inclusive holiday at the hotel, because it is. And for her, it's all still new. It's fresh, and she hasn't been kind of going from one bubble to the next, week in, week out over the past kind of 6 months. So, you know, hopefully the novelty factor won't wear off for her. She wants to, I'm sure, stay there for as long as possible, because the alternative is going back home and being with her parents. not that she doesn't want to be with her parents, but I mean, you know, 5-star hotel, everything included there, banter with lots of other people. It is fun when it's your first time, your first experience of that. You just want to try and take as much in as possible.
And before we, stop talking about Emma, one thing that's really, really interesting to see on social media and on the newspapers, the websites, is just how much the British public is getting behind her. They didn't, we didn't know.
Who was the message you saw earlier? Liam Gallagher?
Yeah, even Liam Gallagher's tweeting about her.
She's made it. Liam Gallagher's tweeted about her. She's made it. I'm so jealous.
Brilliant. Yeah, just how, I mean, we saw, I guess, that you can draw parallels. I know she's not British, but with what Coco Gauff did last time we were here at Wimbledon, announcing themselves, coming from nowhere really, announcing themselves on the world stage, and the British public, the media, get right behind her. And I mean, she's turned into a superstar overnight. Even Liam Gallagher's tweeting.
Exactly. But then, also if you're there, if for the fans who are here and have been fortunate enough to watch her play this week, when you're courtside and you can see how fast the ball is moving, her athletic ability, some of those points she managed to put together kind of just took everybody's breath away. It really was awesome, and she was able to rise to the challenge, and she was getting the crowd involved, and that's what people want to see. She's no shrinking violet out there on the court. So when you see somebody out there really enjoying themselves, it's easier for you as a fan, I guess, to support that player and really get behind them.
Yeah, as a British player, I guess a lot of people here were concentrating on that match, which was on court number 1, the 18-year-old Emma Radhikane going through at the same time pretty much as the 17-year-old Coco Gauff was on centre court, and she was doing the same thing, going through in straight sets against Kaya Juvan. What did you make of the performance of Coco Gauff and just how calm she is and how at home she seems here?
Yeah, well, I was surprised this was as straightforward as it was, because I honestly thought Juvan would be able to provide more resistance against Gauff. And especially, when Gauff played her previous match out there on centre court, she said she was really nervous before walking on. And I thought, do you want to admit that before your next match? Because you're scheduled on centre again. But again, she dealt with it in a professional manner, very self-assured, and another convincing performance from her.
Yeah, and she's just, having not watched her too much in between seeing her at Wimbledon last time and this year, she's definitely developed her game. I mean, you see there's a lot more variety. We were talking earlier with Mark about perhaps, the serve is what breaks down potentially on Coco's. If you were to pick a weakness in her game, it's sometimes the serve. She gets a bit nervous, but she has got so much more to her game than what we saw when she got to the third round a couple of years ago.
Yeah, we see when she comes forwards, she knows what she's doing at the net, and all the doubles she plays as well certainly helps her game there and has helped her develop as a tennis player. The serve looks more secure. I think mentally she's obviously got that right. She certainly had the yips on her serve last year, and the forehand looks more secure as well. So she's tidied up her game. She's made improvements. She's continuing to improve, which is great to see. And there's still so much more she can do to develop her game.
They're both, Radhikane and Gauff, so self-assured that we forget that they are teenagers sometimes. We just saw a shot of the parents of Coco Gauff there, and she has spoken about the fact that her mum, when she comes and she is at Wimbledon, she's not always with her, does all the sorting out of her bag, makes sure that she's got everything with her that she needs on court, does all the packing when she's moving around to come to whichever tournament, whichever country she's in. Whereas Radhikane also was talking about the fact that her parents said, "Why have you got so many kits in your bag?" because she wasn't sure that she'd be here for this amount of time. It's very important that they are right behind them. them, and just to the right extent that they're there. They're not overpowering and not there too much, isn't it? And both sets seem to have got that right.
Yeah, I mean, for Coco, it's great. She's got that stability where her parents are able to travel with her, and her dad's obviously very involved in her tennis as her coach. For Emma, I mean, Emma's parents have been very much involved. They may not be kind of in the box in the front row like Coco's parents, but they're there in the background. They've been the driving force really behind her tennis. They've been the ones who have put things in place for her. Dad, his attention to detail is really right up there. So they care, and they're supportive, and they want the best for her, and they've given her the best chance to succeed.
Yeah, and just go back to the press conference, which I just thought she was very good in, and a question there about her multicultural background, and she immediately spoke about the fact that she comes from parents from Romania and from China, and countries where hard work is part of what you have to do in your life. And I think again that just shows another level of worldliness, doesn't it, for someone who is 18 years old to answer that kind of question in a press conference in that way, and to know that she's from obviously a multicultural background, but to use that as well, the information to explain to the journalist that was asking the question.
Yeah, she's very aware, and her parents have worked incredibly hard for, in their own careers to achieve the level of success that they have, and they're very driven, and that's what they want for their daughter. Emma is very driven. She's got a good work ethic, and she's got all those qualities you would want to see in a young athlete who is going to fulfill her potential. With everything else, Dad being Romanian, I was actually asking him today, how much Romanian. I was just conscious of Costea's coach and shouting out in Romanian. How much does Emma understand? And apparently, well, she understands a lot. She just doesn't speak it as well. And her Mandarin is better than her Romanian.
She's multilingual as well.
Yeah, there's more languages than me. So she plays Arya Tomljanovic in the next round, and she's part of, I suppose, the tennis power couple. Although there's a few tennis power couples, aren't there, with Monfils and Svitolina. She's with Matteo Berrettini. Let's hear from both of them. They're with Jenny.
Well, it's not very often that you get to interview a couple on the tour at the same time, particularly when you're both doing so incredibly well. Guys, congratulations both into the round of 16. What a great day, hey?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was actually, so far it was a great day. Maybe you're going to fight in the afternoon for no reason, but so far it's a great day.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this could happen, but you guys were also on at the same time. How stressful is that when you're trying to focus on your match, but your partner's playing their socks off on another court?
I actually like it. I like when we both play at the same time, because then we're finished at the same time usually, and it takes away from the stress when you're kind of watching from the locker room, or because when he starts and if I just finished and he's in a third set, I won't go there just to not, maybe superstition, unless he's down to change it up. But I like it when we both play the same. You were kind of killing two birds with one stone.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you laughing, Matteo?
Yeah, because it's true. And I feel 10 times more stress when I'm watching her match than when I'm actually playing my match. So I would rather have her playing at the same time. And yeah, nothing. It was a great day.
You
when
were
we
still
both
stressed though.
Yeah, of course.
Isla, you finished first. Matteo, you finished first, didn't you? Just.
Yeah, 5 minutes before. And at the same time, I played best of 5, so I didn't know if she won or not during the match because they weren't showing her score. So I was maybe if she finished before me, she's coming here. And then I was making movies and stuff, and I was oh, maybe she's upset because she lost. I don't know.
Did you see me get broken at 5-1?
No, I saw on the scoreboard. Yeah, I stepped out of the court. Vincenzo, my coach, told me it's 5-1, and then I step out, and it was 15-40, and I was no.
That sounds very stressful indeed. What is it like when you are courtside for each other? Where are the stress levels there?
No, my hands are so sweat. It's unbelievable. When she's playing and when my brother is playing, I'm the most stressed guy on the planet, and I would rather play than watching her match.
Absolutely, but of course I have to ask you about mixed doubles too, because you guys aren't in the mixed doubles, and Matteo's now pointed to you, Isla. Why is he pointing at you?
Well, because we've been planning to play for the longest time, and we always find a reason why not to, but I swear this time the rain screwed us up because we had to play back-to-back. For me, it's not a huge problem, even though I also did have to play women's doubles. And then for him, he's playing best of 5. His body is good. It's great,
It's
but
great.
I didn't want to
But you were
risk
the
it.
hammer.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, but I get injured sometimes.
But it was a good call, I think, for this
Yeah,
tournament.
definitely. But we were really close. I think we never been so close to sign.
Yes.
Like you actually wrote the email and then you saved it. And
I
then
saved
we
it
were
in my
like,
drafts because we got to like enter through
Oh,
email.
really?
So I wrote the email
I was
and then,
surprised about that. I was surprised. But
You were
then
excited.
I was excited. I was like, oh, so we're gonna play. And then the rain and stuff. And I
And
was
also,
like,
we didn't make the cut at French.
okay, but
It's
don't
my
look at me.
fault.
Then look at me then.
I mean,
Don't look
maybe
at-
if you were one.
Yeah, maybe.
So we're going to see it maybe at the US Open or the Aussie Open?
I think Aussie Open would be great, but hopefully US Open. We're going to try.
Yep.
Well, watch this space. Guys, thank you so much for coming
Thank
on the
you.
Wimbledon Channel. Both of you, well done. We can't wait to see you in the second week.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
It's incredible because you get to experience it in a completely unique view. It's the best seat in the house. You get such an incredible view of the match.
It was back in 2018. We were on centre court. The doubles game was going on.
They gave me the racket first. I don't know what to do with it because I've never played tennis before. You can see in the clip, like, I'm looking around like, should I be standing here? And then the world's most competitive ball boy scored the point to end the match.
But I still feel bad for Morgan a bit about how short I cut the time on court. So it was pretty special to then hear the whole crowd.
Yeah, the whole crowd
get up and go crazy. About
Yeah.
it.
So you hear a lot of cheers as a ball kid, but that none of them are ever really for you unless you like catch a ball. The reaction it got online was immense. How many views did it have?
6 million.
6 million views on social media.
Best seats in the house, pretty much. Yeah, best seats in the house.
When we're picking for Wimbledon, we start at first light. We walk our crops obsessively. We go up and down the rows, we look at every plant. It's still quite difficult to time something so it's absolutely at the peak of perfection when you want it. No summer is the same as another. I'm very conscious of the fact that every berry that we send to Wimbledon is a bit of an ambassador for the farm because it's such a high-profile event. Really exciting thing is if you can get a strawberry from the plant to the person who's going to enjoy it within a day. It matters a lot to me. It's something that I take very seriously.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
We are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age, her very first Wimbledon.
Get that! Oh, hey, where are the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
With championship point.
Some excellent tennis going along around the grounds, particularly on court number 2. A clash of two former junior #1s. This Taylor Fritz playing just a month after having meniscus surgery on his knee. He took the first set against Alex Zverev, the 4th seed, in a tiebreak. Zverev won the following 2, and this is the 4th set. This one's also gone to a tiebreak. Let's pick it up right at the start with Zverev to serve.
Let for service.
Brilliant play from Zverev, putting Fritz at full stretch on both wings of his strokes.
Yeah, that was too good. It was a fairly awkward position. Down low, trying to be aggressive there, but he got the ball up and down quickly, found the angle. Good acceleration through that shot.
And that missed hit off the frame brings about a mini break.
3-1. Missed his opportunity there to move forward. Fritz had that floated backhand reply from Zverev and let him off.
Zverev. Thank you.
So a double fault
3-0
from Zverev. Arms the mini break back, putting us back on serve.
That's always a telltale sign. And Zverev just goes so big when he's feeling the nerves. 15 miles an hour, that second serve. Didn't really get up to it. That's a nice recovery, though. Just what he's looking for.
4-3 Zverev.
Each player has found the frame during the course of this tie-break.
4-0.
There's good length there from Fritz. Just rushing Zverev.
puts it in the point, and he comes out on top to secure another mini break.
Just looks as if he got a little tired on that final shot. Fritz didn't quite commit to the smash, perhaps. The nerves just getting the better of him there.
So now Zverev. 2 serves to come. Opportunity to close this one out. Goodness, what a way to set up match point.
6-4 Zverev.
Ace number 19 from the number 4 seed.
Mr. Fritz is changing the ball on the left baseline. The ball was called out. Game 7 match, Zverev. 3 sets to 1. 6-7, 6-4, 6-3, 7-6.
A great win there for Alex Zverev over the American Taylor Fritz. Went to 4 sets in the end. It was a pretty physical one, that, but he does progress through to the next round and makes it to week 2 of the championships. Let's go over to another pretty epic match happening on centre court at the moment between Roger Federer and Cameron Norrie. Federer is actually serving to stay in that 3rd set, and this is, I think, exactly what Cameron Norrie wanted. He said he wants to make it a physical match out there. Obviously, he's in the form of his life at the moment, so let's join this one.
Love 15.
And there you have it, a strong point from Norrie at the right time. With Federer at love 15, he stayed in the rally, got the unforced error, now love 30.
Let first serve, please. Let first service. Mr. Federer changing call. Right near side, ball is called out.
Is this just to collect himself? It's a big one. Good call. Wow. Out of nowhere. It's 3 set points.
Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you. Yes.
He's got it. Federer broken to love. Is this the start of a remarkable comeback? Well done, Cam Norrie.
Federer released 2 sets to 1.
Well. Could this be the start of a fight back? You want to carry on following this match and watch it on your local international broadcast partners. Claire Curran has joined us up on the balcony. Thanks for joining us, Claire. Look at that, Cam Norrie trying to become only the second British player to beat Roger Federer at Wimbledon. Do you know, a little quiz for you before we get onto the main quiz that we teased yesterday. Who was the first one, the only other one?
Tim Henman.
It was Tim Henman, way back in 2001. Look at that, smashed that one straight back over the net to us. It looked like the crowd were really getting into it there. This is an interesting week for him because he maybe came to Wimbledon as a little bit of an unknown for the British fans.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think by the end of Wimbledon that won't be the case, but the longer that he stays on the court this evening, and you can see in the end of that third set he really did get that crowd pumping. He knows he's got so much confidence from the way that he's played through the year, but his physical capabilities, that's really what he's going to be taking a lot of confidence from now. It looks like he's starting to push Federer a little bit further back the court. He's becoming more confident on the court, in the environment as well. And you know, his body language is brilliant at the moment. I see him coming to the net a little bit more often. So for me, Roger Federer has to win this match in 4 sets. His 5-set record isn't fantastic, but I think if it goes to 5 sets, Roger Federer potentially could lose the crowd.
Yeah, because I kind of mentioned, didn't I, the physicality of Cam Norrie, and I think actually maybe kind of lockdown's been a blessing in disguise for him. I think he came back from his parents in New Zealand, came back and started running a lot, like we've mentioned, 10Ks a day, I think it was, to get into the best shape of his life. And I think his coach also said that he's become the CEO of Norrie Capital. Whatever Norrie Capital is, it's himself now, isn't it? Because before, I think his coach said that he basically always waited for the coach to say what to do and where to be and where to go. Now he wants to know more about the process and exactly why he's doing things.
Well, he's been lucky over the years, hasn't he, in that Davis Cup environment on the British team. He's had Andy Murray, he's had Kyle Edmund as well, who's done well. And over the last couple of years as well, Dan Evans, seeing the way that he's kind of turned his career around and turned his mindset around in general. But you're right, what he was doing in that, you know, I always call it the off-season, absolutely it wasn't, during the COVID break, as he just got into running. And running, whenever you, I'm sure you both know, you probably do a lot of running, but you go through stages in your mind, you really think about all the kind of mental tough moments. And when he's out there right now, he's thinking about all those miles that he ran, and he's getting that extra confidence from that. But he's also, he hasn't been on the tour for as long as people might think based on his age, because he's obviously gone through that whole American college system where he would have gone out there, he would have played at least 40, 50 matches a season in college. So he's just taken his time kind of to mature. He's found his own way in doing that. It's taken maybe a little bit longer than it might take somebody who's been out on the tour since a very, very young age, but he certainly looks like the optimum professional right now.
It's interesting, isn't it? We mentioned the crowd and how much they were getting behind Cam Norrie. That's not the usual atmosphere that Roger Federer is used to on centre court.
No, and there was a moment towards the end of that third set, I think it was love 40 on Roger's serve, that Cam Norrie just got his hand up and he got the crowd to elevate. And I don't think Roger Federer is going to appreciate that type of gesture from a player, because he's very aware as well of obviously the history that he has on this court over the last 20 years. So it's unusual for Federer to be an underdog on this court. And I think even in the times that he's played Andy Murray, it's still been quite a neutral crowd, if that's possible. But, you know, if it was played in any other country, Roger Federer wouldn't have the same support as he does here at Wimbledon.
Absolutely. Well, let's carry on with the action then on court number 3. Sevastova is serving to stay in this third round matchup against the French Open champion, Krejcikova. Let's join the commentary on this one.
That's what, from Krejcikova's point of view, she hasn't had that gift of a point at the start of a Sevastova service game.
Let first serve.
Oh, beautiful. Goes for that angle off the forehand. Sensational. Well, there's been a shift in energy here and aggression from
15-14.
Krejcikova.
Well, Anastasia Sevastova has to find something here. 2 match points for Barbara Krejcikova.
Let first serve.
Oh, that was on the line. That she had a very good look at, but took a little bit of a distraction away from her then.
Oh, what a point to win it. Krejcikova creeps into the net. Sevastova falters. And it is the French Open champion who will go through to the 4th round of Wimbledon. And she continues to grow in stature as a singles player in the slams. Now unbeaten in 15 matches. What a shame for Sevastova, though, because she, well, even in reaching the 3rd round, that was the best she's managed at Wimbledon, but had far grander designs. There off she goes. And Barbara Krejcikova. She's been struggling at times, and I think to see her way through here to that meeting with possibly Ash Barty, or possibly her own doubles partner. That will be fascinating in itself. But the fact is that she is there, so well done to Barbara Krejcikova.
Well, she just played a very tough match, Barbora. I just felt she lifted it exactly at the right time, and that comes from all that confidence of knowing to back yourself, to when to really commit, when to do the things that have gotten her through some difficult times over the last couple of months. That terrific run in France at back-to-back tournaments, and of course taking out Roland Garros is phenomenal. You learn so much from winning a Grand Slam, and no doubt that experience has helped her just to find her way and battle the ups and downs in this match. But she will be extremely happy to get through that, and she would imagine that in a day and a half when she comes back here that she will be feeling a lot better. We saw that she had some sort of tummy issue. She left the court at the end of that 2nd set after losing it, and well, I think that'll probably go down as a great win for her, because she really had to draw on absolutely everything, all of her experiences, to get through that one.
Right.
Karolina Muchova joins me now into the 2nd round of Wimbledon for the 2nd time on your 2nd appearance here. Well done today. What do you think of how you played out there against such a great opponent, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova?
Thank you very much. Well, today wasn't actually my day. I would say I couldn't really rely on my shots much, but I just kept fighting and I tried to play every ball, and yeah, I pulled out the win in 2 sets. I'm very happy for it.
What is it about Wimbledon that you're enjoying? Because a couple of years ago you went so deep here, and now doing so well once again.
Probably the grass. It's gonna be the grass and the strawberries. No, I mean,
and
it's really...
strawberries are key, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a really special place, and yeah, I enjoy to play on the grass, and we don't get many tournaments on grass, and this is just a special place to be for me, and I'm really happy to go again in a second week.
What about your level of tennis as well? Semi-finalist in Australia. What is working so well for you in the last, say, 18 months or so?
Just work. It's basic things, actually. You know, keeping my team, good people around me, working on specific things, and trying to keep a good mood during the tournaments, and yeah, just these things keeping me there.
Are you enjoying your tennis at the moment?
Yeah, I am. Today was a little bit tricky one, but I really like it. Yeah.
Well, Carolina, thank you so much for your time on the Wimbledon Channel. Well done today, and we so look forward to seeing you play next week.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we're heading over to court 2 now for some doubles action. And Coco Gauff is out again on court with her doubles partner there, Katie McNally. And she actually only stepped off of centre court at 2:30-ish. She was playing for 65 minutes earlier on, making it through comfortably in that third round matchup over Juvan earlier. Claire Curran is with us right now. Claire, I'm going to kind of go, I guess Coco's young enough at the age of 17 to play back-to-back matches on the same day. It's not really going to faze her, is it?
No, when you think about so many of the great women players, Martina Navratilova used to play doubles all the time. Coco and Katie McNally are playing a lot of doubles, and I for one, love to see the youngsters do this, because she's still developing her game, and her game has so much variety to it. She's coming into the net a lot. She's finishing points there. So there's no better place to finish the point, to finish the day than on the doubles court. But when you look at the top women's players at the moment, so many of them are playing. Siniakova is playing later on tonight. She's obviously playing with Krejcikovic in the doubles as well. They won the French Open, so it's much tougher for the men players at Grand Slams to be playing in the doubles, because obviously you've got the 5-set factor. But I think the ladies love to do it and should keep doing it.
How does it improve and help your singles game playing doubles?
Well, you're playing, firstly, you've got to have a lot of courage to be at the net and to take on lots of volleys, but also it's really important for your transition game forward, taking on the ball nice and early, coming in, and also anticipating all the time how to make crosses. But you're getting a lot of opportunities to hit a lot of returns of serve, and also hitting those returns a little bit more aggressively, and obviously your serving practice. But I think the last thing and the most important thing is it's lots of fun playing with somebody.
That's what I was going to talk about, the fun aspect of it, because these guys call themselves Coco, don't they? Coco Gauff and Katie McNally. And they talk about being kind of the best of friends on tour as well, which must just make it, like, taking away from the pressure of individual performances, have a little bit of fun. And I think someone had a little bit of a thing saying, oh, they weren't going to play each other or play with each other on this. And I think it was Katie who took to Instagram and said, no, I'm going to shut down these rumours. We love playing together.
Well, they do. I think they didn't play together in the French Open. And I actually had a word with Katie McNally's coach in Birmingham, because I just wanted to check that wasn't the case. But no, it was only because of a scheduling or an injury or something like that. No, these two have been playing together since they were juniors on the US team. They have great fun. They have great fun together. And I think they're going to be a Grand Slam winning team pretty soon.
In doubles as well?
Yeah, I believe so. And when you think about, some of the players that have won Grand Slams in the last couple of years, obviously Krejcikova did it. She'd won a doubles Grand Slam before the singles. Ash Barty made 3 Grand Slam finals before winning the French Open. And obviously Sam Stosur was the #1 in the world, countless Grand Slam doubles titles before she went on to win her first Grand Slam at the US Open. So I think all the players they've kind of caught on to the fact that the doubles playing, apart from the fact that it is great fun, it's also really good for your game.
The experience of winning big matches and finals, I suppose, as well.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's the experience of being out here at a Grand Slam and staying playing for as long as you possibly can. And when you first get to a Grand Slam, unless you're Emma Radhikane, who takes a wild card and is into the second week in her first experience of it, when you first get to a Grand Slam, you want to stay there as long as possible. That's what, as a coach, that I would be saying to a player. It doesn't matter whether it's singles, doubles, mixed, just get used to this environment, but also get used to the experience of playing against the very best players in the world. And the more you play, the more opportunities you're going to have, the more experience.
I mean, the youngsters are already, I think, on break point at the moment. But what do we make of their opponents? Slightly older, of course, Sara Sorribes-Tormo and Paula Badosa on the other side of the net. Strong opposition in that pairing?
Well, great singles players, and they've been doing really well in their singles, and exceptional competitors. So all 4 women on the court today are all competing, obviously, in the main draw in doubles here. Some are going further than the other. But yeah, that's a very tough match for them to play.
It's interesting as well, I suppose Coco is one of the most popular players around here, particularly after what she did 2 years ago. If you're down here, this is a great opportunity to see her in action. Well,
I actually just walked past the court, and there's a lot of people even outside the court trying to get a glimpse of her. But I also think there's no better place to watch a great player play than on the doubles court, because they're not calmer in the way that they play, but they're freer. They're going for more shots. They're able to express themselves a little bit more, and you see more of their personality on the doubles court. So yes, if you're in Wimbledon tonight and you want to go to a court, I think they're maybe down on court 2. They're on court 2. That's a good place to have a wander.
Absolutely. Well, I think the entire Wimbledon tournament is a great place to wander. Look at those shots on screen now. Beautiful. I love that camera angle there. Looking glorious this evening on a Saturday evening, just before some other big game starts. I think there's something football match going on somewhere around the world. We don't talk about that.
Heard about it if that was happening.
Laura Robson actually earlier did have an England football shirt on. She didn't talk about coming home. She was very professional, talking about Emma instead. But let's go and find Jenny Drummond, because she is still out and about for us this afternoon.
Well, I have to say, I am absolutely delighted to be joined by the woman of the moment, 18-year-old Emma Radhikane, who is into the round of 16 of a Grand Slam for the very first time on her Wimbledon main draw debut. My goodness me, Emma, a crowd is gathering here behind us. They're even cheering you on from here. Can you begin to describe what has been going through your head over maybe the last few days, certainly?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I feel like the support that I've been getting, just walking around, and even when I was in the car back yesterday, like someone was waving to me and I was like, I'm not sure they got the right person here. I think they think it's someone else, but it's just surreal what's going on, and I'm literally loving every single moment of it. I feel so at home, and everyone's been so welcoming, and I'm just feeding off everyone's energy, and I'm literally just loving my time here.
In terms of your tennis, and specifically your match today, the level at times that you brought was just incredible. How happy are you with the type of tennis that you're producing right now on such a big stage?
Yeah, I think that the level today, I played such a tough opponent. Sorana is a great player, I really respect her. I was watching her when I was younger and nowhere near this sort of tournament. So to be able to play her on court 1 with a home support, it's incredible. And I thought that every time I had a chance, she would just take it away from me with some great serves or great points that were like close to the line, and I was like, But I just knew that I had to keep holding serve and doing, playing relaxed and aggressive tennis, because that's what got me in the lead in the first place. But I obviously expected her to fight back. She's a great competitor.
Talk to me a little bit about the end of the match, because obviously one of the hardest things in tennis is actually to close out a match, and to get over the line to win the last point. What was going through your head?
Yeah, I thought I was so dead, to be honest. I hit a ball that was like on top of the net, but I just legged it to the other side and managed to get there. And I think no one's seen me move like that before, so. But it's definitely worth running, and I was so inspired in the moment. I was just chasing everything. So. Yeah, I've no words really. The last few days have just been an absolute blur, and I just can't believe what's going on.
Have you surprised yourself with how far you've come, considering the little amount of match practice you've had in the last, say, 18 months? You've really not played many matches, and you were sitting your A-levels.
Yeah. Well, I think that in a way it's helped me, because I came here with absolutely no expectations. And when you have that sort of mindset that everything that you get is a bonus, then you play with no pressure and you're relaxed and free. So I think that in a way it's helped me, and I managed to play a few tournaments before this, and you know, got any rust out the system. So, I mean, we'll just see what happens. Really, I'm just enjoying it.
And how about what you said in your post-match interview about your parents saying that you were packing too many match outfits? I mean, they've got to eat their words now, right?
Yeah, I'll give them a hard time about that one later. But no, I think that it's a great problem to have, really. It's a great problem to have. And yeah, the ladies downstairs, they were so helpful. They straight away, they asked me, yeah, I'll take care of your laundry. So yeah, I'll have a freshly pressed dress on Monday for my match.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, Emma, we cannot wait to watch that match. Keep that smile on your face all weekend long, and I hope you have a wonderful day off. Well done.
I will, thank you. Thanks for having me.
What a beautiful evening here in London it is now, because it's 20 to 6. It's warm, it's pretty sunny. We have no rain either, and Emma Radhikane has to really think about her outfit now for Monday morning, because she's got to pick out something special. She's into the round of 16. When you actually put it into numbers, that's pretty special, isn't it, Claire?
Well, it is, and especially when she's coming from Britain, and this has just not been done before. But in terms of the outfits, I don't think she's got too many options. It's white or white. But yes, and she hasn't had to think of any other outfits, because obviously in the hotel you can just walk around in your sweatsuit or your sweat tracksuit all day long. You don't need to worry about going out to restaurants. But isn't it an amazing achievement for her? And to think actually that a couple of weeks ago she was going to be playing in the qualifying event, but she probably obviously would have got through that qualifying event. But she's just got a big game mentality, and the way in which she coped with going on to court one. I know Laura Robson was talking about that earlier on, but I remember young Laura Robson, 14 years of age, walking onto court one and winning the junior Wimbledon title, and I was really shocked by how somebody could have that level of composure. But Emma Radhikane, she has that obviously same big game mentality, but the way in which she was playing at times was just totally, it was instinctual, it was free, but also how she regained composure, having been a set 3 love 40, how she regained the composure to continue to play an aggressive style of tennis, which had got her to that winning point when so many other thoughts could have come into her mind. She didn't allow that to happen, and you know, she's certainly not a one-hit wonder, and it's probably come at an absolutely superb time for British tennis and for Wimbledon itself here.
Absolutely. Now, talking of keeping your composure, I know you spotted that book that's on Rachel's lap there. That's the Wimbledon Compendium. We talked to you a little bit before we went on air. We decided we had to flick through this. We thought we'd put together a little quiz for you, Claire. You've been worried about this literally since yesterday when we mentioned it to you.
Well, I'm not really that worried, because the compendium is obviously something that I spend my weekends reading through.
Good answer, Claire.
I'm well up to date on this.
Of course.
I thought I was already 2-0 up, because you asked me a couple of questions.
True?
No,
you
got one, I think, there. Tim Henman, wasn't it?
Tim Henman, so does that count?
No, it doesn't. Okay, so I'm going to go easy for your first time at Rachel's Compendium quiz, okay? So the first question, I'm going to open this.
I need some Emma Radhikane composure here.
Nothing about that. Okay, I'm going to ask you, how many girls' singles champions are still in the main draw? A, B, who are they? And C, what year did they win? I'll start with how many are still in the main draw?
This is
girls singles.
This is very, very tough. Swiatek and Barty have definitely won the girls singles. So I'm wondering whether or not there's anybody past that, whether any of the Czech players would have. And I feel that one of the Czech players will have won Wimbledon, Junior Wimbledon. So I'm going to go with what I know. 2, and there's 2 still in it.
Correct, because Ostapenko was, and she just got knocked out. Okay, so you've got 2 out of the 6 actually points on offer. So you got 2, and you had the names. What years? Can you think about what years Swiatek and Barty got their titles?
Oh, this is good. This is good. 2018.
Correct, Swiatek.
And 2015.
No, 2011.
I was thinking 2011. Genuinely, I was thinking 2011, and I don't know why I went 2015. What am I thinking?
That massive break, well, not massive break, but she went and played cricket and did Aussie rules and whatever else she can turn her hand at.
So that was poor. Am I a 3 out of 6 right now? Where are we?
That was pretty good. Okay, the second question. You'll definitely get some match. You've gone really easy on you. When did Federer win the boys' title?
That's not that easy. That is not that easy. So it's 1990. I'm either going 7 or 9. So I'm going to go with 7. No, wait, stop for a second.
I'm going to go. Producer, when do you think
I didn't look at anybody.
98 from the stands.
Well,
we got
to be
the answer.
fair,
98.
On average, you were correct there. You just went in the middle.
I should have gone in the middle, shouldn't I? Why was I not thinking
Claire,
like
thanks
that?
for taking part in the compendium. Should we let you have a little think about your answers there and go to a press conference?
I thought I was actually okay there. You said those questions were really easy.
I think that was a good performance.
I thought it started easy. I'll go.
I'm disappointed with the Ash Barty. That's very disappointing. 2015, I should have really said 20.
2011.
That's really poor from me. Very exceptionally poor.
Problem is, you've set her a challenge to come up with something even more difficult for next week.
I would love some more questions. I love this.
Okay, well.
That's what we're spending middle Sunday
You're holding
doing,
me to that. I'll do that. That's my homework for tomorrow for Madness, Monday Madness, whatever, all the matches that are coming thick and fast. Should we actually go back to tennis, guys?
Probably
Proper
should
tennis.
do, yeah.
Okay, let's go to the press conference for the match earlier. That was between Felix Auger-Aliassime, I get my words out, Rach. I've got too excited about the compendium, and Nick Kyrgios. Obviously, Nick Kyrgios retired from that matchup on court 1, which was really disappointing. Let's see what he had to say.
Here we go, unmuted. Sorry about that. Nick, how would you describe what happened, how it felt at the time, and what your thoughts are about its effect going on from today?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I felt it. I felt it specifically. 4-1, 15 all. I hit a first serve and I felt a strain towards my left abdominal, and then I mean, I've had that injury before. You know, playing juniors, just when the load spikes up and the body's not used to playing the load, can cause some issues. And then at 30-15, I hit a wide serve. And I actually was going to hit a big forehand. I can just picture it going on. Like I was going to hit a big forehand, then I ended up hitting a drop shot, and I missed it. But then I felt it as soon as I served. I felt an acute pain, and I knew I was in a bit of trouble. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. Like it's funny because I woke up today feeling phenomenal. Like my hips felt good, like my body felt good, and I was like, wow, like I'm back. I'm feeling good, and the luck just didn't go my way. Like, in a way he was a bit lucky because I felt today I was playing unbelievable. I came out of the blocks, I was returning lights out. I was actually finding my stride, and I had never felt more comfortable on the grass, honestly. And I felt like he was really struggling with the way I was playing. I was making a lot of returns. I was hot. I broke him, I think, 3 times in the first set. So, but that's part of it. Injuries are part of the game. He's a hell of a player and he's professional and he's going to do some great things. But again, I'm not too upset with it.
Josh
Gavlich here from SCN. How disappointed are you? Because you could see the way you spoke to the crowd afterwards, you were upset that you let them down in a way, you couldn't entertain them, and that's been such a feature across your first 2 matches. Is that an element of your disappointment today?
Yeah, for sure. In a way, it's the way I go about my career. It's like people always say, "Oh, he's not professional. He could have done more. He could have done more in the gym. Could have done more rehab." But that's what makes me, the way I play. My game style, and I honestly did all I could to prepare for Wimbledon. I was training a little bit back home. I got here with, I could have got here earlier, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to go in the bubble earlier. I didn't want to force that on my girlfriend, on my best friend, my manager, any of that. So I got here, I did what I could. I battled through, and my body just wasn't to where it needed to be to continue to play at this level and beat these quality players. My game's there. My game is obviously there. Like, he's 15 in the world, and I'm making the guy look pretty average in the first set, and I haven't played a tournament in 6 months. So my game is there. My confidence is high as ever. It's just my body. I got to get it right, and whether that takes a week or 2 weeks, that's is what it is. But yeah, I was devastated. Obviously, I'm enjoying myself, and I feel like one of the crowd, going from, you know, the bad boy of tennis, all this sort of stuff, to now one of the crowd favourites. And I knew that they wanted me to keep playing, and I tried to give everything I absolutely could, but I knew the more I served, the worse it was getting, and it was heartbreaking for me. I told the crowd, like, it's the end of the road, because I knew that it was a journey that I honestly thought, if the way I was playing, I could have done some pretty cool things this week, but it is what it is. It was tough to leave that crowd, honestly.
Has the way the crowds dealt with you this week reinvigorated you in a way and really made you want to play more tennis going forward this year?
Yes, I definitely feel more comfortable getting out there, and when they embrace you, they embrace your personality, and they embrace the way you go about it. Of course I want to go out there and play, but I think there's something cool in the fact that I pick and choose very wisely and what I want to play, and I want to keep it, I don't want to be playing every week. That's not who I am. I don't want to be chasing a tennis ball around the world. That's not me. But I think it's cool that I kind of don't play that often, because it gives them, when I do play, they definitely tune in. All my matches are packed out. And I think that's the cool thing about it. Like, they're like, oh, Kyrgios won't be playing for ages, and now he's playing, and then there's full hype around it, and it's pretty cool. So we'll see. I really enjoyed the crowd this week. It felt like I was playing back home in Australia. It was even better. So it's cool.
Nick, I'm sorry I came in a bit late, but what have you actually done, and when did it happen?
4-1, 15-all, and then 4-1, 30-15. On my service game, I felt my lower left abdominal ab strain. And it was just getting worse and worse. Towards the end, you're talking about a guy that serves, I can confidently say I got one of the best serves in the world. I serve 210 to 220 consistently, and I couldn't serve over 110 kilometers an hour towards the end. I was just rolling it in, and unfortunately, it's not enough against a player like Felix. But if I, So I did an MRI. I've done all the right things. I've iced it. I've got on top of it already. So obviously, my plan is to rest it, rehab it, and then get back out on the court for the US swing, or just try and play. But I got to look after my body. As I said in the previous press conference, I need to make sure my body's right to play, because if it's not, then I'm not going to play.
And you said before the tournament that the plan was to go to the Bahamas after this. I'm assuming you'll help, but so when will you decide as to what you're going to do as far as Atlanta or Tokyo is concerned?
Well, obviously I'll see how I pull up the next couple of days. The doctors and the physios told me an injury like this, it's better to do another imaging session 2 days after it, because that's when the bleeding will, it will kind of show up more as to what you've kind of done. But, it is what it is at the moment. I can't, I might even stay a day or two in London, out of the bubble with my girlfriend, and, see what London's about, and then head to the Bahamas, rehab, train, and then, look, I don't know about the Olympics or, Atlanta just yet. I want to, if I'm to play the Olympics, I want to do it the right way. I want to do it with full crowds. I want to do it with my guests there. I want to do it when I'm able to watch other athletes do their thing. And that's the Olympics for me. The Olympics, the way it's going to go on, is not the Olympics. Like, that's not what it is for me. These restrictions, that's not how I want to remember the Olympics either, if I play it just one time. So, we'll see. We'll see what I do.
Simon.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, looking how disappointed Kyrgios is to have to pull out. We're almost seeing a completely different Nick Kyrgios this week.
I think we are, and it's brilliant to see. We're not seeing anything different in the way that he plays the game. No. I mean, he is the most naturally gifted tennis player I think I've probably ever seen, and the way that he, just composes himself through matches. But he's so disappointed right now, and that can only be a good thing for the game of tennis. And maybe even this experience for him coming to Wimbledon, and the disappointment with his body letting him down will also kind of make him think, maybe for the first time, I do need to invest a little bit more in bringing the physical trainer with me. It might even be another step forward to get a coach, but we've got to remember he's producing this type of tennis without any of those things. And professional athletes of today's generation, it's unheard of that, and hopefully it's something that he won't do it for a long time now. Now he will start to bring. He can certainly afford it, but now he can start to bring those guys along with him.
And he said he's disappointed to be out. I think we're disappointed, and the fans watching at home are disappointed, because he's such a colourful character and really makes a tournament that little bit more exciting, and especially if he now can't play mixed doubles as well with Venus.
Yeah, Venus is probably exceptionally disappointed, because she probably would never have experienced anything like that on the court that she had with him the other evening. So, yeah, look, it's sad for everybody, but it's great to see that he's really disappointed with that, because we've seen him so often come into press conferences, lose in big matches, Grand Slams, and really not care that much. But you can see it, and he's revealing now that this really means a lot to him. And if you remember back along, obviously you're probably much too young for it, but Andre Agassi, not that he was the same as Kyrgios in any way, but he had this incredible talent. But yet there was a moment in his career that, you know, he felt like I'm maybe not working hard enough, and he turned it all around. And in the end, his career was exceptional, but he really invested in working very hard physically, mentally, on his diet, everything. So fingers crossed for everybody, every Kyrgios fan, that this is actually maybe the beginning of something for him that might end up being very special for all of us to be able to watch.
Absolutely, fingers crossed. We wish Nick Kyrgios well. But the man who went through at his expense today is the Canadian Felix Auger-Aliassime, and he's been speaking to Jenny Drummond.
I'd like to say into the round of 16 here at Wimbledon for the very first time, Felix Auger-Aliassime. Congratulations. I mean, not the way you wanted to get there, but you're here nonetheless. Talk me through what was going on the court.
You know, he started great on my part. You know, I felt like I wasn't playing as good as I could play in the first set. And then, you know, I bounced back well at the start of the second. I played a great game on my serve, and then started, you know, feeling better and better. And then I saw he got a little bit hurt, and then things were not turning well for him, and things got a little bit tricky, you know, at some point. But I know I think I did well. You know, I played good tennis, you know, at the end of the match, I guess, at the end of the second set. But of course, it's unfortunate that we can't finish the match. You know, we had a packed crowd. People were waiting, I think, to see this one. And the fact that we couldn't finish is, of course, unfortunate. It's never happened to me. But at the end of the day, I'm through the next round, and that's the most important.
What do you mean it's never happened to you? Is that the first time that someone's retired against you in a slam?
Yeah, that's right. In a slam, or
ever?
I think ever.
Really?
Maybe it happened once, but I don't recall. You know, especially not at a big stage like this. You know, we rarely see it happen in a slam because, of course, all the matches are so important. The players come prepared, and it's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, I guess it happens to everybody.
It does, but Nick Kyrgios, how much were you looking forward to playing him? Because as you mentioned, it was a packed crowd. It was on paper a popcorn match.
Yeah, of course, I'm an up-and-coming player. He's been the big entertainer for the last few years in our sport, so it's always a big challenge to play him. And I felt like he was mixing up well his game at the start. He was serving amazing, so it was tough for me to find a way, but he's always a big challenge. You know, last time we played, I won, but, you know, tied 3 sets, so it's always a good one against him, and hopefully next time we're able to go all the way.
Talking of big challenges, you're now into week 2, playing Sasha Zverev, 4th seed in the round of 16. How much of a big challenge is that one?
No, it's a big one. You know, the 4th seed, he's been the most consistent player of our generation in the last few years. I'm sure you remember our match at UTS.
I do.
Where I lost the tight one there. So, you know, he's beaten me the last couple of times, but, you know, now I'm going to try to step it up and play a good match, play some good tennis, and then see where it leads me.
You're out for revenge then, hey?
Yeah, I'm up for it. I'm ready for it.
Well done today, Felix. Good luck next week.
Thank you.
Very much looking forward to next week, Auger-Aliassime against Alexander Zverev. Claire, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. Always a pleasure to have you up on the balcony with us. Enjoy the rest of enjoy your day off tomorrow.
I'll enjoy, but before that, I'll enjoy going to watch some tennis around the grounds.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go to centre court, shall we, where Roger Federer, 8-time champion, taking on Cameron Norrie. Federer is 2-1 up as Norrie comes out from the changeover here. Federer now is serving, stands for the match. Let's join this and see how he gets on centre court.
Two hours and 32 intriguing minutes. Federer serving for the match.
Thank you. Please already. Thank you. Mr. Nori change the call. Left service line, ball is calling.
Fine margins.
And 15 love. Mr. Nori has one challenge remaining.
Just refusing to give in. He doesn't want to go home yet, Cam Norrie.
He picked the right way on the Federer forehand for years and years.
15-30.
We've seen that winning combination. Gone out wide a lot to the Norrie backhand here. Does he change it up?
The volume of support has been turned up for this man. Match point.
Game, second match for the 3-6-1.
That's what it means to him.
6-4, 5-7.
Match win number 104. He had to battle. Well done, Cam Norrie. Great effort. But Federer, for the 17th time in the last 18 years here at Wimbledon, is through to the second week. Terrific match.
Great match, credit to both players. You see by Federer's reaction there at the end how much it means to him, but also how hard he had to work today. Credit to Cam Norrie, he's been having a brilliant year. He was outclassed in the first two sets, but he dug in and he really did make a match of it.
Yeah, the future's bright with Cam Norrie. And he will learn from this. He'll go back, he'll dissect this. He'll think, how could I have done better? What do I need to improve? And he'll experience many more moments like this wonderful atmosphere in this incredible amphitheatre. So through in 4 sets, 6-4, 6-4, 5-7, 6-4. And he's going to talk about it with Rishi Prasad.
Roger, about an hour ago, it looked as if this was going to be rather comfortable for you, but then things turned tougher. Can you describe how pleased you are to get through this match?
Well, very, very super relieved. It was a tough battle with Cam, and like you said, I was so close to go and serve it out, I believe, like now at the end. So you know, a little extra round, but he deserved that third set. Sorry, I thought he played excellent today, and for me, I felt that I was really able to keep a very high level of play, and okay, thank you. And he got the good break there at the end of the third that cost me the set, but overall I can be very happy with how I played.
When I spoke to you after your match against Adrian Mannarino in the first round, you spoke about rhythm and tempo and how you needed to improve. You've had 4 days and a couple more matches. Do you feel that there's been significant improvement?
In my English too, yes. No, I've been learning English big time, and the mic's better this time. No, I'm joking. No, I mean, it's obviously very different. A first time from a third match, the way the grass plays, the opponent, even though maybe some similarities, being lefties, you know, still they have different strengths and different weaknesses, and so I don't know. I think overall, I'm definitely playing at a higher level right now. I got lucky in that first round. My English is better. Things are really going very well for me.
You know what they say about form being temporary and class is permanent, obviously, so it certainly applies in your case. One thing, every time you play, there's always a new stat, a new record that you always create. Today, you've won this third round match, which means that you're through to the 4th round of a Grand Slam for the 69th time. Is that a number that you're proud of, or are you only interested in number 9, a week on Sunday?
No, it's a nice stat to hear. It proves to me that when I do wake up in the morning, that has happened, you know, because I feel stiff, and I don't know. I played a lot of tennis, but look, I've loved every minute of it, and I hope there's a little bit more left in me, and it's a pleasure. No, it's an absolute pleasure still playing right now, and I guess this one's special just because I'm almost 40. You know, this is the last slam before I hit the big 40, so at this point it's all a bonus, and we'll see how far I can go here.
Congratulations, Roger. Well played.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
I've gone to see a lot of other sort of tennis, and Wimbledon's special because there's something very nice about day drinking. Wimbledon sort of defines British summertime. It's the sporting equivalent of Call the Midwife. It's everything cricket wants to be, but in a bite-sized chunk. Cricket's proper boring. Here's my top tips for an unmatched day at Wimbledon. Opening day is always amazing. If you've never been before, that's what you want to do. There could be very long queues, like to get in, to get out, so you've got to time it absolutely perfectly. You want to arrive as it starts. I would recommend comfy shoes, because there's quite a lot of racing round. you have to get up and down those stairs super quick. It's quite nice when you come and see something and you're not partisan. You don't really care who wins, and then within 30 seconds you've made a decision. I don't like his headband, we'll go for the other fella. It's basically a nice wedding, and sometimes there's a tennis match breaks out.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
We are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age, her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where's the strawberries? We're out. You cannot be serious.
With championship points.
Well, Ash, this is exciting. Ahead of Wimbledon, your return to the Grand Slam stage as a top seed, opening the centre court schedule on Tuesday. How do you feel about that, first of all?
Yeah, an incredible privilege, and I'm extremely humbled to have that opportunity, of course. I wish Sim was here to be able to experience it for herself. It's something that she's earned as a defending champion, but I'm excited for my opportunity to do that, and I'm sure that we'll have a great experience and a great time come Tuesday afternoon.
How are you feeling physically ahead of this?
I feel ready. I feel like we've done everything that we possibly can to be ready for this tournament, and I think I have trust in my body, I have trust in my team, and knowing that we're ready to play and we get to go out there now and compete and enjoy. Another opportunity, another experience to play here at Wimbledon is nothing you can take for granted. I think genuinely there's a feeling of gratitude and knowing that this is something that not many people in the world get to experience as playing the courts.
Can you tell us a bit about the kit you're going to be wearing this year?
A very special outfit for me, and a very special tribute to an incredible person in Yvonne. It's the 50th anniversary of her first title here, and I think for us as Australians, but particularly as an Indigenous Australian, and sharing that heritage is something I'm really excited to wear. You think of icons and role models of the past, and I think for me, an iconic person is Yvonne. She's done that in her own way. She's paved a path and created a legacy for Indigenous youth to look up to, and I think I'm trying to play my role in doing that and be a positive role model, just being the person that my parents taught me to be, and that's all I can be.
They say she came from perhaps the humblest origins in Grand Slam history. It's hard to argue. Her mum fashioned her tennis dress from bedsheets, and her first racket was made from a wood fruit box. The journey from Barella, New South Wales, to Wimbledon, London is more than 10,000 miles. But for a young Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley, the All England club felt even further away.
From the vast Australian outback, Wimbledon is another planet.
When I was 8 years old, I read in a cartoon magazine story about this lady who found this young girl in the country, trained her and took her to the city and took her to this place called Wimbledon. I thought, oh wow, is this place for real? I had no idea. And so I actually asked somebody, is this a real place that's out there? And they said, oh yes, it definitely is.
For a young Indigenous girl from the Australian outback in the 1950s, dreams were just that, dreams. They couldn't possibly come true, could they? Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley's career odyssey is a tale of inspiration and determination. Curious about the sport she'd make her own, she peered through the fence at her local club when she was small. With a disregard for the prejudices at the time, the club president invited her in, and Yvonne began taking her first swings, each one more refined than the last. It was a moment that would change her life. By the time Yvonne arrived at Wimbledon in 1970, she was the complete package. Her effortless, poetic tennis endeared her to fans, as did her carefree approach to the game and her lovable tendency for mental walkabouts.
I really didn't want tennis to be everything. I just enjoy life. I like to smell the flowers on the way. I just didn't think it was worth worrying about things too much. There's nothing much you can do it after a point's over. And when I did play really well, it was terrific.
By 1971, she was adored by Wimbledon goers.
She, of all the players, was such a beautiful player. I found myself watching her when I was playing her, and she was so likable. You couldn't, hate her.
On just her second visit to the All England club, Yvonne defied the odds.
Billie Jean and Margaret were on top and playing each other in all the finals. So, I had those two to contend with. I was on a high. I was 19 years old. And I thought, well, they're going to be more scared of me.
They're all here to see whether it's just possible the most romantic story of Wimbledon 71 can end in remarkable achievement. Can Miss Goolagong win the women's title? The odds are against her.
On centre court, with the cheers of millions ringing in her ears, she gave hope to Indigenous families across Australia. Decades later, I would come to hear stories of the Sunshine Supergirl. From 1971 to 1980, Yvonne reached the semi-finals or better at Wimbledon on 8 occasions. As Martina Navratilova once recalled, Yvonne didn't serve and volley, she would saunter and volley.
In she goes, Mrs. Corley. And what a beautiful volley.
She finished runner-up 3 times in 1972, 1975, and 1976. But in 1980, 3 years after becoming a mother, she was on top of the tennis world once more.
She produces a sensational cross-court winner. And superb net covering by the former Miss Goolagong. And superb all-court play by the Australians. Really magnificent. Oh, that's it. Magnificent win, but a very, very popular one.
Yvonne achieved her tennis dream long before I was born, but her legacy is an inspiration to me, both on and off the court. As a proud Narrabee woman, I cherish our shared heritage. And I'm humbled to walk in her footsteps.
The absolutely inspirational story of Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley and Ash Barty following in the footsteps of the Australian by wearing a skirt dedicated to Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley with the scallops at the bottom, the same fashion from 50 years ago when Goolagong-Cawley won her first Wimbledon singles title in 1971. As we just saw there, she won 2 Wimbledon singles titles. Ash Barty, the world #1. It's a lovely way to remember her, and from the video we saw that Goolagong-Cawley was actually quite emotional that Ash Barty had asked her, could I wear this outfit in your not in your memory, but to dedicate this Wimbledon run to you?
She narrated it brilliantly. There were some great shots there, weren't there? And I love that line that she doesn't serve and volley, she serves and saunters. And that describes tennis of that era. It was played at slightly slower pace. The skill that they had to play with the wooden rackets and the way they moved was just absolutely brilliant. But we're focusing on this match on centre court, and she'll be hoping she can play anything like her inspiration there, Ashleigh Barty, the top seed, so much expected of her against Katerina Siniakova. There's that time of the day where we can join Daniela Hantuchova. She is with us to talk us through that match. Hello, Daniela. We're really, really excited to watch this one. It was quite, as Kathy was saying, quite an inspirational video there, talking about how she was inspired to, take up the game of tennis and perhaps achieve what she did. And it'll be interesting to see how she can continue to move forward here at Wimbledon, because as we've discussed, in the past few days, that Ashleigh Barty hasn't quite brought her best yet. We've seen it in glimpses, but she hasn't been at her best, I'm sure she would admit, so far. But she's, warming up into the tournament and wanting to improve her level every time she steps out on court.
Yeah, good to hear you guys. And Adam, you are totally right. She hasn't really been playing her best tennis throughout the entire matches. We've seen, glimpses of that at points during her previous rounds, but I feel like with Siniakova, she needs to step it up. We must not forget Siniakova is the partner of Krejcikova in doubles, and you never know how inspired she can get by her partner winning the Roland Garros. So I feel like Siniakova is getting confidence just because how well her partner has been doing, and she has played some great tennis the last couple of weeks. So definitely this is a big test for Ash. Obviously, the whole story that we just watched, that's got to bring extra motivation for Barty when she steps on the center court, but it's not going to be easy today. Also, it's a little bit windy, so the conditions are tricky when you're looking to find the rhythm. So really interesting matchup here.
And might it be a little bit of inspiration for Ash Barty, having just seen Roger Federer coming off centre court and really having to play at his best in that match? Because Federer hasn't looked, obviously, having not played very much over the last year, at his top form in the first few matches of this Wimbledon. But when he needed to, he raised his level against Cam Norrie. Ash Barty will have seen the results there, at least, won't she, Daniela? So maybe can take a little bit of extra inspiration from what's just happened on that court.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where great champions like Roger or Ash are so good that they do manage to improve it every single match. They go back to their hotel rooms and they analyze their matches big time with their team and try to see how they can improve and get rid of those unforced errors that they've been doing the last few matches. And, they have the ability to, suddenly raise it to another level. And it's just about finding that rhythm. And I do believe once they get through this first week on grass, suddenly there is less pressure on them. They feel much more comfortable. They know exactly what to do on every single part of the court. And that's when they start to become really dangerous. And I'm sure that Ash would have been watching that match of Roger big time. And definitely a lot of motivation, a lot of inspiration going on for her.
Danny, when Ash is playing her best, on grass, it's that slice backhand that makes her tricky to play against, because she keeps the ball low. She uses variety quite well. She doesn't just smack it from the baseline. If you were playing against her, how do you deal with a player who likes to do that? There's similarities between her and Ons Jabeur, the way they play. They use that slice backhand, variety in the game. If you were approaching it, if you were Siniakova, how would you be coming into this match?
Yeah, definitely looking to be really aggressive in the first 2-3 shots, not to give Ash the opportunity to outmaneuver me in the rallies, because that's where she's so good. Once the rallies get longer, it starts to become more of a chess game, and that's where she's the best in the world. So definitely try to kind of hit her off the court if I have a good day on my shots. If not, then I would actually on grass try to stay away from that slice backhand and maybe attack more the forehand side and go to the backhand only if I have an easy ball and I know I can come in and really do some damage, because the slice backhand of Ash is so good that it stays so low that you're going to be on the defense anyways. So you might as well, give it a different look and surprise her by going to the forehand side a little bit more.
What about Siniakova, Daniela? Because she will have seen her doubles partner of many Grand Slam titles, Barbora Krejcikova win the French Open singles title. And that will help Katerina Siniakova, won't it, to now think, well, I can do that as well. There's no real reason to separate the doubles and the singles. She's won the doubles title here at Wimbledon before, but she hasn't got past the third round when it comes to the singles. How much will those two have been talking and thinking, well, we can change things up in the singles now, can't we?
Yeah, it's such a good point, Carty, and so true. You know, that's what I meant at the beginning, that Siniakova must be feeling really confident just because her partner happens to be Krejcikova, and I'm sure they talk big time. And I had the same thing with my doubles partners. Whenever they were doing well in singles, it kind of helped me to get the confidence in my game, in myself as well, and just being able to share the court with them and see what they're thinking, you know, what their strategy is, and also maybe realizing, well, hold on a second, I'm just as good player as she is. So definitely, I think that's where we can expect a lot of great results from Siniakova as well in the next couple of weeks.
Yes, a spot in the fourth round, and the second week of Wimbledon awaits the winner of this one on centre court, the final match of the day there. Ashley Barty, the top seed in your picture, against Katerina Siniakova. Let's join the commentators for the first game of this match.
Ashley Barty to serve. Thank you.
The world number one, just one of 4 Grand Slam champions left in this draw.
Very low.
The first meeting between these two, who are contemporaries. Barty just a few weeks older. And Katerina Siniakova, both in their mid-20s now.
Game, Barty.
Swift first game there for Ash Barty, the world number one, taking that game to love against Katerina Siniakova. You can continue watching that on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. We're going to pop straight across to court number one, where Marin Cilic, a former finalist at Wimbledon, is playing. He's now the 32nd seed. He's up against the second seed, Daniil Medvedev, who's very quietly come through the draw so far to the third round. We're going to join this one in a first set tiebreak with Cilic to serve. We'll join the commentary team on number one court.
One zero, Cilic.
I see Kevin Anderson's psychologist too, you know, keep positive, pump the fist. Good things will happen.
I remember talking to the late much missed Bob Brett, one of the early coaches of Cilic, and said, what's he like? He said, the trouble is, he's too nice a guy. I think that's changed. Not that he's a nasty guy now, but I think he has added a little bit of steel.
Yeah, I think so. I think Goran helped him way back when. He had to see on the circuit. That's what it's going to take to win a big one. No, not the lob. Not that. He's 6'6". And he saw it coming. She saw Cilic moving back as he hit the ball. Doesn't normally give his shots away like he did there, Medvedev. Flick that ball cross court, you know, keep it low.
Again, remarkable speed of Medvedev to get across to that, but nothing doing. Tremendous ball striking. Great tiebreaker so far from Cilic. Making things happen out there. Yeah, he's the one prepared to take the risks.
4-1 Cilic.
He's been the more proactive of the two, looking to move forward, finish points off, and sure looks like it's going to pay off for him unless something changes quickly.
To Cilic.
His expression hasn't changed right the way through. Sense the brain still whirring. Do you sense that Cilic has to win this set, and if he doesn't, it could be quicker?
I'm not going to say he has to, but I think it would be a very, very tall order if he doesn't.
Mr. Cilic challenging the call on the right baseline. The ball was called in.
You've got to be right.
When Medvedev, well, he missed the ball anyway, so
yeah.
That's why he called it. But when Medvedev hit it, I thought it was in. And it was.
4-3 Cilic.
Should start the clock already, shouldn't they?
Mr. Cilic has 2 challenges remaining.
You know, that's an awful lot of time that goes by with this. Just started the clock.
Yeah.
We don't want to encourage him to bounce the ball too much. We want to see these points being played. They're pretty darn good.
Yeah, he doesn't hold back.
Five, 3 Cilic.
So 3 set points
6-3
for the Croat.
Cilic.
So courageous. Cilic takes the first set in 1 hour and 9 minutes.
7 games to 6. Please. Shot.
Yeah, well, the makings of an upset there on court number 1, vintage Marin Cilic. We know how dangerous he can be on a grass court when he's in form. Making the final a few years ago here, back in 2010, where he lost to Rafael Nadal, the number 32 seed at the championships this year. And Daniil Medvedev is going to have to turn things around in that second set. Cilic holding his nerve to take it in a tie-break 7-3. Still some clouds around, but blue sky poking through, and the tennis is continuing here at the championships. In the end, actually, Carthy, the weather's been slightly better than we expected. On the middle Saturday here at the Champs. We were worried we might not get too much play on the outside courts, but actually after those early showers, set pretty much fair for the evening.
Yes, a lot of people still around watching around the grounds. A lot of doubles matches are being played this evening, and I think they had spread out, quite interestingly, the order of play along all of the singles matches being on the outside
they definitely
courts,
planned
just
for the
to
worst, haven't they?
get rid of the matches. That's not the right phrase at all, is it? Just to
there.
get the matches played, so that there was no rain interference with those third round matches. But we have had very good weather, which means that we've been able to get through an awful lot of them. Let's join Daniela Hantuchova again. Daniela, which match in particular caught your eye so far today?
Oh, I mean, Emma's performance. You know, we've got a star in making, and I was just so proud of Nigel Sears as well. Super happy for him because I feel like whenever he takes a player right away, it's a success guaranteed. And, you know, it was so impressive the way she, you know, dealt with everything. The crowd playing first time on that big court. You know, the way she closed out that match point. All the emotions, you know, entire country looking at her. It was just incredible, very special moment of the tournament. And I wouldn't be surprised if this girl one day, you know, takes the Grand Slam trophy above her head, because she's got so much in her game, and she's going to be a crowd favorite, I think, wherever she's going to go, because she has a very special energy about her. So that was a very, very cool match, and my moment of the day, so for sure.
Danny, can you relate to her experience? You know, you played on the big arenas, not just here at Wimbledon, but all around the world at the Grand Slams at a fairly young age. What was that like? And are you impressed with just how well she's taken to those show courts?
Yeah, I can relate to that big time. And actually, I was 18 when I won Indian Wells, and Nigel was my coach. So, you know, I've told him it's now about time that Emma takes one of those Indian Wells trophies as well. And yeah, it's a beautiful time of the career, because you play completely out of your instinct. There is no pressure on you. You go for your shots. You can only surprise your opponents, because they don't know what you're gonna do. Most of the time, you don't even know, because you are just so free and relaxed out there and full of confidence. Maybe also a little bit naive in a way. You don't really realize what a big moment sometimes you are playing for, and it's just I would say the best part of your career, because. Yeah, it's nobody really knows you in the locker room, so you can only surprise, and yeah, special time. So I was super happy for her.
Can you give us a bit of insight into Nigel Sears then, Danny? Because we know that Emma has stayed at school. She hasn't gone to a tennis academy. She's done her A-levels a few weeks ago, and she does seem incredibly grounded and sensible. She's got very good parents that have looked after her and made sure that she understands this is a privilege to be able to be in this position. So she's got the best from that side. But from the coaching side, where will Nigel be telling her to look in this tournament, and how will he be telling her to act and react to what's going on all around her?
Yeah, Carty, again, very similar story. I had the same thing with my parents. Education was always first. Even Nigel was always very keen for me first to finish my high school. I remember we were at the US Open and I still had to do a couple of exams, and I instead wanted to go and play tournaments, but you know, neither of my parents or Nigel were having that. So I really had to do what Emma just did. And it's so good to know that she's got such a, you know, down-to-earth, humbled parents, because that's huge. And what Nigel does so well, first of all, tactically, I don't think I've worked with anyone that had a more of a clear plan of, you know, what I had to do against my opponents. And I had a big trust in that, and I knew that we were always going to come out with the right strategy. Then there's the work ethic and the discipline. When I think of the trainings and the pre-seasons we used to have, probably I was in the best shape of my life. And then the other thing that he's very good at, because he's been in those situations before, is he's always one step ahead as far as, you know, what to expect from the media, how to kind of to protect her from all the attention that she will be getting now, because it's going to be crazy. And he just managed to build a nice, I would say, a bubble around the players, so that I could really just focus on the tennis and nothing else. And so, yeah, there are many, many strengths that he's got.
Just finally on Nigel Sears, Danny, obviously he's, I suppose, taken a little bit of a gamble, because previously we've seen him working with players that have already established themselves. They've won Grand Slams. I mean, yourself, for example, you were enjoying success. You're winning Indian Wells at that age when you were working with him, Anna Ivanovic, loads of the other top players that he's worked with. But now he's working with a player who, until this week, was fairly unproven at this level. So how come he's decided to work with Emma Raducanu? He clearly sees something in her that can take her to a higher level, and that's being realised this week.
Well, Adam, he took a big gamble with me as well. He came here to Slovakia when I think I was ranked around 100 in the world. So, you know, this is before all the success happened. I was still playing qualies at the big tournament. So, again, very similar story. Yes, Emma is ranked a little bit lower, but you can just see the potential, the way she hits the ball. And I think that's where Nigel is so good, that he doesn't necessarily choose the big name. He makes them big. But he's a strong believer when you put the hard work in, when you put it in the bank, at some point it's going to show up. And I think with him, it's more about selecting players that are really willing to put all the hours in, on and off the court, big time training. And also very, I wouldn't say strict, but if you don't listen to him, he's not going to be around. I remember this was, again, back at the beginning, maybe 2 months into our work relationship, and I behaved really bad at the US Open. And he said, one more time you do this, you will never, ever see me again. So, you know, he's a very straightforward guy, which I appreciate, because it made me make all the changes I needed to much quicker, because I knew that if I don't listen, if I don't respect him, you know, he's out of here. So I think, you know, having that strong personality himself really helped me to make all the success quite quickly.
It's great getting a behind-the-scenes look at Nigel Sears. I do have something else I want to ask you, but we must go to some tennis that's happening at the moment here at Wimbledon on court number 2, and somebody else that we'll come on to talk about, Coco Gauff, who is playing in her doubles match at the moment against Christine McNally, who's just 2 years older than her. And they are playing in a doubles match against Badoza and, I've lost the name, Sorribes Tormo. Let's join this match in the second set. Gauff and McNally took the first set 6-4, and it is 5-2 in the second set of this second round match. Let's join the commentary on court number 2.
Didn't
quite read that right, Gauff.
And sometimes when you feel like you're almost in the locker room having had the defeat, you just free up and go for your shot. So it'll be a dangerous game here. McNally and Gauff really have to think tactically about their plays.
Just didn't get it right, Badoza, and Gauff was lurking.
She waited for her right moment there. Poached from reaction, noticed that the ball was higher and there was an opportunity.
Net for service.
Back to the eye.
It's a tactic that's been working well for them.
Oh dear.
She just forgot to turn her
15,
hand
13.
there. She'd moved up to the right place. You don't need to take a big swing on those volleys. Just simply turn the hand, turn the racket face, redirect the ball. Needs to focus in again here.
Yeah. No problem that time again. In the perfect slot. Enough height to come right down on top of the ball.
You have to credit the server McNally there, setting Goff up.
Oh, yes. Good anticipation there from Sorribes Tormo.
30-14.
And send them a break point.
This is a perfectly placed volley from Sorribes Tormo. Seen plenty of these. The interception, just the cut to get it away.
Three times, Goff has come to the rescue. Oh dear.
Advantage Badosa.
First double fault for these two.
Good positive chat from Coco Koff. Just telling her not to worry about it. On to the next one.
Miss Goff, Miss McNally challenging the call, right service line. The ball was called out. Game Badosa, Sorribes Tormo.
Well, that maybe didn't go quite to plan. Goff and McNally 5-3 now in the second set against Badosa and Sorribes Tormo. We will come back to talk about Goff, hopefully, with Daniela Hantuchova. But I just wanted to finish that conversation about Nigel Sears just briefly with you, Danny, because Nigel Sears is, as we know, the father of Kim Sears, who is married to Andy Murray. I was just interested in the connection there and how much do you think Andy might be helping Emma Radhikane with some advice. We were talking about her a little earlier after that fantastic third-round match where she's gone through to the fourth round at Wimbledon on her debut here with a wild card. Just how much might she be talking to somebody who's won this title 2 times already, because they have that family connection there?
I think it might be happening a little bit more now, Carty, that Andy's out of the tournament, because I'm sure he had so many things to think about himself. And yeah, you're right. You know, there is a connection all around. And I've known Kim ever since they met with Andy. I was actually right there when they saw each other for the first time. And yeah, what a wonderful story that has been. And you know, again, going back to Nigel, I think with all my respect to Andy, but he's such an experienced coach that he doesn't really need anything extra from Andy. He knows exactly how to deal with the woman's mentality, because I think that's the key to be a good coach. And, you know, he's been around for such a long time that, like I said, he's one of the most experienced coaches that we have in the game, and he knows exactly what to do with Emma, so she's going to be fine. Yeah,
British Tennis put a lovely video on Twitter of Andy Murray actually hitting with Emma Radhikane at the National Tennis Centre here in London from a few years ago. It was a great video to watch and see the quality of Emma Radhikane, who even at that time was able to keep up with Andy Murray from the baseline in those rallies. Danny, thanks for now. We'll come back to you in just a second, but let's hear from one of the winners here on day 6 of the championships, the number 4 seed in the men's draw, Alexander Zverev. He lost the opening set against Taylor Fritz, the American, on a tie-break, but then he came back 6-4, 6-3, 7-6, and he's been chatting to Jenny.
Well, joining me now on the media balcony, 4 seed Sasha Zverev into the 4th round for the 2nd time here at Wimbledon. But would you say that maybe was your toughest test so far of this year's Wimbledon?
Yeah, definitely. I think he made it difficult for me to find a rhythm out there. He was playing extremely aggressive. He was serving quite well as well. So not my best performance, but a performance that I'm very happy that I came through because at the end of the day, in a tournament of 2 weeks, you can't play your best tennis every single day, and it's important to find a way to win these kind of matches as well.
How do you feel you managed to turn it around? The tiebreak in the opening set just didn't go your way at all.
Yeah.
What did you do better in order to come through?
Look, at the end of the day, it's about finding a way. And as I said, you can't play well every single day within a 2-week span. So I made it uncomfortable for him at times. I fought quite well, I thought, because you got to go back to some things where you're not comfortable if your game plan is not working out well. So yeah, I'm just happy to be through, and that's the most important today.
Absolutely, and of course a word on your opponent. I mean, Taylor Fritz having surgery a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's just quite remarkable how well he's done to not only recover but then get to the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think the 3rd round is a great result for what he's been through. I think having surgery 2 weeks before the tournament starts is something that is not easy, and I think a lot of players would not even play here. And I told him after the match as well, I give him a lot of credit because he fought well. He made it very difficult for me, and playing the way he's playing is only going to get better. And I think, yeah, a lot of credits to him for being out here and playing the way he did.
And finally, you're playing Felix Auger-Aliassime in the round of 16. I just spoke to him a few moments ago. You've beaten him 3 times, but he told me that he's out for revenge.
Good for him, I guess. Yeah, look, it's a 4th round, and at the end of the day, there are no easy matches at a 4th round of Grand Slam. He is playing very good tennis. I think grass is his best surface, and but I'm looking forward to it, and I hope I can play my best tennis.
Well, we're looking forward to well done today, and have a nice day off tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Alexander Zverev talking to Jenny after making sure that he is into the 4th round at Wimbledon. Let's have a look at the draw that so far, anyway, for the men's 4th round, because there are some eye-catching matchups here. It's going to be very interesting to see how Christian Garin gets on against Novak Djokovic, the world #1 defending champion, who is looking very good here. One that I find quite amusing is Marton Fucsovics against Andrei Rublev, simply because they have played each other so many times this year that Fucsovics actually said, "I just don't want to see you anymore," to Rublev about 2 months ago. And there they are again, playing each other in the 4th round here at Wimbledon. Karen Khachanov against Seb Korda. That is a very, very interesting match between 2 of the younger players. And at the bottom of the draw there, on the top half, Denis Shapovalov, one of the youngsters, against one of the older players, Roberto Bautista Agut. And in the bottom half of the draw, well, we saw Matteo Berrettini come through. He won the Queen's title a couple of weeks ago. He's got Ilya Ivashka. Then Felix Auger-Aliassime, because Kyrgios drops out of that match. That, again, is a really interesting match against Alexander Zverev. That's who the German has next. Roger Federer against Lorenzo Sonigo, who got to the Eastbourne final last week. And Hubert Hurkacz, who's just waiting for the last match to finish in the singles, which is Marin Cilic against Daniil Medvedev. Daniela Hadjikova, there's a lot to get through there. Which one would you pick out to be of particular interest when we start things off on Monday in the 2nd week of Wimbledon?
Rublev, Fucsovics, but I mean, when you play someone for so many times, I can't even imagine how frustrating it must be. And I had that actually with Serena. I feel like out of 10 times, 8 times I had to play her like slam or something, and I was the same, like, no, please, like anyone but not her. So that's gonna be an interesting one. But like you said, Sonego making it to the finals of Eastbourne, that's gonna be very tricky for Roger. Obviously, Roger's starting to feel much more comfortable on grass in the second week, but this is gonna be another test for him.
It will be a test, won't it? Because Sonego's played well on the grass coming into Wimbledon, but actually that little part of the draw is starting to open up. You know, Sonego in the 4th round of Wimbledon, I'm sure Roger Federer would have taken that. And then, you know, depending on what happens, that Marin Cilic match against Daniil Medvedev, that could be another, you know, the second seed going out. So I think Roger will perhaps be quite happy with how his section of the draw is opening up.
Well, we always talk about the draws opening up, but by second week, 4th round, everyone is playing great tennis. You know, you don't get to second week on grass if you're not playing your best. So, you know, I think Roger is aware of that, and he knows that he can't relax. With him, it's all about still work in process, and he knows that there are things in the first week that he has to definitely improve if he wants to go all the way. But this is where he's such a great champion that... you know, I would say because he's been away for almost 2 years, even though he plays some of the players that he's played in before, it's like playing them for the first time because the tour has moved on. Everyone else was on the tour. Everyone else has been playing more matches. So let's say playing Sonego now and then 18 months ago, it's going to be a completely different matchup. So this is where he needs to be sharper. He needs to now look at all the times from the first week, talk to his team, how to improve quickly, because it's not going to be easy for him. Even though on paper it opens up, it's still a lot of work to do for Roger.
And speaking of that Marin Cilic against Daniil Medvedev match, we can bring you right up to speed with it. And it is continuing in the fashion that we saw in the first set. Marin Cilic is really finding some of his best tennis on court number 1. He took that first one, and he's won the second set as well, 6-3. You can see just how up for this match he is, Marin Cilic. And Danny, to speak about him, you know, he's not been quite at the peak of his powers. We saw how he got to the final at Wimbledon a few years ago, but when he's in form and confident on a grass court, Marin Cilic is a tough prospect for anyone, and he's proving that for Daniil Medvedev.
Yeah, absolutely so, Adam. You know, on grass, Marin is one of the most dangerous players when he's confident, you know, and the serve is working. I feel like also we've been always saying about Marin, you know, he's too nice, he's too soft, but I feel like he's improved that over the last couple of years. And when he has that belief, you know, grass court tennis is, again, all about having those memories of great results in the past and believing that you can do it again. Because I feel like if you are once a good grass court player, you are always going to be a great one, no matter your results on clay or hard. So definitely Marin, I think, again, on a paper, maybe this is an upset, but if you think of Marin, what a quality player he is on grass, and Daniil not still having enough experience, playing enough on this surface, I think this, to me, it doesn't look like an upset, really.
Yeah, well, Daniela, let's have a look at the ladies' draw, the singles draw for next week. It's going to be a bumper week, isn't it? The Monday is always one of the best days here at Wimbledon in the top half. We're waiting to see what happens between Ash Barty and Katerina Siniakova at the moment. Barbora Krejcikova, though, awaits in the next round. That would be interesting if it's her doubles partner, Siniakova. Then below that, of course, we've been talking so much today about Emma Radhikane, the British 18-year-old, and she has an interesting 4th-round match against Anna Tomljanovic, which Anne Kjothavong was saying to us is definitely a winnable match for the 18-year-old. Badoza against Mukova is the next one down on that order of play, or not order of play, sorry, I haven't got that yet. 4th round draw, as we have it there. And Coco Gauff against the 2018 champion, Angelique Kerber. There are so many fantastic matches coming up at the start of next week. Into the bottom half of the draw, we've got Karolina Pliskova, who we keep expecting to do good things on grass here. So maybe this will be a year when she does do that. She's playing Ludmila Samsonova. Then we've got Madison Keys against Victoria Golubic. The 2020 French Open champion Iga Swiatek, well, she is playing grass court specialist Ons Jabeur, who won the Birmingham title a couple of weeks ago. And then the second seed, Arina Sabalenka, who has come through to the fourth round, playing Elena Rybakina. So again, really interesting matches there on the women's side of the draw. Daniela, where are your eyes going immediately to have a look at something on that draw?
It's so hard to pick, Carty. There's so many incredible matchups. Well, going from the end, the one you mentioned lastly, Sabalenka, Rybakina, to me, you know, that's probably two girls with the most clean hitting, best timing we have. So a lot of power going on there. Then we've got Kerber against Coco Gauff, you know, two generations. I think to me that's going to be very interesting to see how Coco can handle that and whether it's going to be the youth or the experience that's going to prevail. And then Emma with Tomljanovic, definitely it's another match that I think she's capable of winning. So it's so hard to pick. One I would love to mention is Muchova. You know, we haven't talked about her yet, but she's one of the most talented girls out there, obviously with Krejcikova now stealing all the attention in Czech Republic. She's not really in the spotlight, but I believe in this girl big time. She upset Pliskova here a couple of years ago. Today she had a great win against Pavlyuchenkova. So one I would definitely keep my eyes on is Muchova.
You mentioned Coco Gauff there. As we've been saying, Danny, she's been in doubles action, playing with McNally.
Game,
and
set,
she is
match.
at match point, taking that match. Lovely little
By 2 sets to love.
chest bump there, I suppose.
6-4, 6-4.
Congratulating each other. And good to see her playing singles and doubles. You know, she's been very busy at the championship so far. I just wanted to ask a more general question. You can discuss Coco Gauff, I suppose, within this, Danny, but only 3 of the top 10 seeds remain. It could be 4 if Ash Barty gets through to the next round. And women's tennis at the moment is just so open. It's so hard to predict who's going to be the next one to win a Grand Slam title. What's your assessment of where women's tennis is in general at the moment? And do you like the fact that it's so open and so difficult to pick a winner?
I like it and I don't like it in some ways. Definitely the overall field and the quality of players is so much stronger. I mean, I remember back in the day, the first week of a slam was more of a warm-up, and I felt like I was still in a training mode by the time I got into the second week. But having said that, then the top 10 was so strong, so many incredible personalities and amazing players that, you know, by the time we got to the quarters, anything further is like unbelievable achievement, where these days it's not the same as far as, you know, quarterfinals onwards, you can't really predict anything. But today, when we had Emma and Coco at the same time, court 1 and center court, I felt like this is a possible, you know, rivalry. Even though they were not playing against each other, I think 2 superstars in making, and this is where I think we are slowly heading. So I was very excited about that, and I definitely believe we need, you know, superstars like that in our game, so that you can have at least 3-4 different players as a potential champions week in, week out, not really doubting whether they're gonna get through the first few matches. So it's I think it's a tricky situation and very enjoyable, but at the same time, I think we need big champions back in our game.
Yeah, there are so many different styles, aren't there, which I think is partly why we're seeing so much change at the top of the game and the seeds going. We've got, you know, deft styles, crafty players. So there's a lot of difference, isn't there, which is fantastic. Daniela Hantuchova, thank you very much for speaking to us this week. It's been fantastic to speak to you. We'll see you again next week. Enjoy your Sunday off. One day when we don't have any tennis here at Wimbledon is the middle Sunday this year anyway. We'll be back on Monday. You can watch the matches that are continuing on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. But from Adam and me, goodbye.
Love 15.